You will build this complete end-to-end data engineering project from scratch, which uses the most in-demand tech stack right now, which includes Databricks, DBT, Apache Airflow, Apache Spark, GitHub. Wow. And in this project, you will implement the most favorite scenarios of the modern data engineering workflows, such as Lakehouse Architecture, change data capture from SQL databases, Metadata Driven Pipelines, slowly changing dimensions, star schema, backfilling, incremental upserts, and much more. In short, this is your portfolio project which will help you learn the skills, plus will help you outshine in the interviews as well. Plus, because AI is growing rapidly, so I have put a bonus section where you will learn how to integrate and work with the agentic databases, which are the future of data management and analysis. The beauty of this project is that you will literally feel that you are sitting in a real data engineering team and working on a real industry project, because I will be writing every single line of code in front of you and will explain the thought process behind it, so that you will learn how data engineers actually think. And yes, all of the notes, code files, resources are available with this video for free, so that you can easily follow along. In order to create this type of portfolio project, it takes really a lot of hours and effort. So if you want to support this channel, hit the like button and subscribe button. And now, without any further ado, let's get started with this amazing project.
What's up, fam? Happy Sunday! And are you excited to build this project with me? Bro, just look at this project. Just look at the architecture. You are going to literally master this tag. So I have literally added all of the latest, most in-demand real-time scenarios, first of all. Then yes, using the modern data engineering tools and technologies like Delta Lake, Databricks, Airflow, DBT, dimension data modeling, one big table, quality checks, literally everything. And yes, after building this project, let me just set the expectations. You will have very strong, you can say, skills in this particular area. Second, you will be able to demonstrate this project, because building a project is one thing, demonstrating the project is another thing, because you can literally build the project by copy pasting the code from anywhere. It's very simple. But when you are actually sitting in the interviews, right, when someone is actually asking you the questions related to projects, you should not be scared of those questions. You will feel confident if anyone asks you any question, because this project is built in such a way, right? Very good. And yes, you do not need very strong hands-on, you do not need very strong knowledge before building this project, because as you know me, if you know me, okay, so I always provide all of the information, knowledge, skills throughout the project. And if you do not know me, then it will be a good tip for you. If you know me, you would know like, how do I just build the project? Simple. And let me just quickly show you the data as well that we are going to use. So I have created one repository, and here you will find literally everything, all of the code files here, and the data set is here. And if you just go inside data, here are all of the files that you will be just using throughout this project. That is one thing. And rest of the thing, code files, everything, you would not even need the GitHub repository, because it's my style to write the code line by line on the fly, because only then you understand the things, only then you will understand like how to write the code as well, right? So do not worry, but still I have just put everything just for your reference. And I am very excited to kickstart this project. And before kickstarting this project, I just want to show you something. And here's Meta fam, who has recently cracked multiple offers in this layoff period, layoff season as well. So I'm very happy. So please congratulate all of these people with me. So I will quickly just show you all of the slides, because I just keep on adding new people, and as they just crack the offers and they just inform me, because not everyone informs me, right? So it's fine. So congratulations every single one here. And they have, yes, literally put efforts. It's not my, you can say, thing that I can just flex, not at all. They have just put the effort, they have just worked hard, and they have just cracked the offers. They have just informed me, so that is good. And yeah, so congratulations all of you. And they have, I think, recently cracked the offers, I think, in the past few months. So I have like literally all of the people, and I just keep on maintaining the stack. So your name can also be here if first of all, if you are on this channel. Obviously, if you are in this channel, hit the subscribe button. This channel is for your growth, and that's it. Okay. Second, if you would just read the comments, you will just find that they are building projects. They are building projects which may be on their own as well, and the projects which are on this channel as well. So This is a clear sign that you need to build projects and you just need to start with this particular one. Simple. And this is all about this particular video, and this is all about me. And now let's get started with this amazing project. So now, first of all, let's try to understand this entire data architecture, because only then you will be able to build this entire solution. Because understanding data architecture is very, very important. So as we can see by looking at this architecture, we have some sources. And the first source that we have is AWS S3, which is very obvious, which is a data lake, very popular data lake by AWS. Second thing looks like a kind of database, but this is not you can say a kind of simple database. This is an agentic database. Now we all know that we are living in the AI era. So we data engineers also need to see how these databases, specifically agentic databases, work, because this concept is very, very new. So I thought of involving this as our source, and then we should be able to build the solution, our data engineering project on top of it. Now let me just give you a very quick brief. This agentic database is basically just your Postgres database, first of all. Just Postgres database, but with agentic capabilities. Now, if you are in the data domain, you would know that our business stakeholders ask us to perform a lot of ad hoc analysis as well, that I want this, I want that. So what if I say that this time all of these stakeholders would be able to directly talk to this database, and this database will literally give them the output? Yes. Without my efforts, I will not do anything. I will just show you. Okay, I will literally show you. And this agentic database is actually built by Ghost. Ghost.build is their official creator of this particular agentic database. And this database is not something that you would say, hey, this might be a local database. Not at all. This is a kind of hosted database which is hosted on their server. So you are not using a local database here. You are using the productionized database which is hosted on a server. That too for free. Okay, that too for free. Yes. And yes, Ghost database is the sponsor of this video as well. But let me just tell you, I have been using Ghost database in so long, and I personally love it because first of all, I can just use some free credits, and it is the database of the future. And you will see its power. Do not need to worry. And you would already see that a lot of you can say people are trying to come into this new era of databases where they perform agentic capabilities, and Ghost has already done that, which is a great thing. And let me just tell you what exactly you'll be using with this particular database, what exactly you'll be just doing with this database. So this is our database, just Postgres database, simple Postgres database with agentic capabilities. So I am a data engineer. So if I have any questions related to this particular database, I will not ask any DBA. I will directly ask this database through a chatbot, and I can just get the answers for my questions, and I can perform or basically build those solutions on top of those insights. Simple. I might need to find a primary key. I might need to find some numbers, anything. Okay. So once we have our source ready, now what I will do, I will load both of the data sources in my bronze layer, which is the Databricks. Now you would know the demand of Databricks right now in the industry, which is going insane because it is such a revolutionary tool that we have got in this particular era. So we'll be using Databricks, yes, and here we are not simply ingesting the data like a normal you can say childish way. We will be just using CDC, or you can say a method which is used by the productionized solutions, which automatically detect the changes on top of your databases. So let's say you add some data today, you will load that data, but let's say you add more data next day. You do not need to perform incremental loading logic, because we nowadays in the modern data engineering solutions, we perform CDC. That means we will automatically detect the changes and we will bring those changes in our final table, which is a delta table. So I will show you this capability as well, which is available in Databricks. And yes, it is amazing. It is amazing. And then we will also load some files to our bronze layer. So bronze layer is full of our dump, or you can say full of dumps of data, because that's what bronze layer is for. We simply dump all of our data that we have in our sources. Simple. So here we are using two major sources, majorly database, because 90% of the data will reside in database, 10% will reside in the data lake, some static mapping files. Simple. Once we have our data in the bronze layer, then we will be using, yes, the second most in-demand technology, DBT, to perform all of the transformations to build one big table / OBT, which is very much in demand. Because OBT solves a major problem, because you do not need to first of all create the data model. You first can focus on the transformations and you can combine all of the required data into one table. Simple. And within this particular silver layer, we will be building a lot of things. We will also perform quality checks. We will also perform ephemeral models. We will also perform Jinja templating. We will do a lot of things in this particular layer using pure DBT, because that is the focus right now. You do not need to write all of the Spark code line by line. You need to use DBT as the tool which will do that particular thing for you. It will write Spark SQL code for you. Make sense? Then once our silver layer is ready, then we will go to the gold layer, which is the heart of our, you can say, lake house that we are just going to create. That means we will be creating a star schema, yes, dimensional data model, into the gold layer, which is the last layer. In this layer, you will also learn about the data modeling, not the data modeling that DBS perform, data modeling that data engineers perform. That means the star schema, slowly changing dimensions. We will be just doing a lot of stuff in the gold layer as well. That too pure DBT. Does that make any sense? Very good. So now, after doing all of these things, we also need to orchestrate the entire workflow so that we can just perform this thing on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. We will be using Apache Airflow to perform orchestration, which is the open source. Obviously, Apache Airflow is open source, DBT is open source. This agentic database is like free for use because you have some free credits. This Databricks has free edition. So this entire production ready portfolio project is free of, or you can say you do not need to pay for it, because all of the services are free. So we'll be using open source Apache Airflow, and we will build this customized Apache Airflow image by ourselves, and we will learn how we can just orchestrate all of the things together using Airflow. Because using Airflow, it is very important how we can just integrate DBT within that. I hope it makes sense. So you will learn a lot of things in the Apache Airflow as well. So in short, in this project, we gonna master first of all agentic databases, which is the very new thing which can give you an edge in this competitive era. Second, you will be just learning a lot of things into the Databricks, then obviously delta tables, then DBT, then Apache Airflow. So you can imagine how much value you are going to get with this project. But you just need to take care of one thing, which is the most important thing. You need to build this thing with me instead of just copy and pasting. Just you need to write code line by line, and I will be writing code line by line just for you, so that you can also do that. Because once you do that thing, only then you will be able to grab the knowledge. You can just retain the knowledge. Make sense? And yes, this entire project we will deploy together to GitHub, so that you can showcase this project to your, you can say, hiring manager, or you can say any interviewer, so that you can actually say, hey, I have built this thing, and you can just check this project by going to this link. This is one of the most important things, because data engineering projects are very easy to create, but you cannot say, hey, I built this project, but that project is in my Azure account. You can check it. The person cannot check it. But when you build projects like this using open source frameworks, you can actually show it. Make sense? So we will also deploy this project to GitHub as well. So you will learn GitHub and Git as well a little bit. So yes, this is full packed data engineering project that we are just going to build. And now, without delaying, let me just tell you what exactly we need to build this particular project. Okay. So first thing first, I would need just two things to get started, because rest of the things we will be just installing together. So first of all, I would need VS Code Editor, because VS Code Editor is one of the best code editors. And now, yes, you will also learn how to integrate agentic databases with VS Code Editor. So you need that as well. Second thing, you would need Python. Just these two things. And if you have these two things, you are good to start with this particular project. And rest of the things we will just install together. So you do not need to worry. Simple. Very good. And VS Code, especially because of two, or I would say three reasons. First of all, obviously we need to just create agentic clients, and instead of using Claude Code, which is a paid, or you can say expensive option to just do that thing, we'll be using VS Code. which gives you some free credits. Yes, I will just show you everything how you can just do that for you, because I don't want you to spend some amount for this particular project, so everything will be free of cost. Second thing, we have to install some extensions while working with DBT locally, so VS Code is a good option for that as well. Makes sense. And VS Code is like the favorite of all of the developers. I don't know who doesn't use VS Code and why, because VS Code has everything now. VS Code is not just an ID, it is an agentic ID now. So let's see how you can just download. So you can simply go to your, you can say, browser and simply search download VS Code editor and click here and download VS Code. If you are on Windows, Mac, Ubuntu, simply download it. After it, you can just download Python and Python download. Perfect. So you can just go to this downloads page and click on downloads, and here you will see some, you can say, specific version as well, because I do not want to install the latest version because it can be full of bugs. I don't want to install the version which is outdated. The best Python version is either 3.11 or 3.12. So if you click here and scroll down, you will find some versions. Yeah, so you can download, I would say, 3.11 because this is one of the most stable versions we have, and 3.12 is also good. You can see this chart. So 3.11 is in the security mode, very good, and 3.12 is also in the security mode, very good. So you can either download 3.11 or 3.12 and that's it. And you can also search it from here if you're just looking for the specific release. Make sense? So once you have these two things downloaded, now let's quickly open the VS Code editor, because now I want to insert my data into the SQL database, and yes, using VS Code, because we are just exploring agentic database. So now let's see how we can just do it. So quickly open your VS Code editor. So I have opened my VS Code editor, and in your case, it might look different, a little bit different, because I have some, you can say, extensions and themes downloaded, but nothing to worry. So first of all, you need to make sure that you open one empty folder. Click on the file section and click on open folder, and then just open any empty folder. I have opened data project setup folder. You can open any folder, just make sure it is empty. Make sense? Very good. After installing VS Code, you just need to log in into VS Code. Most of the users would know like how to do it, but still I just want to show you so that everyone is aligned on the same page. So click on this particular button. Okay, click here and you will see that button, like how you can just log in. So if I just click here, I will see this particular button. So currently it is logged in with this particular account. This is basically a GitHub account. So you need a GitHub account to connect your VS Code, and you actually need to log into this particular VS Code. Everyone would have GitHub account in 2026. If you do not have the thing, do not worry. Ansh Lamba is here to help you. Simply search GitHub login or GitHub sign up and search, and then you can just create your account. You just need an email address and that's it. Okay, very good. So now this account should be created and you need to log in with that account. So when you click on this particular button, it will prompt you to provide the access to VS Code and simply say yes. That's it. Very good. Second thing that you need to enable agentic mode in VS Code editor, you just need to click on this cute little icon, which is your, you can say, cute icon of GitHub Copilot as well. This is really cute. So you just click on this button and here it will ask you to sign in. So what you need to do, you need to simply select the same account that you have selected here, so that both of the accounts are same, and then you can just log in again using that GitHub account. What will happen when I just click here? It will literally create a free Copilot account for you. In my case, you can also see it is there for free, and usually it charges $10 per month for Copilot Pro, but you do not need to pay for it because you are using Copilot free account. That means you get some free credits, and I have used 11% of it, and usually I just get 200 credits, and in pro account we get, I think, 1500 credits, but for in free account we get 200 credits, and I have used 11% of it, so that is fine. And I think they just reset I think they just reset in every month, so you have some credits that you can use every single month. So this is just for your personal development as well. So make sure that you have sign in and you have some Copilot free account. This makes your VS Code as agentic VS Code, and this replaces your Claude code. You do not need Claude Code if you have this thing. Yes, because Claude Code is also the same thing. It is just like agentic code client that it uses, and this uses the same thing as well. The good thing is Claude Code doesn't provide any free credits. VS Code provides us some free credits. That's it. Makes sense? So you have this particular option. I was literally searching how I can just find the alternative of Claude Code because I do not want you to spend some amount. Now you have some free options available as well. Feel happy. And if you found this useful, simply write in the comment that, okay, this was helpful. Okay. Makes sense. So now our VS Code is here. So now what we need to do, we simply need to set up our ghost.build client. Basically, we just need to set up our database. So how we can just do it? First of all, I will just show you the documentation so that you can also go through it easily. So I will simply say ghost.build. Perfect. So this is the official documentation of ghost.build, and this is an amazing. I know like you would be just hearing about this particular database for the first time, might be, but it is an amazing database. This is basically a Postgres database, but an agentic database. This is the database that is for our agents and for developers as well, if we just want to build something. Okay, so simply go to documentations, and do not worry, I will just attach the link of this documentation as well. You can simply go to it. There is like very simple step. So first of all, I need to download one, you can say using CLI, I just need to download this ghost.build so that I can just run my executables. So if you are on Mac or Linux, you can use curl command. And if you are on Windows, you have to use PowerShell. You can also use curl command, but it is just using shell, so it will not work in Windows. In Windows, we should just use this one. Makes sense? So simply copy it and just go to your VS Code editor and open the terminal. So there's a shortcut key for it as well, or you can click on these three dots, terminal, new terminal. Simple. So let me just install that thing in my PC. So I will simply paste the command and I will hit enter, and it will download Ghost for me. Very good. So it has installed that particular thing to this location and it is there. So it is a kind of executable. Ghost is already configured because I have already configured it, but do not worry, I will just show you how you can just do it step by step. So Ghost is downloaded, right? Now we need to create an environment for our project, right? So what I will do, I will simply say pip install UV. UV is, you can say, modern Python package manager that everyone is moving towards, and you should also use UV. Simply say pip install UV. In my case, it is downloaded. In your case, it will download it. Very good. Now you need to say UV init, which initialize your project like this. You have all of the things here, right? Very good. So simply ignore git because we will just talk about git later on. You do not need to have git right now. Okay, simply ignore it. But yeah, it will just show you .git if you have already downloaded git on your folder or basically on your computer. But we do not need git right now. You just need GitHub account. Okay, git and GitHub are two different things. So UV init is there. Now I just need to say UV sync to create virtual environment, and this is created for me. Now what I need to do, I need to activate this environment. So I will simply say .when scripts activate. If you are on Mac, then it will be like bin activate, hit enter, and now you will see this particular virtual environment created. Now what I need to do, I need to initialize my ghost. Okay, initialize my, you can say ghost.build database. Okay, so what I will say, I will simply say ghost init. I really like the name, it is really cool. So I will simply say ghost init and hit enter, and it will take some time, and now it will ask you some things: add to path, log into ghost, install MCP servers, and shell completions, right? You just need to say 1, 2, 3 because you need to add that ghost in your path. It is very important. Obviously you need to log in, and third thing is install MCP server. So what it will do, see, ghost database, ghost.build database is there for you, but if you want to talk to it through any kind of agentic agent, which is this VS Code, you need MCP server. Let me just explain this thing quickly. This is like very simple. So let's say this is your VS Code editor, okay, and this is your, let's say, database that we have. Okay, now yes, this is an agentic database and this has amazing features that I'll be just talking about. Do not worry, because I am really happy with this particular database and I'm just using it since so long. So then only I'm just telling you about this database. So I cannot directly talk to this database. No, I need a kind of capability which can talk to this database. So what we need to do, this ghost has created MCP server for us, which we can download. So I will simply say, I need to use your MCP, which is, let's say, this MCP server, MCP, and I will locally download that MCP. What is MCP? See, MCP is basically the protocol that we follow, which enables all of the tools that we have for our server. And in this server, we have some MCP tools, let's say, query something, create something, create the database, create the API keys, create so many things. So for that, we need MCP, right? So I will literally download this MCP on my local machine, and this VS Code will use that MCP to talk to this database. Make sense? Very good. So now what I need to do, I simply need to say 1, 2, 3. You can also say shell completion, but I do not need shell completion. So simply say 1, 2, 3. I need these 3 things and hit enter. Now what it will do, it will simply ask me to, hey, could you please authorize your, you can say client. So you just need to say yes, because it will also use your GitHub account to authenticate it. Simple. So now it has said Ghost as being successfully authorized. Now I can just go back to my VS Code and I will see this particular thing. Now it will ask me, hey, which agentic client are you just using to talk to the database? I am using VS Code editor. And if you are using Claude Code, you are good. You can simply say 1 and you can say 7 as well, because 7 is for VS Code. If you're using Claude Code, 1 is good. If you're using 7, it's good, because some people like Claude Code, so it's fine. You can also use Codex, because Codex is like basically similar thing which is built by OpenAI. I have not personally worked with Codex much, but Codex is also very, very good. And yes, you have one more option, I think, Cursor. So you can use 2 and 3 as well, because these are the most 4 popular options that we have. Simply say enter, and it will automatically download all of the, you can say, your MCP servers to the desired locations. For VS Code, it will automatically download in the parent global location, and that's it. So this is downloaded. Now what I need to do, I need to enable this particular database in order to create the tables and all of these things. Okay, so now I will simply show you something. So if you just open this chat button, this toggle chat, click on this. This is the chat option that you just perform parallelly with your code base. So now I want to talk to this particular full project because I want to create my tables, right? And in order to create tables, I would need some commands that I just want to configure. There are like so many things. First of all, we need to create database, but I'm just simply giving you an overview. So this is the area that I will be using whenever I want to talk to my database, because this is the agentic area for my VS Code. Okay, this is the alternative of Claude Code. So if I have, see, I have Claude Code as well. So if I just shift here, I have this Claude Code, but I'm not using Claude Code because Claude Code is paid. So I am using this free option, which is your VS Code. Make sense? Very good. So now you also need to make sure that you have picked this Claude Haiku 4.5. And if you just click here, you will see Claude Haiku and GPT-5 Mini. GPT-5 Mini is not very, very good. Claude Haiku 4.5 is very good for agentic tasks. Pick this model and make sure that you have enabled the agent mode instead of ask mode. You have to enable agent mode. Only then it will be able to perform some tasks. Make sense? Very good. So agent mode is enabled and your Claude Haiku 4.5 model is also enabled. This is the way that this enables your models. Okay. And this will only be visible if you have sign in using this button. If you have not signed in here, then it will only show you one big model out of the box and it will not be able to work with it. Make sure it is signed in. Simple. So now let me just bring my files, my CSV files that I want to create or I want to load in my tables. Okay. So let me just bring that. So this is the folder that I have. Walmart dataset. Okay, this is obviously the simulated dataset. And if I just click here, I have two things. The first thing is DDL that I want to run to create my tables because I want to make sure that, okay, this is the schema that I want. And second thing is data itself. These are the CSV files. But I will not write any SQL code. I will not do anything. I will literally hand over these scripts to my agent and it will perform everything for me. This is the power of agentic database. So now what I will do, let me just start with my, you can say, database creation. So once our ghost init is completed, that means we have right to perform anything. First thing I want to do is, let's say ghost init is done. Okay, ghost init is done. Very good. Now I want to create my database. So I will simply say ghost create and I want to create a database, let's say name. This is the CLI command that I have, ghost create name. And let's say I want to create my database with name Walmart DB. Make sense? Hit enter. And it will create this database for me. See, created database, Walmart DB, ID is this one, connection is this one. Wow, that means this entire hosted PostgreSQL database is ready for me in just one line. In just one line. Wow. You can literally copy the connection if you want to, because it is a good thing if you just store some things in the .env file. So you can simply say Postgres connection. You can anytime fetch it as well, but that's also fine. Make sense? So our database is created. Cool. And I have also saved the connection string if I would need to use it for my further steps in the project anytime. Now, second thing that I need to create one API key that I will hand over to my agent so that it can perform all of the stuff. I will simply say ghost API key hyphen create, or let's say create, and then I can just provide some name. Let's say Ansh API Walmart, simple. And then I can also say environment and just create one environment file as well. Let's say .env, so that it can just write that API key into my environment file. Hit enter and let's see if it has written the code. No. Okay. Let me just perform without env. I can just manually paste it. Yeah. So I have got the API key. So I can save this API key in my environment, and I have to create a special environment that I can just show you in my, where is that documentation? Okay, perfect. So if I want to create one API key, so here I need to create a special variable called ghost API key. Okay. Makes sense? See, this is the variable name, ghost API key, and simply set the variable name for it so that my agent can anytime use it. Oh, it has created it. Oh, okay, makes sense. So it has just replaced my .env file. Okay, makes sense. So it has automatically created it. It worked very good. So now I can simply paste this connection as well because it replaced my file. So Postgres connection. I was like, why it didn't create it, but it created it. Cool. So my environment variable file is fully set up with all of the ghost API key and connection. So now what I want to do, I just need to talk to my agent. I will simply say, go to this agent, okay, and I will say, hey, how many databases do I have in my ghost? Simple. I am simply writing one question in natural language, and that's it. So I will simply say hit enter. You can also provide some hint, which is a good thing whenever you are just calling MCP servers in VS Code, but it's fine. Okay. So you can say you might use ghost MCP. That's it. Hit enter. So now what it will do, it will automatically start working with the MCP tools available within the ghost. So now it will check the ghost databases and it will just provide everything. And you need to allow the commands that it needs to run. And then, okay, so it is said that you have two databases, and that's true. I have one Walmart database and I have one Superstore database as well that I just created few days back because I was just working and playing around with this. I told you that I have been just working with this ghost database in so long, and now I just thought of just telling you this as well. So now Walmart DB database is created and the status is queued, and it will take obviously 1 to 2 minutes to be up and running, and currently the memory it has just used is 0 megabyte and standard type. Simple. So this is the information that I have for my database. Now I will just wait for a couple of minutes. Once my database is up and running, I will ask it to create tables for me using the DDL script that I have. Simple. This is the script that I have. It will automatically create all of the things. Simple. And for that I can just keep on waiting, or I can also check it, like what is the status of it. So now I can just check if my database is up and running or not, because it takes some time. It takes around 5 to 10 minutes, which is very obvious whenever you want to host any SQL server. So simply run ghost list. It will list all of the databases, and I can see status is running. So now I can freely query the more and more stuff from my agent. Okay, running. I can even delete this one because I do not need this one. So if you want to delete anything, simply say ghost delete. And I can just confirm, I think it was database command. Ghost delete, and simply put the email, the ID of that database. Hit enter, and then yes, say yes, and delete it. Perfect. So perfect. So now I just have one database. If I say ghost list, perfect. So now I will go to my agent again. And this time I will open one new chat because I just want to save some tokens. I just want to get the work done. So because this is the recommended approach as well from all of the AI developers as well. Do not just keep on asking the stuff within one chat. It is not recommended thing because model can then obviously cannot respond to you well. So simply now I want to hand over my this DDL script. So what I will say, hey, I want you to create tables for me inside my Walmart DB, or you can also write ghost Walmart DB. And I want, so here I will not even create schema by myself. I will ask my agent to create it for me. Okay. Using agentic database. So I will simply say, I want you to create one schema called staging, or you can say raw, for me inside the Walmart database. Then you need to create tables inside that schema using my DDL script saved inside you can say location. So it will be like, let's say @Walmart. Yeah, so you can just write @, it will just give you some location. So you can simply select this thing. It is recommended approach whenever you're working with VS Code. Okay, so you can just point it like which script you want to run. So this script obviously we just need to run. So now just hit enter and it will do automatically everything for you, and it will create the tables for you as well. And here just a very quick tip, if it just throws an error that it doesn't have any access to your Postgres database and all, you can also point that you have one .env file in your working directory that you can just use to fetch some API details and connection. It is optional, but in a very rare case, if you see any issue like this, you can just do this thing as well. Okay. Yes. So let's wait. It is just doing its work on its own. It is just making API calls, and meanwhile it is working like this. It will simply ask me, hey, do you want to allow this thing? I will simply say yes, allow. And now all of these tables will be created using my script using agentic database. Click here and then let's wait, and task is complete. Wow. All of the tables, customers, stores, products, employees, orders, order items, all of the tables are created in my database. Wow. So now once my tables are created, I want to ingest or basically insert the data as well using my CSV files, right? So now I know that being a data person, I need to write a long script to ingest this CSV data into my database. I do not want to do it manually. I will simply say, perfect. I want you to insert the CSV data inside each table. Simple. And then I will say I have CSV files stored at, and then select the location, Walmart dataset folder, entire folder, and within that I have the dataset folder. So I can simply select Walmart and scroll down and all of these things. Okay. So Walmart dataset, yeah, you can simply select the whole parent folder and you can say I have CSV files stored at this slash or I can say, and inside it I have data folder. Simple. So now what I'm just trying to do, I'm simply handing over my all of the CSV files to this particular agent, and it will just do all of the work for me. Simple. Very good. So now I have the data folder. You need to insert the CSV data using, if you're a data professional, you would know, like whenever we insert the data using CSVs, we always use copy method or cursor.copy expert if you have worked with databases using CSVs. So you can say using copy or cursor dot, or you can say copy expert method. Simple. That's all I just want to provide to this particular model. So just make sure that you are just writing this kind of prompt. You need to just guide a little bit how to do the work. Simply say hit enter, and that's why I'm creating this project, so that you as a data engineer would know how to work with these scenarios. So now what it will do, it will simply try to load all the data using copy export and all of these things. Now simply say allow, and it will use all of the variables that I have in .env as well. So it can automatically fetch it. So now I can see it has created one Python file called loaddata.py. Simply say keep and simply say allow. Now what this has done, wow, first of all, it has loaded all of the data. Wow, bro, this is amazing. This is amazing. So all of the tables are created. First of all, obviously we will just verify it, but let me just tell you what it has done. It has created this Python file automatically. Okay, and this is the code it has written, and then this has run this particular code against my agentic database, and it has provided all of the CSV data to that agentic database, and that my agentic database has all of the information, literally all of the information. And now obviously I need to confirm if my tables are created. I will open a new chat, and do not worry, I will just provide these prompts as well. By the way, nothing is fancy in these prompts, just natural language, and that's it. So now I will say I want to see top 10 records of my orders table inside raw schema inside Walmart DB, or you can say Ghost Walmart DB. Simple. Let's see if we get the data. If we get the data, that means our tables are created. Hit enter. Let's see. So now let's wait. So top 10 records. Okay, perfect. So now execute query, analyzing. Perfect. So here are the records for me. It has automatically fetched. Did I write any SQL query? No. Did I do anything? No. So this returned the query in 31 milliseconds and returned 10 rows. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So now actually what happened, this database, this Ghost database, you can say Ghost.build database, this is hosted on a server. Okay, this is hosted on a server, and this is hosted on a server. Now it is actually, you can say server. Perfect. So this is hosted on a server. Now all of the information is directly coming from that server. Nothing is hosted on your local machine, which means this is a kind of productionized database. Now, because there are so many news around, you can say databases more recently, that this has deleted production database, this has deleted this database, this has deleted this database. So now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, you are directly asking the questions from this database. Now what if I say, hey, delete this database? It will literally delete the database as well, which is not a good thing. So now, or some queries can be risky as well, right? So now what we can do, we can literally tell you about an amazing feature about this particular database. Now this database is actually a forkable database. Now let's say I have used this connection to create my database, and now it is done. Now it is in production. Now let's say I have some users, right? I have some users. Now these users actually want to query the data sitting in the database, including me, because I also want to get some answers for my questions, right? So now instead of querying this particular server, do you know what I will do? I will simply create a kind of fork, a kind of clone of this production database like this, and I will query my all of the things, all of the questions directly from this particular fork instead of production database. This is the power of forkable database. Wow. That means we do not need to worry about if our query would by mistakenly delete any database. Not at all. It will simply create a fork, and then it will run the query on top of those forks. Wow. Let's see the demo of this, because whenever I would need to query anything from this database, I would use fork. Why I just need to query my original, or you can say productionized database? Make sense? Let's see. So I am here in my VS Code editor, and now what we need to do, we need to open one new chat. Okay, and just a one quick tip, if you are just using this database, then you should know this thing. Sometimes if you are just using your session and it has been so long since your session is on, sometimes you can see some errors. Let's say server error and cannot refresh token OAuth 2, something like that. If that happens, you just need to make sure that you run this command, ghost logout, so that you are logged out from your account, and then you can say ghost login, and then it will again ask you for verifying it through GitHub, and then it will again restart your new session. It can happen if you are just aggressively building anything on you can say VS Code and your session was turned out or turned off. So it can happen. Okay, so just make sure you can do ghost logout and login again, it's fine. So now let's go to our chat editor and create a new chat, and here I will simply say I want to create a fork of my ghost and database name is Walmart DB. Simple. And I can also provide some details like why do I need, but we do not need to worry at all. So simply say I want to create a fork of my ghost database, or basically ghost Walmart database, and hit enter. And now it should just perform that task and it should create a fork out of our database. And it is activated. Okay. So now it will just run the MCP server again, and perfect. So the fork is now ready to use and contains all the data from it. Wow. So it has literally created my database immediately. And now I can also confirm, I can say ghost list, and I should see two databases are there. First is Walmart DB, second is Walmart DB fork. So this is my database that I will be using to play around or to run my queries, just to make sure that our production database is intact. Okay, and currently it is queued because it takes some time to be up and running. So we just need to wait for a few minutes, and once it is up and running, then we can just try querying new you can say set of requirements from this database. Okay, so now let's check if our database is up and running. So I can say ghost list, and yes, it is up and running. So now what I will do, I will just open one new chat, and here I will simply write my requirement that I just want to ask from this database. And for example, let's say being a data engineer, I want to find some information regarding table. Let's say I want to find out what is the primary key used for the customers table or any other table, right? Because we have so many tables. Or let's say I just want to find the primary key of stores table. So I will simply say, what is the primary key in the stores table inside my host and Walmart DB, then fork. Now it will just try to query the database using the fork and not the original database, which will act as a guardrail. And here let's allow, and let's see what do we get. And choose only the system view, which means Walmart table. Okay, it is just running some commands. Okay, so let's wait. So I have got the answer. So the primary key in stores table is store ID, contains name, stores p key. So now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, what is so special in this? It is so obvious. Store ID will be the primary key. C. If you have worked on the real database, not every time the primary key will be, let's say, very straightforward. Sometimes you might have composite primary key as well. So in those scenarios, you would be just talking to DB every time, but now not anymore. Simple. And now let's try to perform some complex tasks as well using the same chatbot. Let's say while performing the data, I just want to perform some quick analysis as well, so that I can just get some insights before building the pipeline. I can say, so let's say, how many products do I have in my products table inside raw schema and inside Walmart DB. Okay, these types of questions you can ask being a data engineer before building anything. So let's wait and let's see what do we get. And okay, so I have 500 products in my row.products, which is not a very big table. So this way I can just decide what type of table I should create for my, you can say, orders or basically products table. It depends. Now let's say I just need to perform a quick ad hoc analysis as well. Can I do that? Yes, for sure. Let's say I want to see top 5, or basically I want to see average order size for each customer. Simple. Let's see what do we get. So again, this is running some queries, and yeah, it is just telling me that your 50% credits are over, but that is fine. So I have got that query returned 2000 customers record with their salary and blah blah blah, not salary, average order size. So this is average order size, which is 2241 2750 1906 and blah blah blah. So as I just said that I wanted to fetch the average order size of each customer, and I have got that as well. Am I running any SQL query? Not at all. Am I just creating any connection with anything? Not at all. Everything is being done through this agent. So I will be using this agent whenever I have any query for my source tables or basically source database, and I do not need to go to any DBA to perform any kind of SQL stuff. Does that make sense? So this is the new way of dealing with databases, or you can say the future of databases that you will see very, very soon in the industry as well. And now you also know how to work with these agentic databases. And the benefit of everything is we are just querying everything on the fork database, not on the original database. Make sense? So that's how you can just work with this database. And yes, now we are all set with this database and we have our source database ready. Now let's talk about some of the amazing things that we are getting for free. Getting for free. So if we just scroll down, so this is our free plan. We are not even paying $10 per month. But yes, if you're just working in an organization, they can obviously. So now even if you are on the free plan, you are getting unlimited databases, which is a big deal, and obviously with folks. And not just this, you are getting 1 terabyte storage for free, and you already know it is actually very expensive when you are storing some data in the databases, but you are getting 1 terabyte of data or basically storage for free. Wow. And then yes, it charges you $0.25 per GB per month, and you also get 100 hours per month free. Then you just need to pay $0.075 per month CPU per hour if you just want to create more and more databases, if you just want to keep up and running, because obviously this is an amazing database. I personally love it because this concept is very, very good, man. And then obviously each instance is of 2 GB RAM plus 0.5 CPU burst table. This is the instance that is for your SQL server. Okay. So all of this thing you just get with one single command and everything is up and running for you. Can you imagine? Wow. And this is your database, all driven via the agent, not via a person, all driven via the agent. Amazing. So now there's like one more thing. Even if you just want to, let's say, set some spending caps, you can just put it. So yeah, so that you do not need to just, let's say, worry about the unimaginable bills. Because if you just want to carry forward, let's say you are working in a startup, or you can say in an organization, and if they just want to carry forward with this particular amazing database, they can. So these are some cool features that we have explored about agentic database, and I hope that you have learned so many things in this new kind of databases that is building for the future. So now that we have just set up our agentic database, so now the next step is how we can use this agentic database as our source database, which is obviously the Postgres database, and how we can perform CDC, or basically a special type of functionality which will automatically incrementally load the data in our Databricks, and it will create delta tables for us, and this will be called as our bronze layer. So yes, now it's the time to learn about Databricks and how we can just use agentic database as our source. So I hope that you would have some excitement about Databricks, because Databricks is an amazing tool. And now let's see how we can just work with it. And don't worry, I will just also tell you about amazing features in Databricks that are recently added. Okay. And yes, from scratch, do not worry at all. So now let's see exactly what is Databricks. First of all, if you are totally new in Databricks, not a big deal at all. So basically when we talk about Databricks is, yes, I know, in demand, and you would also know the reason. Earlier when Databricks was newly created, the sole reason to work with Databricks was we were treating Databricks as our managed system for Apache Spark. So if you are aware of Apache Spark, which we use to perform parallel, or you can say distributed data processing, and Apache Spark, yes, is one of the distributed frameworks that we have other solutions as well, but Apache Spark is one of the most adapted and most in-demand solution. But it is not very easy to host our own Apache Spark clusters. Even if we can host our own Apache Spark clusters, we need to manage the cost, we need to take care of the performance, all of the fine tuning, all of the optimizations, everything. And it is not a very easy task. I know some organizations perform this thing, but now we have a solution. So the original creators of Apache Spark also created something called as Databricks. So Databricks is a kind of product which is built on top of Apache Spark, which takes care of everything. your clusters, your infrastructure, like literally everything that you would need to do or you would need to manage if you want to use Apache Spark, right? And that is why Databricks is so much in demand, because whenever we work with Apache Spark, or let's say whenever we work with any big data solution, we have to process it in the distributed manner. You cannot just process everything on your single machine. So that is why Apache Spark is in demand and Databricks is in demand. So both go hand in hand, and we will be just using Databricks. And with the course of time, they just created something called as Lakehouse Architecture, which actually changed the dynamics architecture. It literally changed the dynamics how we were just storing the data. So what is the Lakehouse architecture? Let's talk about this as well, because we will also be following Lakehouse architecture in this project. So basically what happens is, let's say you want to store some data, right? And you have a lot of data for the organization, and organization would say, just find the best solution to store our data and just follow the best practices. Now you are this person who will be just building everything for this company, right? So now what will happen? You will simply say, do you want a solution which can handle big data as well without compromising the powers that we get with the data warehouse, traditional data warehouse? So a company would say, obviously, why not? So that is why Lakehouse architecture is growing rapidly, where your data, let's say your data, whatever data that you have, let's say, do we have any kind of data, any files? Let's bring files or anything. Let's say data. Let's say this is our data. Okay. So this data will reside in something called as data lake. Okay. Now what is this data lake? Data lake, you can say, is a kind of solution. Have you heard about S3? Have you heard of S3? That is also data lake. Data lake is basically the solution where you do not store your data in the form of rows and columns. You can literally dump your data. It's a kind of, you can say, solution which is built on top of blob storage, where you store the data in the form of blobs, binary large objects. Okay. And blob storage is a kind of similar thing that we have the block storage in the systems. You do not need to worry about all of these things, but yeah, data lake is a solution where you simply dump your data, and data lake is very, very cheap. You do not need to pay so much to store the data, which is not the case in case of storing the data in the structured manner, which is your databases, right? So we store our data in the data lake because it is cheap, but we want the performance as well, the exact performance that we get with the databases, or you can say any kind of SQL engine. So we create something called as warehouse engine on top of this. Okay. And this is actually your open table format. Okay. So when we combine these two things, it becomes Lakehouse. Why? Because your data is stored in the data lake, but you are getting the performance that you get in a normal warehouse or normal SQL engine. So these two things combined and they create the Lakehouse. Okay, that's why the name is Lakehouse, data lake plus data warehouse. And one of the most popular open table formats that we have is Delta Lake. Okay, Delta Lake is created, yes, by the same team. Okay, and yes, it goes hand in hand whenever you're working with Apache Spark. So it's a kind of complete stack that we have to use, right? So yes, we'll be just using Delta Lake in this particular project, which is the most popular one. There's one more which is popular, which is called Iceberg, I guess. I have not personally worked much with Iceberg. I love working with Delta Lake because Delta Lake is the most mature open table format that we have, and it has so many optimization that I do not find in Iceberg. So why to work with Iceberg? But yes, if you are working with the AWS stack, people work with Iceberg a lot, but Delta Lake is the best, I think so. So this is your, you can say, quick intro to Databricks. Why we need to use Databricks? Because we need to work with Apache Spark, Data Lake, Open Table Format, Delta Lake, everything, and everything is managed by Databricks. Wow. So yes, it solves a lot of problems for developers. So that is why this platform is growing. Apart from this platform gives you so much more things. Like now you can obviously build the declarative pipelines. You can literally do so much of things. Okay. So this is just the glimpse of it that it provides. So this is your Databricks in a nutshell. Now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, how we can just get started with it. So you can create your free account. Let me just open my browser. So here you can just search Databricks free edition, not community edition, free edition. Hit enter and click on try Databricks for free. and here you will land on this page. But this is not the free edition, because whenever you see 14-day free trial or some free credits, this is not free edition, this is called express edition. Okay, I am talking about free edition, which is free, not for just 14 days. So click on get free edition instead, and here you will find the link. Okay, then you can use your normal email account, whatever you're using, Gmail, Microsoft, anything. You do not need any kind of, you can say, organizational account, nothing. And no cards are required, nothing. So simply log in and you will land on the Databricks page. Let me just log in and show you my page. So here is my page, and you can just, in your case, it might show you Azure one and AWS one. You need to pick AWS one. So let me just click here, because I already picked the AWS one. So this will show me the home page for my Databricks workspace. Wow. So this is the home page, and in your case, it might look different. And let me just change the theme first of all. Now it looks good. So this is your Databricks. Cool. Yes. So now, because in this project, yes, we are using Databricks as our layer for literally everything: bronze, silver, gold, right? But the beauty of this project is this one, is this DBT. Because when we work with DBT, we do not even need to care about what exactly we need to do in Databricks, because DBT acts as a plugin. Okay, we will talk about DBT just after this section, because first we need to create a catalog. So now what exactly I am just going to create is, I am going to create a catalog inside Databricks. Because see, I have bronze data, I have silver data, I have gold data, right? So I have these three layers. So I need to have some location where I will be just storing this data, right? So what I will do, I will go to catalog, and here you will see, oh, very good, you do not have favorites. So let me just say recents or suggested. So these are all of the catalogs, and let me just expand this section. So these are all of the catalogs that I have. Just ignore some catalogs, because I have just created some catalogs because I just play around with this free edition a lot to create videos and all. So let's create a new catalog. Click on plus and then click on create catalog. So here you just need to type catalog. You can treat catalog as your database if you are coming from the SQL background. Just treat this as your database, or you can say, in some cases you can also, yeah, just treat it as database. It will be like easier for you. So catalog name. So I want to provide a catalog name this time as, let's say, Walmart. Simple, Walmart, and simply pick use default storage and create. So this will create the catalog. Sometimes it can fail. You can just, I will just tell you how to do that as well. So let's first of all complete this thing. So all workspace have access, and then next and save. So this catalog is created, which is, let me just refresh. Okay, let me just refresh the whole page. Perfect. So I can see Walmart catalog, and there are two schemas as well: default schema and information schema. Information schema is for obviously system queries, like how many schemas do I have, how many tables do I have, metadata of those things. This is very useful when you are just building some AI agents, because you need to provide context, by the way. So this is default schema, information schema. These two schemas are there by default. Now I need to create new schema, but yeah, I was just talking about if it throws errors. It was a bug which is already fixed, but if you encounter this bug, maybe due to any reason, so what you can do, you can literally go to workspaces. Okay, here click on workspace and click on plus new notebook. Let me show you. So this is my workspace, and here, yes, we have a lot of stuff, so simply ignore. So here what you can do, click on create and create notebook, right? It will open the notebook. Okay, cool. And here you can just write this code. Let me just show you. Create catalog and your catalog name, whatever you just want to give, and then run this cell by hitting shift plus enter. Simple. So this is the way we can just create catalogs using SQL code as well, if that UI doesn't work. Cool. Very good. So now let's go back to our catalog, and this is our catalog. So here I want to create a schema, right? And how many schemas I want to create? Let's say I want to create first of all raw schema, or you can say bronze schema, where I will dump my data, right? So let's say create, and first of all select your catalog and then create schema. So this schema will be called as bronze, and then say create. So this schema is just like your schema if you would have created schemas inside Postgres database. This is very similar to that. So we have bronze schema, right? And we do not have any data. And we know that we do not have any kind of data here, right? So how to bring this data? How to bring this data directly from the SQL database, right? Using the special CDC features, query parameters basically. So what exactly we need to do now? We need to use the Databricks, obviously. So here, yes, we do not use DBT in the very first stage because DBT will come after it. First, we need to ingest the data using CDC style ingestion from the database. So what we will do, we will use our database, which is your agentic database in this case, Ghost, right? So this is our Ghost. Perfect. And there we have all of the information, right? Cool. So now what I want to do, I have a schema that I have created, let's say bronze. So this is my bronze schema. Now I want to ingest all the tables, not just one, ingest all the tables that I have, right? Using CDC pattern. CDC style pattern, not exactly CDC, because in Databricks we even have a better approach. We have CDC as well, but I personally do not like CDC much after using the new feature, which is even good. It is like a cursor style thing. I will just show you. It is very good. So using CDC style pattern, right? And I want to create tables in the bronze layer. Cool. And these tables are not generic tables. I want to create delta tables. Let's create delta tables. And what is so special in these tables? These will be automatically be updated. If we have, let's say, new data, this will perform CDC. That means all of the incremental data will be loaded. We do not need to perform things such as exactly once, idempotency. We do not need to worry about that because it will only load the data after a specific cursor. So if you have some basic understanding with CDC, you would know like what exactly I'm talking about. Make sense? Very good. And the best thing about this particular structure is it will automatically perform the upserts as well. Upserts, yes. What are upserts? So basically, whenever you are just loading the data, let's say you have one product ID, let's say P101, and its name is, let's say, pen, right? So this data is loaded here, let's say like this. Now, tomorrow, new record is inserted, but this time the value is changed. Let's say this is called super pen. So now this will automatically perform upsert and it will simply say super pen. Perfect. Like this. It's called upsert. Upsert means update plus inserts. So if there is any new data, it will insert the data. If there is any existing data, but its value is updated, it will update the data. It's called upsert. So yes, if you are already a data engineer, you would know like how much code we need to write to perform upserts, specifically with incremental data. You need to just write at least 100 lines of code in the PySpark notebook, but now everything is automated using Databricks. So this is the thing that we need to perform, right? So first of all, what we need to do, we need to make sure our SQL server is up and running. So we will simply say, just make sure your Ghost DB is up and running, because obviously when you're building the project, if you are not actively using that thing, it might be in the pause state. We can just confirm and we can just check. And once the database is up and running, we can literally start querying our data, because obviously database should be up and running. So let's see if our database is up and running. If yes, then let's start building the pipeline. So I am here in my project working directory, and let's try to see if our Ghost DB is up and running or not. So I'll simply say Ghost list. Perfect. So yes, it is up and running, and I have two databases, one the main one and the other one is forked one. So now I would need the connection string in order to connect to this database. You can simply say Ghost connect, and the name, it is Walmart DB. Hit enter, and this is the connection string that I can just use. Simple. Okay, I can just copy and paste it in the new file. Let's say connection, so that we can just refer to it. Simple. Let's save it. Simple. So now we are in the Databricks, and now what you need to do, you simply need to go to the data ingestion. If this is not visible to you, simply click on plus new, and you can just search it here as well. And let me just click here, data ingestion. So this is the area that is like specifically made for the connectors. Whenever you want to ingest the data from different sources, we have a great list in Databricks. So good job. So currently we have this PostgreSQL. So let's choose this one. And yes, I was just testing some things. So these are the existing connections, but simply ignore it. Let's create a new connection. So connection name is, let's say, Walmart connection. So here we need to provide some details. So as you know, we have saved this information. So this is the connection string. And the first thing is your username always. Okay, simply pick this one. Then password. Password is this one, before @ then your host, which is after @ till.com. Perfect. And port is obviously, we all know for Postgres it is 5432. It is written here as well. And then we have TSDB, which is the database name. Now you will say, bro, we have the database name called Walmart DB. Yeah, this is the database which is created for us, but the parent database name is TSDB. Okay, so simply put that as well if it is asking you that thing, because it will ask you this thing in the next step. So simply say trust server certificate, or you can even ignore this, but yeah, fine. Click on create connection. So this connection is created, and now you can just pick this connection here and then click next. Here pipeline name. So what it will do, Databricks, so obviously this is not doing something magic. This is doing the same thing that you would do manually. This will write the PySpark code for you. This will keep on running the pipeline for you. So let's say, let me just explain this thing because it is very, very important. So let's say you are not using Databricks, or even if you're using Databricks, but you want to manually do this thing. So what you will do, you will literally create a PySpark script. So let's say this is your PySpark script, and you will write the script to load the data from the database, right? Perform all the logic for CDC, perform all the logic for incremental data, upserts, everything. And you will store this data in the database delta table, right? So you will do it manually, right? So now let's say you want to ingest this data maybe on an hourly basis, maybe on a daily basis. It depends upon the ingestion style. If it is a batch, streaming, whatever. So now when Databricks is handling this thing, this is also writing the same PySpark code for you that you would write. But because it is managed by Databricks, it has just taken care of all the edge cases. It has just taken care of optimization. Plus, you can even schedule this notebook, basically the pipeline, which will be created by Databricks to ingest this data in a repeated manner. So for example, let's say I just go here in the Databricks. Now I will say, okay, this will ingest the data first time, but what if I want to again ingest the data, new data next day? Do I need to create a new pipeline? Not at all. You can even schedule this pipeline. I will just show you, do not worry. So pipeline name, let's say ingest Walmart. This is my pipeline name, right? Cool. So catalog, I just need to pick the catalog where I want to create the table. So this is Walmart, schema is bronze, right? Click on create pipeline and continue. I can even say advanced settings, which is not required because it will simply say run as Ansh Lamba AZ with my account serverless use policy none. Fine. Create pipeline. So now it will just start creating the pipeline. It will just start writing the code and it will be done maybe in just a few minutes. It will just look at the schema. It will just perform everything behind the scenes. You do not need to worry at all. It will take at least 1 minute. Okay, even less than that. So nothing to worry. Once it has created this thing, then I can just show you how to provide the details for your databases. Okay, it is done. Just few seconds. So now you need to pick the database. So now here you need to type TSDB, the database name that we have got from the connection string, right? From here. Then click on plus. Now it will start searching for that database in our source. So it has found it, TSDB. And here we just need to pick the raw schema because our tables reside in the raw schema. Click on the drop down and here are all of the tables. Do I need to ingest only 1 or 2 or 3 tables or all? I want to ingest all the tables. So I'll simply ingest all of the tables like this, right? Cool. Then there are settings. So now we need to just perform some settings as well. First of all, let's perform the settings for customers. So now because this table, this particular data will be ingested automatically. So what we can do? So basically here what I will do, I will literally say destination name is customers. That is fine. This table name is fine. But what is this cursor column? Cursor column is responsible for telling Databricks like what data is new and what data is old, so that it will not load the old data again and again. In this case, it will be a timestamp column that we have created. So I will simply go here and it will be updated timestamp, not created, updated. So this is the updated timestamp. Now what will happen? Let's say customers data. So let's say I have this table called customers, right? And I have, let's say, customer ID 1 and timestamp is, let's say, 2026 0101, let's say, right? And this data is loaded to the, or let's say this data is loaded to the destination. Cool. Databricks. Perfect. Now let's say next day I have got 2 and the date is 2026 01, let's say 02. Okay. It can be bigger than timestamp as well, so it's fine. So now it will not again load this data. Why? Because this data is already there. So it will simply load data greater than the last load date, which is this one, cursor column. I hope it makes sense. This is called incremental loading. Now we need to tell the primary key as well. It is optional, but you have to tell it. So I'll simply say customer ID so that it can perform the upserts. For example, let's say on your source, you have ID 1 and the name is changed. So it will perform that update in the destination table as well, based on the primary key, right? Cool. So history tracking off, I can also say on. This will simply keep on tracking everything, but it is not a good thing for the source tables. We do not need to perform this thing. Simply say columns, and columns are fine. I want all of the columns. This makes sense. Everything is good. And I can just provide the customers as my table name. Okay. So everything is good. Now I need to pick employees, the next table. So simply say employees, it's fine. Cursor column again updated at. Then primary key is employee ID. Perfect. Then order items, order item ID, primary key, and cursor column is updated at. Perfect. Then orders, same, updated timestamp, and primary key is order ID. Then we have 2 more tables, products. This is updated and primary ID is product ID, same with stores. Cursor column, store ID. Oh, not store ID. Updated timestamp. So primary key is updated. Wait. Yeah, fine. Store ID. Cool. Let me just check again. Very good. So here we didn't pick primary key. So let's pick this one. Order ID. Okay. Just double check before running the pipeline. So everything is fine. Yeah. So now everything is good. Now click on next. Then click on next. Then you can also add one recipient. So if anything goes wrong, you will also get the notification automatically, which is a very good thing for pipelines. Simply say save and run pipeline. Now what it will do, if you just go to the pipeline section, you will see this pipeline. If I just go, this pipeline is running, by the way. I can even go, let's say, to pipelines. Where are the pipelines? Here, jobs and pipelines. So I already have some, you can say, pipelines I was just testing before. So simply ignore these 2. So these 2 are the latest ones. I can even delete the previous ones so that you are not confused. So why there are 2 pipelines? Why? One is pipeline and one is job. So this is the actual pipeline and this is the job. Now, what is the difference between pipeline and a job in Databricks? So basically, whenever we create a pipeline in Databricks, so that pipeline has the real code that it is just running, and in behind the scenes, it has created one DLT. You do not need to worry about what is DLT or what is declared pipeline. You can just imagine this as the code written for the pipeline. But what is job? Let's say you want to run this pipeline on a daily basis. So in order to schedule this pipeline, you will create a job, right? So this job will hold your task, this task, and this task will have the pipeline. Let's say like this. And now you can just schedule this job to run every day at 8 AM. That's it. Nothing fancy. So job is like for orchestration. Pipeline is a real code which is ingesting the data. But job means you are just, you can say, scheduling that particular pipeline to run on a specific interval. Simple, cool. So we have both the things. So this is actually completed. I can just click here and I can just check the runs. So as I can see that all of the 6 tables data are ingested, and this is the pipeline you can also see, and you can even click on a specific table just to see the table matrix, columns, literally everything, and you can just switch it from here as well, like which table you want to just check, right? So this is the pipeline which is created and managed by Databricks. We can even schedule it, but here I want to do a quick test. What I promise that this will perform the idempotency and incremental loading, right? So if I just go to my notebook, I just created a quick notebook the same way I just showed before. You can click on workspace, click on plus like this, let's say this thing, and click on create and notebook. Simple. I'm just using the existing one, so this is the one. Perfect. So let's say I want to check the number of records, so I'll simply say select asterisk from, or you can say count asterisk from, and as we know that catalog name is Walmart, schema name is bronze, and the table name is order items. Let's run this. So I should see around 30,000, yeah, 30,021, because I know like there are 30,000 plus records in the DB, in the source DB. You can even query that database and you can just also check. So these are the records. Now Ansh Lamba, if we just rerun that pipeline, will it just load all the data again to create duplicates, or will it follow idempotency? I will say it will follow idempotency. So if we just go to jobs and pipelines, if I click here and if I click on start, so now I have again triggered this pipeline, right? So let's see what will happen. Ideally, it should not load any data in this particular run. Why? Because we have already loaded all the data and there's no new data existed after the specific date, right? So this will show you the idempotency, or basically exactly one's behavior of the source tables. If this is good, then we can just proceed further, because this is a very quick test that we need to perform, right? So this pipeline has completed and I can see that upserted data is 0, deleted data is 0. That means it has run the pipeline, but it followed the idempotency behavior. Ansh Lamba, show us the proof. Okay, no worries. So if I just rerun this query, if everything is fine, I should see the same exact records, right? No duplicates. So perfect. See, 30,021. That means this particular thing has actually performed our idempotency CDC style behavior. But this is not actually CDC. This is a CDC style behavior, and it uses query ingestion, query based ingestion, right? So I just mentioned everything, like how does it just ingest that thing using the incremental date, right? Using the incremental date, because I personally love this feature. If you would just go with CDC or change tracking in the SQL Server, first of all, you need to perform so many admin level things. You have to enable change tracking, you have to enable CDC, you have to enable so many things on your database side, and then you will be able to perform those things. But to be honest, if you have built the real data engineering solutions, we perform CDC through PySpark, through cursor columns, and that is the exact thing that they have developed in the Databricks. And that's why I love this feature, because in the industry, we were just building this particular solution manually, but now we have the automated way. So this is actually very good. We do not need to touch our source, no CDC enablement on the source, no change tracking enablement on the source, just cursor columns and primary key. That is it. Amazing thing, amazing thing. So very good, very good. So we have set up our source and we have all the tables. If we just go back to our architecture, our bronze layer is ready. Yes, AWS will come later in the picture, because this is a special file that will be just loading for some special operations for our project. So yeah, this is also, you can say, consider it as done for bronze layer, because this will enter in the middle of the project. Cool. So now, yes, finally we are good to start with the DBT. Now let's talk a little bit about DBT so that you have a clear understanding. Even if you know DBT, bro, please listen, like it can be helpful. You might get some knowledge out of it. So what is DBT, first of all? And I know everyone has started learning DBT because DBT is written in every job description of every data engineering profile for sure. So now why DBT? Basically, let's say you are a developer, and you are a data engineer, and you can also be an analytics engineer, because I can see that analytics engineers are using DBT a lot these days. And yeah, so basically, let's say you are working with the tech stack, let's say Databricks. Cool. But after some time, let's say organization started working with Snowflake. Okay, cool. After some time, organization started working with Fabrics, or let's say there's a new project. Not like obviously organization will not switch tools like this, but yeah, let's say there's a new project for Fabric, there's a new project for Databricks, there's a new project for Snowflake. There's so many things, right? So let's say Fabric. So now, in order to work with these all technologies, you should know Databricks, you should know Snowflake, you should know Fabric. Is it a good thing? Kind of good thing, but what if I tell you that I can use only one tool which can work with all of these three, or even more than that, because we have support for Google BigQuery as well. Let me just write BigQuery, like all of the data warehousing solutions, or you can say all of the data serving layers that we create, either in Databricks, Azure, Synapse, Analytics, whatever. Okay, Synapse as well. So all of the things, all of the serving layers. So now DBT solves this problem. DBT will say, bro, just tell me what you want to do inside these particular layers and I will do the work for you. So I will literally say, DBT, I want to create delta tables in my Databricks. DBT will say, okay, sir, the job will be done. So this can create a connection with Databricks, which is called adapter, right? And it will literally handle all of the underlying you can say DDL commands, like how to create tables in Databricks, how to just you can say create views in Databricks, how to perform incremental loading in Databricks. It has written logic for all of the things and using connectors or adapters. So I will just tell DBT what I want to do. Only the you can say transformations, that too with SQL, that is it. And this will create everything for me using that SQL transformation, because it will perform all of the things under the hood, Spark, SQL, or anything. It will write the code for me. I will just tell what I want. Same with, let's say tomorrow with Fabric. I want to do something with Fabric. I will simply say what I want and it will just do the things for Fabric. So this way, I do not need to learn independent things. I can literally work with DBT and DBT will just do the work for me. So Ansh, Lamba, why do we need to learn Databricks, Snowflake, BigQuery? See, when you are building a complex project, when you want to utilize all of the native features, it might not be available through DBT. For example, if you just want to work with declarative pipelines, it is not available through DBT. So DBT is a very good choice for mid-level projects. And yes, in the industry, we build a lot of mid-level projects, but when you're building the pro level, like very complex and big projects, we rely more on the vendor, because we are just paying to that vendor and we want to make sure like we are using all of the best practices, all of the things, right? But yes, DBT is growing rapidly because DBT solves this problem where developers do not need to know all of these technologies in detail. Are you getting my point? Very good. And yes, because it does a lot of things for you, so obviously you need to learn DBT in detail, because DBT, you should know like how to perform incremental loading, how to create materialized views, how to create snapshots, seeds. There are so many things in DBT. Right? So yes, you do not need to just learn any tool in detail if you have DBT. But this is my personal recommendation. Like even if you have DBT, yes, you should have a very strong knowledge about these tools. Only then you can effectively work with DBT, right? Because analytics engineers are using DBT these days because they know if they will be stuck, data engineers are there to help us. Are you getting my point? So if you are an analytics engineer, then you can skip these tools. Right? Like in detail, obviously you should have like basic understanding, but if you're a data engineer, you have to know everything. So that is why this project will use DBT, the most popular middleware, you can say, not middleware, like a kind of connection, a bridge between the end serving layers and your development style. The best thing is DBT that doesn't have any kind of engine. Yes, this is just the T. This is just the T of your ELT or ETL, transformation. You cannot say I am processing my data using DBT. Not at all. Do not say that thing. You are just writing the dynamic code using DBT, but you are using the engine from the provider. So let's say I'm just working with Databricks in this project, obviously. So I will use Databricks engine, Databricks compute. DBT doesn't have their own, you can say, engine to process anything in Databricks. So in the connection that I will be creating with Databricks, I will just provide all of the information. Databricks host, Databricks compute, everything. So I will create a Databricks profile as well. Make sense? Like where I just want to host my data, what I want to do with the data, everything. So DBT is a kind of, you can say, lightweight middle layer where it doesn't have any kind of specific engine for your Databricks. No, it will use a Databricks engine. I hope it makes sense. And the best thing is DBT is open sourced, so it is free to use, and they have DBT Cloud as well if you want to manage it through them directly, but it is also available as open source. So now the next step is very, very important, where you will learn how to set up DBT locally, and you cannot miss any single step because it is very complex. Okay, yes. So let's see how you can just configure DBT locally. So now we need to install some more and more things in order to build the project further. So first thing first, we need to install Git. Why? Because whenever you're working on a data engineering project, right, you should know how to work with Git, because we do not work on a project solely. We have like team members as well. So you should know how to work with Git branches, how to merge the branches, all of these things. Then we would need one more thing, Python. You have already installed it, but let me just write it so that you would know the resources. We would need one code editor, which is VS Code in this case, which is already there, but still I can just write it for you. And once we have these things, we can just download DBT if we have these things. Okay, then DBT finally. So we need to install all of these things. The good thing is all are open source, so everything is good. So now what do you need to do? First of all, go to browser, any browser, let's say, and search download Git. Hit enter, and this is the official site. You can just download if you are on Windows. Git for Windows x64 setup in most of the cases. If your system is ARM based, then obviously you can just go for this. Mac OS, Linux. Simply download the Git and just say next and install. Nothing fancy. And you can just pick some options like if you want to have, you can say git bash install. It is also a good thing, but just install Git and that's it. Okay, and then you already have Python, but I would say, I mentioned already this before, download the older version of Python, maybe 3.11 or 3.12. Do not install 3.13 because it is not very much compatible with DBT. I can just show you. So DBT compatibility with Python. So if I just see the chart, so 3.13 is compatible only till 1.11, but 3.12 is compatible with almost all the versions. And for 3.11, it is compatible with all the versions. So yeah, you can just download 3.11 or 3.12. Cool. So now after all of this, you need to open your VS Code, and now you need to open a new folder. So not this folder, because we'll be just working with now DBT. We need to create everything from scratch in the empty folder so that you can just understand better instead of mixing up the things. So just open a new folder, and you can also say data project, DBT data project, setup for setup. So you can just do this. So let me just open an empty folder. So this is the folder that I have opened, and see, as you can see, it's totally empty. Very good. So now in this particular folder, just open the terminal, and first thing first, we need to create a virtual environment because we need to install so many things, right? So I'll simply say uv init, and if you do not have uv, simply say pip install uv, and just a command you can also run, let's say git -- version, just to check your git is successfully installed. You can say python -- version 3.11. I'm just using 3.11. It's fine. Cool. Okay, now let's say pip install uv. If it is already downloaded, good. If not, you can just install it or you can upgrade it. Perfect. So I have one. Yeah, it's fine. So simply say uv init and hit enter. So this time you will see the same structure that you saw before. And if you do not see .git folder, it is fine because it is not of your use case. You should not even touch this folder. It is a database in itself. But if you just are curious to see this thing, simply go to settings, command palette, simply say open settings, UI, and here scroll down. You will see one option called exclude file. So in your case, you will also see .git. You can just remove this thing from here, then you will see .git here. Cool. Simple. So this is done. Now we need to activate our environment. So let's say uv sync. So the uv sync is there. So now let's activate the environment. .when scripts activate. Cool. Clear. Perfect. So this virtual environment is activated, as I can see it here. Now I need to download the DBT. So in order to download DBT, I need to write uv add DBT core. So this is the core engine that we need to download from DBT. More recently, they also have DBT Fusion engine, which is very popular because it is new. It is Rust based engine, but DBT core is the standard that we were just following so far. So let's use the same engine. functionalities are same, but just like Rust based engine has some more speed, but it's fine. UV add DBT code, so it will simply download all of the packages inside my virtual environment for DBT. Cool. And I need to download one adapter as well. Remember, our DBT needs to be connected with a source, or basically with the connection. So in this case, because we are using Databricks, so I'll simply say UV add DBT hyphen Databricks. Hit enter. So this connector is also downloaded. It will take some time, but it will be downloaded. So now I have both the things. I have DBT, I have DBT Databricks connector as well. So now I am good to go with literally everything, right? Okay. So now once the packages are installed, then I can just initialize my project, which is the main thing. And for that, you need to keep your Databricks handy. What do I mean? So simply open the Databricks, because you would need to use that thing. Simply click on this home button. Perfect. So now what I need to do, I need to initialize this particular project. So I will simply say DBT init, and you will see that it will ask me for some questions like what is a project name, what is this, what is that. Let's answer those questions step by step, and you also need to answer them step by step. Do not skip anything. So let's wait, DBT, and now it is saying enter a name for your project. I will simply say Walmart project. Hit enter. So now it is saying which database you like to use. This is basically the source. This is basically the engine. So I have currently two options, Databricks and Spark. Why, Ansh Lamba, I do not have Fabric, Snowflake, BigQuery options available? Because you said it is compatible with all the things. Remember, I only downloaded DBT Databricks. So if you download more and more connectors, it will show you more options, right? So I'll simply say one, Databricks, enter a number, that's fine. Cool. So now what it will do, it will initialize this project, and as you can see, one folder created. Wait, it is not the end. It will ask more questions. So do not just cancel your process which is running in the terminal. Now host. Now it is asking me for the host, like what is the host? Now go back to your Databricks, go to your compute, and go to your SQL warehouse, because this DBT will use the SQL warehouse, or basically SQL Spark SQL engine. So we just need to go to connection details, and this is our host. Copy this and provide it to this particular thing, right? And hit enter. Now it will say HTTP path. So you can simply get the HTTP path, which is this one. Cool. Hit enter. Now token. Now DBT has your access to HTTP. Not like it has the information about HTTP and host. But how this DBT will access these resources? We need to provide some, you can say, permissions, right? So how we can just provide it? So simply go to your Databricks, go to your profile settings, go to developer, and go to access tokens, manage, and let's create a new token. Let's say DBT, and lifetime is 90 days, or let's say 10 days is enough. Okay. And API scope, let's provide the default one, and let's say let's use all, because I'll be using only SQL warehouse, so I can just pick that one, or let's pick for now all, just for now. Let's say create, because I'm just using this one, so I can just copy this. Okay. And because after that you will not have the chance to copy this token, so simply copy and paste it here. Desired access token option. Oh, first of all, you need to hit enter, hit 1, because we are just choosing access token. So hit 1, then provide the token, and you paste it. It will not be visible, but yeah, you just need to hit enter. Perfect. So now it is asking you want to use Unity catalog or not. We want, because we have created the catalog. Hit 1. Yeah, catalog name. So initial catalog, we already have one catalog. So I will simply say Walmart. This is the catalog name. Hit enter. Schema name. For now, we can just simply say default, because obviously we will be just using, or let's say DBT schema. Cool. Threads, let's say 1 is enough, and perfect. So now if you see, it has returned that I have created one profile which is written at this location. C drive users anshlamba.dbt, then profiles.yaml. So this is the profile for this project. Oh, really? Yes. Not for this project. This is basically the profile which is used as the authentication layer. Oh, so whatever command now you'll be running from this particular terminal, it will every time go to this location to see the profile. But the good thing is you should just copy this profile in your main folder, which is this project folder. Why? Because whenever you run any DBT command, it will first look for that particular profile inside your main folder. If it does not find that profile, then it will go to that location, which is this one. And whenever we are deploying our projects, we do not want this to go to this location. So that is why we always store the profile within the main folder, right? So I can just show you what we have inside this folder. We have literally everything. Wow. Analysis, macros, models, seeds, snapshot, tests, and one DBT project.yaml. Let me just collapse this terminal. So this is the project file, which is the default project file that we get with DBT. Okay. So at this same location, we can also copy the profile of our DBT. So let me just go to my location, C drive and users and your username. Then you will find the folder called .dbt. If it is hidden, you can just right click on the space and then simply say show hidden folders, DBT, and this is the profiles. So I can just literally copy and paste it here. So this is the profiles.yaml. Cool. Very good. So this is the profile, as you can see, and everything is looking fine. So this has some information that you can see, like, so whatever, this is basically the authentication layer. Okay. Now Ansh Lamba, what are these things? What are these things? So this is my profile because I use DBT for my other videos as well. So because I created DBT tutorial in the past, so I just use this profile. Then I just created one Snowflake project. Then I just use this one. Now we have one demo, then we have Walmart project. If this is your first profile, you will only see this thing. Okay, you can even remove this thing. I can remove it for you. So not a big deal at all. So this is the way it uses your all of the profiles. So that is why it is a kind of source of truth, right? So in your main C drive, you will see all of the connections. But in this project, you should not keep any other connection. You should only keep one connection that is related to your project, right? Cool. So this is our target dev. That means this is for dev environment. Whenever we are just promoting it to QA or prod, we can even add more and more targets, basically more and more things. We will just look at those things. Do not worry at all. So this is your profiles.yaml. Now I want to talk about a very important extension that you need to download. Very important if you want to work with DBT. What is that thing? So just go to extensions first of all and search DBT and hit enter. You will see DBT and power user for DBT. This is the official DBT, you can say, extension that we have. And this is the DBT extension that is provided by Ultimate. This is not the official one, but still this is the most used one. And I also prefer this one. And you can see that it has over almost 500k downloads. It has only 100k downloads. So this shows like this is even more popular. So you can just download this one. In my case, it is already installed. The moment you will hit install, you will see a very special option that you need to take care of. Let me just tell you what is that. The moment you hit install, it will ask for the configuration and you do not need to miss that. It will just show you 4 things. First of all, picking the Python interpreter. You can just pick the Python interpreter normally. Then it will show you configuration, files configuration. Okay, configure files, something like this. So you need to click on that thing and you need to, or basically configure file or associate files. It is not visible because it is already installed in my system. I'm just telling you because this is the most important thing. Otherwise you will see those red lines. Okay. So configure files. The moment you hit configure, you will see one box to add some variables, key value pairs. So you need to add 2 key value pairs. First of all, you need to add asterisk.sql. Okay. This is your item and the value will be Jinja SQL. Jinja -SQL. This is the first pair. Second is .yaml or basically asterisk.yaml. That means all the file with this extension. You need to say Jinja and then YAML. YAML. Then you can create one optional one as well. .yaml because some people prefer writing .yaml extension and assign same variable value Jinja YAML. So this will make sure like whatever files are stored with these extensions, these will be considered as these values and this extension will automatically render those things. Because in this YAML file, we create some variables, some things which are not the, you can say, standard or the ones that we use with the normal traditional YAML files, because this is a YAML file for DBT. So that is why this extension is there for you. I hope it makes sense. So you need to configure these variables asterisk.yaml, asterisk.sql, asterisk.yaml, and the value is Jinja-SQL, Jinja-YAML, and then Jinja-YAML. Makes sense? Then there'll be like 2 more, you can say, things that you can just configure, but it is not very important, but these two are very important. I hope it makes sense, because the moment you configure these things, then only you will be able to see all of these things that are there in the DBT. I hope it makes sense. I hope, because otherwise you can see some errors. Okay, the moment you perform this thing, then you can just click cancel and you will see one option like this, Jinja YAML. The moment you open the YAML file, you will see this thing, Jinja YAML. Makes sense? So this is called auto detect. You can also click on configure file associations for YAML. If it is not available at that time, you can click on this as well. So then you can just search and you will find something called as, let's say, Jinja SQL or Jinja YAML. So this is Jinja SQL, and then there'll be Jinja YAML. Yeah, see, YAML, Jinja YAML as well. So this is the current association for this file. I hope it makes sense, right? So you can just configure that way as well. Configure file associations, and I think you can even search it from here, command palette, configure file associations, if it is available. No, so you can just click here in the ID. So this is the best way to just do it. Click here, configure, simple. Okay, if you just missed that way during the extension setup, this is very important. Otherwise you will see red lines in DBT project and all those things, because this will not be able to render your YAML in the way that DBT wants. Make sense? So this is all about your setup, and I know this is very important. So now let's actually see how we can just create the sources in our DBT. Okay, so I was just talking about these red lines. You might see these lines. Okay, so not worry at all. When you just install DBT, you can either find DBT core is not installed or DBT core here at the bottom, or you can even find the DBT icon here, DBT power user. You can just click on it. It will take some time, like just to scan all of the things. Once everything is fine, then it will just show these lines, red. What is the reason? It is saying DBT core is not installed. Do you know why? Because it is simply checking everything from the main terminal. Okay, everything from the main terminal. If I just click here, and if I just say, let's say, should we just check because I just want to show you the simplest way just to do this thing. So let me show you one thing. So simply click on this particular button. Okay, and you will see this thing that it is not working, blah blah, red thing. Okay, click here and just go to, let's say, just click on this, DBT core is not installed. Then click on set up the extension. You will see this page where we can just perform the setup again. Not again, we have to just tell that project that we have everything available. Setup prerequisite, so it will simply say some prerequisites are not met. Makes sense, no worries. DBT integration type, DBT core, local DBT installation via Python. That is done. DBT project, folder must be open in VS Code, done. Python interpreter, Python found, but DBT is not installed in this interpreter. What? We just installed it, bro. But you know what? We did not install DBT in the global Python environment. We installed DBT in the virtual environment. So we need to pick the interpreter. Click on select interpreter, and then you will see like all of the interpreters. So you just need to pick the virtual environment here, this one. Okay, then you will see that Python interpreter is done. DBT installation already done, because it now detected it. Okay, so DBT is there, but I was dumb. I was just checking in the global environment. Makes sense? Then file associations. We already have configured the file, but we can also click here, configure for one more time, and done, because it will just pick the ones that we just did in the past. Simply say validate setup, and simply say validate setup. Perfect. So installing DBT dependencies, if any dependencies are required or anything. Simple. Okay. So now Databricks SDK, Databricks SQL connector version, and blah 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 blah. Registered adapter. Okay, makes sense. So now it is validating everything for us. Simple. And project setup completed successfully, and that is, we do not need to set up ultimate AI. It's fine. Okay, done. So now if we just go to this file will work nicely, and there's nothing to worry at all. Even if you would not have clicked on that setup button, still it would work, because the moment we pick the right interpreter, this will pick the DBT core automatically. See, now this is good. And now if you just click on this thing, this will work fine. There are no red marks at all. I have just shown you because this is the very important thing. So now first thing first, we need to create DBT models. Now open the project folder, and here you will see so many folders automatically created for your project. This is basically the project structure that DBT likes. This is not hard and set rule. You can obviously change so many things, but it is not recommended, because if you will open the dbt project.yaml, you will see a lot of things. So it is simply saying model path is this one, models folder. So if you can see models folder here, so it is simply saying whatever models this dbt project will use, this is located at this folder. Oh, so this is basically the path. Yes, but you can even change it. You can simply say my models, or let's say your models, and you can just change the name as well, but it is not recommended. So you should just not use those techniques. So yeah, these are some industry standards, right? Similarly, analysis, test paths, seed paths, macro paths, snapshot paths. So these are the locations which are created for you. Simple, very good. Now, first thing first, we need to register the sources that we have for the Databricks, right? So now the thing is, we have data. Let me just show you the architecture. So we have data in the Databricks currently. This is the bronze layer which is created. Now we need to load this data into the Databricks silver layer with transformations, obviously, and we will be using DBT for that, right? So now we can read data directly from the DBT. Yes, and let me just show you that as well. But instead of directly reading the data, we always create the sources inside the models. So let's do that, and let's learn actually by doing it. So I am in my DBT folder. So let me just expand this folder, models, and I have some examples which I do not want. So I can literally delete this particular folder itself, example folder. So now this models folder is empty. Cool. So now I will simply create one folder called source. Okay. And within this, I will create one SQL file first of all, just to show you how you can just read the data. I will say test.sql. And here now I can just write any query. For example, select asterisk from Walmart dot, let's say, raw dot customers, or I think bronze, not raw. Cool. Now let's say I just want to run this query. There are multiple ways, first of all, and you can even click on this particular you can say hammer icon. This shows a lot of things, or you can just open the terminal and you will see some actions here as well. How and why should you just use that thing? So first of all, just click here before just running anything. So let's wait, and now it is just opening one window called query results. Okay, here, and I can just reduce the size. And here you will see this query is running. Now this area is actually your DBT window. In your case, you can also find this window here. Okay, but I have just have hidden it, so it is fine. But I can also just add it here as well, so it's fine in the query results. Okay, and this is the history, bookmarks, and welcome. And I can just run it for one more time. Yeah, perfect. So this will run all of the queries that I want to execute in DBT inside my VS Code with the help of extension that we have downloaded. Simple. Now you can even change the theme if you want to. Let's say if you just click here, you can say pro dark or pro light. Let's like this. This is better. So this is the data that I can just see, right? Let's pick maybe monoga. Yeah, this is better. So you can just see the data like this within your terminal, but this data is actually being executed on the Databricks side. Yes, this DBT, understand this thing. So now what is happening right now? DBT is actually taking the request from your, let's say, any SQL file, whatever you want to run, and this will send this thing to the Databricks. Okay, simple. And everything will run on the Databricks side. Oh, all of the compute, all of the resources will be used by Databricks. So this is the lineage of it. And because I can just see the data, I can literally perform anything. So what did I do? I literally performed the raw SQL that I would perform on any engine. But here, I am not worrying about how Databricks will execute it. DBT is taking care of that thing. I just need to tell the SQL that I want to run. Wow. Here, I can even check the lineage. What type of lineage? Let's say I want to see like what is the lineage for this particular model. Right? So here we have model test currently, and I think this would be coming from any model called test. Do we have anything, or it is just taking the data from the past? Seeds, snapshots. No, I think we do not have anything, so that is fine. So this is the lineage, current lineage, but I do not want this thing. Why? Because this lineage is actually not true, because I am reading my data directly from the Databricks, and I do not have any kind of lineage for that Databricks object. So in order to enable lineage, for example, let's say I want to read data from Databricks, right? In this DBT, I should read this data like this. Let's say DBT is as my source, and I should see all of the tables inside my DBT. Let's say all of the tables, all of the delta tables, 1, 2, whatever we have, like I think we have 6. So all of the tables should be here. These should be my source, but I do not have any kind of lineage for it. Okay. If I just query the data from here directly, I do not have any kind of lineage, like what is the source, how I'm just querying this data, nothing, literally nothing. So that is why we create these sources in our DBT, right? So how we can just do it? Nothing to worry, and you do not need to remember it at all. We always refer to the official documentation. So you can literally go to, let's say, DBT and search sources, simple, and scroll down. And here is the official documentation. You can also refer to it. And here we have landed on this particular page. So here DBT has shown that if you want to add sources, the best way to add sources is save a file within the models folder with any name and just write the code with this particular structure. This structure is called YAML. YAML means YAML is basically, you can say, a very good alternative of JSON, where you just define what you want and that's it. Let's copy this thing, and here you can just paste it in the file. So here let me just create a file. It's called sources.yaml. Make sure you would either save the file with .yaml or YAML. Paste the code here. Now we need to configure it. Now I want to create only one source because I'm good with one source, and I will just name it as, let's say, Walmart Databricks. Okay, Walmart Databricks. Database is bronze. Is this bronze? Not at all, because here we need to type the catalog, which is Walmart. Schema is bronze. Cool. Now I just need to put all of the table names. So let's say the name is products. Then I have name as order items. Then I have name here as, let me just check my Databricks. So here you just need to, let me just close all of the unnecessary tabs. Perfect. Let me just open Databricks. Oops. Let me just open that. Okay, so here is our Databricks. And now let's see what tables do we have. One thing to note here is you need to make sure the indentation is correct in YAML. It is not JSON where you can literally perform any indentation that you want, because here we do not have curly braces to take care of those things. Here you have to take care of indentation on your own. Make sense? So let's open the bronze. So here we have stores and employees. Cool. Stores. And here we have employees. Okay, sorted. So here are the sources that I just want to create. Indentation, make sure that there's a space between hyphen and name, and then the database is actually indented very well. So this particular YAML structure is equivalent to your JSON like this. Let's say you have the JSON and you want to store, let's say, sources, right? And here you will simply say sources and it will be having obviously a list. So this hyphen means list, like what sources, how many sources you want. I just want one, right? And within that I want this thing. So this is the equivalent JSON of the YAML with this thing. So we have sources, we have sources, we have a list, we have a list. So this is the first item of the list. Very good. So let's say name. Can you see name here? Very good. What do we have inside that name? We have let's say a kind of Walmart database. Okay, save it, save it, save it, save it, save it. Perfect. Then in the tables again we have a list, and then each item, because we have a hyphen. So hyphen means key value pair. Oh, so sources is the parent key. Within that we have a list, and within that list we have key value pair in the form of list item, right? Like this. So that is why you are just seeing only and only one item within this list. This is very, very, very helpful whenever you are dealing with DBT for the first time, because 99.99% of the people are familiar with JSON. They might not be familiar with YAML. So instead of directly showing you, hey, I'm just building this YAML file, you should know why I am building this thing. YAML is the modern way of just writing the same thing that we write with JSON. Cool. And most of the frameworks like CI/CD frameworks, GitHub Actions, Azure pipelines, all of these things are moving towards your YAML type structure. Simple. So this is nothing magical. You should not feel like, hey, what you are exactly writing. We are simply using the notations that we should use and which are equivalent to JSON. Simple. So this is your first item, and there's a curly braces, and within that, those curly braces, you have name, database, and blah, blah, blah. I hope it is clear. Very good. So now, because we have created the source, now what exactly we need to do? We can just query this data directly. So inside this models folder, we have source folder, and inside that we have sources.yaml, right? And I can simply delete this test.sql because I do not want that, or we can just keep it, not a big deal. Let's keep it, it's not a big deal. So now what will happen? Now, if I just open DBT project, now because I have said that models path is this one. So whatever YAML file I create inside the models folder, okay? Inside the models folder, all those YAML files will be combined together to create DBT objects. So here I have created sources.yaml. So this YAML file will be combined with this particular YAML file, and it will execute that code. Oh, okay. So I can either define these things in the project level, at the project level, or I can just do it at this level as well. Okay. Make sense? Okay, cool. So this is all about sources. Let's see if we are able to query the data using sources. So if you just want to query the data using sources, you just need to say select asterisk from double curly braces, because double curly braces acts as a kind of dynamic value. And here I just want to use sources, which is Walmart Databricks source name. And within that source, I want to query this table. Cool. Let's try to run this and let's see. If I just go here in the query results, and if I just, let's say, run, let's see what do we get. So this will just now this time try to query this data, and you can also go to lineage. Let's refresh. So here you will see the lineage, very cool lineage. Why? Because we have test model, see test.sql. So whatever file we create with any name, that will be considered as a model in itself. So if I have test.sql, any .sql file will be a model in itself. So that is why I am seeing test, but this was already there. This time I have this lineage as well, that this data is coming from the orders, and this is a source. So this is the way that we just use to create basically the lineage between the sources. Make sense? Very good. So you can either create the sources.yaml file directly in the models folder, but it is not a good choice because you should create a dedicated source folder within that. But both the ways are allowed. Now I want to create one more folder, which is called, let's say, silver. Cool. Because in the silver, I will create the silver model. Okay. So test.sql is good. It is just for the querying, and we are good with that. We can also delete it, because whatever we need to do, let's say any rough work, we always do it in analysis. Okay. So if you just want to test anything, you can simply say scratchpad, scratch, let's say .sql. So this is just for your testing and scratching. Okay. So if we just go to query results, so this is the data. Wow, same data, but we are now querying it with the help of sources, right? So all of these sources are created. That means we are good to go to do anything with the DBT objects, right? So now we need to create the one big table, and before creating the one big table, we need to make sure that our bronze data is in the form that we want. Even if the data is clean, we still just add some columns. Let's say processed at timestamp, and there are many other columns that we add, and we just remove some records which are not required. So now in this stage, we are going to create the silver technical layer. There are basically two layers of silver technical and silver business. This is a like standard in the industry as well. So we create silver technical for the, you can say, enriched version of our bronze tables, and we create silver business for the business logics. It can have one big table, it can have entities as well, it can have, let's say, specific business views as well. It varies, right? And obviously we need to perform quality checks as well. So let's do a lot of things together. So here we are in our DBT project. So first thing first is I will create one folder silver, or let's create silver technical. Let's say silver technical, or let's say silver T. So we'll create two folders, silver T and silver B. Okay, silver technical, silver business. Cool. So here within this, we obviously need to create the models in the SQL file, in the SQL format, right? So let's create that first. So let's say I want to create one model with the name as, let's say, orders T. Yeah, orders T dot SQL. Cool. So this is my model, orders technical. So we will just use T as our post suffix for all the things. So first of all, if I just query this data, select asterisk from, let's use some indentation. So here, if I just want to now refer to the source, I will not simply write, hey, my source will be, let's say, catalog dot this. No, we'll simply say source, or you can say from this thing, and then source, not silver orders, Walmart, Databricks, yes, and then orders. This is my data. Perfect. And we already know, if we just run this, we will see our data. Here I will add one configuration to this particular silver table, which is called incremental data loading. Because I do not want to load all the data or basically process all the data every time, I just want to perform incremental data loading on my silver technical layer. So there is a special configuration, and whenever you just need to add configuration in your file, in your model, there are multiple ways. Let me just tell you all. First of all, inline. So here you simply add configuration like this, like double, and here you can literally write anything. Usually we write configs here. So I'll simply say config materialized equals to table, that I want to create a table, and I want to write, let's say, incremental equals to true. Simple. These two things. Now, because I have, or you can say I can also say the materialization as incremental. So it will just take care of that as well. Because when you say incremental, it will just take care of table as well. So you can directly say incremental. Now what happened here? I have said that, hey, create my model, which is called orders underscore T, but you need to make sure that this model is incremental in nature. That means that this can actually incrementally load the data. But do you know what? This will not magically incrementally load your data. This is just a flag which simply says this model is incremental, which we use in the form of Jinja. Now, what is a Jinja? Jinja is basically a templating language that we use. If you are seeing this thing, this is also the part of Jinja. Okay. Whenever we write double curly braces, this is Jinja. What is Jinja, Ansh Lamba? Let me show you. So Jinja is basically the templating language that we use with HTML, or you can say those web page languages. So if I just open this one, so this is your Jinja. DBT uses Jinja as the backbone. Yes. So let's say if you just want to run a loop within your text, within your SQL, we will run loops. Don't worry, we'll run if conditions. So let's say expression statement. Perfect. So if you just want to use those things, you define things like in the form of text, and then you can just perform, see, like this. So this is basically what? This is your dynamic expressions that you write in the text. So this is your text, which is div class equals to sidebar, and this is the dynamic content that you put. Oh, so that is why whenever I'm just referring to these curly braces, two curly braces, this is also the part of Jinja, right? We will create our own variables, everything. Do not worry at all. So similarly, we have just defined the materialization as incremental. Okay. Now, one thing is this one. You can also define, you can say materialization or anything within the project file as well. If you just open the project file here, you will see one thing called materialized here as well. Ansh Lamba, what is this thing? This is, you can say, project level configuration. You can configure your models anywhere, either in the project or in the inline or in the models directly as well. Materialized means how you want to create your objects. Do you want to create a view or you want to create a table? If you want to create a table, simply say materialized as table. And now because we do not have any example folder, I can literally say, in our case, it is silver T. Perfect. Perfect. So this will create a table for me. If it is view, then it will create a view. So this is like project level configuration. This is a very good practice when you just want to impose configurations at all of the models once. But sometimes when we develop these special types of models, we prefer writing the configurations at the file level. Oh, there is one more level that we can just define these configurations within the folder itself. So I can also create one file, let's say properties.yaml, and I can just define some properties here as well. So there are 3 locations. You can pick any, all are good, right? So it is my responsibility to tell you, because if you just see anything called properties.yaml file in the folders, it is nothing but just a way to configure your models. Intent is same. Goal is same. We just want to define the configuration, but locations are different, right? And if you're just working more with DBT, you will feel like this is actually very powerful. So that's good. So we have just created one configuration, which is incremental. That means we can just incrementally load the data. I will perform one more thing, which is called unique key. What is this unique key? I want to perform upsert on my silver technical. So that means if I have any new data, it will incrementally load the data. That is fine. But if it has any kind of existing data with the same order ID, it will literally update the records, right? Cool. So here we have all the things, select asterisk from blah, 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 blah. Do you have anything that we can just perform here in the form of, you can say, transformations or anything? So let's see, actions, query results. Yes, we do have. We do not want any record which is not active. So I can literally filter it out. So I will simply say where order ID is not null, fine. So I can simply say is active equals to y. Simple, because I do not want inactive records. So I can just simply filter it out. Cool, that is done. I want one more transformation in this case. I want to add one special column, which is your processed at. So I'll simply say current timestamp as processed at, when this data was processed. This is a very good date stamp, like timestamp, that we should add in our data. So this is a transformation I want to perform, and I can literally test it. I can just remove that incremental flag. Then let's run it. Let's see if we get the results. If everything is fine, then we are good to just create the silver technical for orders. Let's wait and let's see what do we get. Perfect. So I have got this thing. I have got processed at column as well. And I hope all of the records are active because we have filtered out all of the things. Cool. That is good. Now what I want to do, I want to, let's say, lineage query results. Yeah. So now what I want to do, first of all, I will just paste the configuration. Perfect. Now I will use this configuration using Jinja. So I'll simply say if, first of all, curly braces %. This is the Jinja syntax. If this is your native if condition that you use in your programming, like if conditions in Python, if condition in C++, whatever, you will simply say if is incremental. That means if this model is incremental. Now you will say, Ansh Lamba, what is this is incremental? We didn't create this function. Yes, this function is not created by you. This function is created by DBT. So whenever you write this particular configuration, that means this model is incremental. That means when you have this configuration, this function will return true. Otherwise, this will return false. That is the only use of this configuration. That is it. Because now, what do I want? I want to run this query, but now I want to run some other pieces of code as well. What is that piece? Because now I want to filter out the new records, right? So see, this is my query, which returns all of the records. Like all means like all of the timestamp records. Now I want to add a statement, let's say, and timestamp, or let's say updated at, is greater than equals to maximum date, which is of this table. But do I need to perform this statement every time? No. I only need to perform this thing if the model is incremental in nature. Wow. And we use this if condition only then. So I will use this particular code right now. So now what will happen? This piece of code will only run if this model is configured as incremental, otherwise this will be ignored. Oh, this will be ignored totally. Okay, are you getting my point? So this is the use of Jinja. This is your Jinja. That means you can add control flow. You can just add if conditions. You can add for loops within your normal text, within your normal SQL. Wow. You can even just check the SQL, like you can say compiled version of it, even before running. If I just, let's say, run this particular statement, now what you will get, let's see what we will get. We will simply get data which is greater than the maximum date of this thing. Process it. Simple. So here we have all of the data greater than processed at. By the way, it should not be processed at, it should be updated at. But that is fine. Updated timestamp. Yeah, updated timestamp. But that is fine. So now, updated timestamp. So we are saying max of updated timestamp. That means we just want that data which is greater than the max of updated timestamp. That means when we just first loaded this data, when we just loaded this data, there will be some maximum updated timestamp. Let's say it is 2026 0430. Let's say, or let's say 27th of June. Let's say. Then I want to load the data greater than the max of what it is already there. So let's say you load this data first time and you have the max data as 2026 and then 06, then 27. So you have this data, right, in your target. Now it will simply say load the data which is greater than this date. And this means this table. This is another built-in function that we have in DBT. Oh, so it will only load the data which is greater than this. But when it will just read this data for the first time, do we have this? Do we have this table in the Databricks for the first time? Not at all. So we simply use the coalesce statement. Coalesce, and we simply say if nothing is there, simply use 19000101 because 1900 means like very small date. You can even use 1000 So first time it will bring all of the data, and then second time it will only bring the updated data, and that's it. This way you perform the incremental data ingestion with upserts in DBT. I hope it makes sense. So now let's try to run this model. And before running this model, you can even see the compiled version of the SQL. So if you just go to SQL, you will see this query. So currently, if you will run this, you will see obviously all the data because the compiled SQL is this one. Select asterisks from this, because these things will not be compiled during run when we are just simply running it, right? Because it will simply show you the SQL that you just want to run. But let's say I want to build a table now, right? So how we can just do the things? There are multiple options. You can even click here. There are like build DBT project. These are like built-in commands, but this is not the you can say optimal way to do it. So how you should just perform anything? So first of all, you need to go inside this folder, which is Walmart project. Simply say cd and Walmart project. Now you are inside this folder. If you will run anything outside this project, this will throw errors. So make sure you are inside this project every time, right? So now if I say DBT debug, which is a very good command if you just want to make sure everything is fine, like literally everything is fine, simply say DBT debug and let's see what do we get. It will check the Python versions. If anything is broken, it will simply check it. So now it is saying all checks passed. Wow. So that means everything is fine. Okay. So now let's run the command to run the models. And in order to run the models, you will simply say DBT run, hit enter. Now it will run these models to create the objects in my Databricks. Concurrency 1 threads, perfect. And now it is just doing all of the stuff in my Databricks automatically without my intervention. I do not need to write any Databricks code. I do not need to do anything. So completed. Wow. Let's check it. Let's confirm it. So I'll literally go to my Databricks, which is here. If I just refresh, I should see this table created. Let's confirm. So it is inside DBT schema because we just selected DBT schema as our schema name. If you would remember in our DBT project, or you can say DBT project or profiles, I would say. Where is profile? So profile is here. So see, schema is DBT schema. So it takes that schema, but we should just change the schema name for every layer. So we will just change it. Don't worry. That is not a big deal. So this is the table. And if I just open this, I have orders T. Wow. If I just go to sample data, I can just see the sample data. Wow. And I have literally everything, processed at and literally everything. This is amazing, right? And I can even check the number of records. So if I just go to recents, just to open the notebook, this was the notebook. Let's check the number of records. So I will this time say walmart.dbt schema.ordersT. Let's see how many records do we have. So we should have, I think, I didn't remember the number of records, but yeah, we just need to check if it will remain same or not, right? So here are the number of records. Let's wait. So I can see that number of records are 9450 for my orders, right? Because we filter out some records which were not active. So we simply removed it. Cool. Now what I want to do, I want to, let's say, again run the same DBT model. DBT run. What should I see? Same number of records. Do you know why? Because this time we do not have new data, and this will incrementally load the data which is greater than the updated timestamp, and we do not have anything after the updated timestamp. By the way, it failed. Let's see. Let's see what is written. Database error in models orders T. Okay. Processed at cannot be resolved. Did you mean of the following? Okay. Order ID, store ID. Very good. So where is the processed at column? Okay. Select asterisk. Processed at. Where we are using processed at. So it is saying, okay, function or parameter name processed at. So we created this processed at. Okay, cool. And cannot be resolved. Order ID. This is complete compile code. Let's see the compiled code here. So if you just click on these three dots, you will see the compile DBT preview. And let's see what do we have. So we have from, okay, this is good. This is good. From DBT orders T. Looks good. So it is complaining about the processed add column, and it is saying it is not available. Let me just check the Databricks. If I say select asterisks, because we checked, I think we have that column. I don't know why it is complaining. Let's see. Let's debug. Let's troubleshoot the issue. So let's see. Because I think so. Let's see. Yeah, we have processed at. Okay. And it is complaining about completed with 1 hour, 0 partial success, 0 warnings, failure in model orders T. Okay. Database error in model orders T. Cannot be resolved. Let me just try to troubleshoot it. Just give me a second. And I think I do not even need 1 second because it is so obvious, because we do not have processed add. We just need to check updated timestamp, bro. Silly mistake, but that is fine. Not a big deal. So if I say DBT run, now it is running again. So now let's see. What do we get? Target equals to dev. That is fine. And this should work fine. You can even increase the concurrency if you want to multiple threads, but that is fine. So completed, successful, and everything is fine. Let's double check our results. So we should see 9450 now as well, if everything is fine, right? So let's run. Perfect. So that means it is only reading the new data. So even if you just, let's say, run the command again, this will not load any data, because now you know the reason, because now there is no new data after this updated timestamp. But if there will be, it will automatically fetch that data and it will apply upsert to our main table, which is orders T. Cool. Sorted. Now we need to learn about the macros in DBT, or I would say not macros, but built-in macros. So whenever we work with DBT, we have a built-in macro which is specially created to dynamically pass or basically create the schema name. Let me just tell you what I'm talking about, because you will say, bro, what is this thing? So basically, whenever you want to create a schema, so I will say DBT schema macro. DBT schema macro. And by the way, they have created very good documentation. It is very rare for some open source projects, but DBT has done a very good job with examples, so hats off. So here it is saying that if you want to create custom schemas, because every time whatever schema you have provided in the profiles, it will take that schema. But now you are saying that you want a customized schema for different models, because I want a different schema for my silver layer, I want a different schema for my gold layer. So how we can just define that? Let me show you. So there is a special macro created by you can say your DBT. Very simple straightforward thing is we can just configure the schema in our file, but this doesn't work completely. Why? Because even if you will override the schema here, let's say you just pick silver T schema here, it will still add the prefix. It will simply say DBT schema and marketing, DBT schema and silver T. So we also need to get rid of that particular prefix as well, right? And yes, we can just change this thing from here, or we can just create the you can say properties.yaml file here in this particular thing. So this is talking about that thing. See, models, okay, then my project, and then this is like project level configuration. Now you know, because I just told you that we can just define the same configuration at multiple locations. Inline, project.yaml or properties.yaml. Now you know the things. Now you are good. Now you are pro. So now this is the macro, right? So here DBT uses a default macro called generate schema name to determine the name of the schema that a model should be built in, right? If you want to just get rid of the prefix, then what you should do, changing the way DBT generates schema name. So then you can just create, you can say your macro in the macros folder, and you can simply copy this thing. And then let me just show you what you can do. Simply go to macros and let's say schema, or let's say custom schema dot YAML. YAML or SQL? Let's see. YAML, because I think earlier they were just using SQL, but I think now they have just, let me just check, use Jinja's white space. It's fine. Okay, I think DBT user default macro called this. Okay, makes sense. Default schema. Yeah, it's good. So we can directly use the schema, and that is fine. Makes sense. So now let's do it. So what we can do, we can simply say paste it, and that's it. So this is our macro. So every time this will just generate this thing. Now we need to get rid of default schema, right? So we can just remove this thing like this. Oh, so now whatever custom schema name I will define in my model, it will take that thing. So let's say I want to say schema equals to whatever name I just want to provide, but I will not provide schema name here because I need to keep the same schema name for all the models, right? Silver T. So why I need to just keep on defining the same thing in all of the things? So what I can do, I can literally pick the other option, which is this one. So I can define the schema in my projects.yaml file, which is a better way. Okay. So I can literally copy this thing. Oops. Or let's go to our projects.yaml, which is dbt project.yaml. So here I will simply go to models, and here I can just paste the code, and here we have models. So I do not want anything. So I can literally say marketing and then plus schema. So I can say plus schema silver T, right? Perfect. I can remove this thing. So now whatever materialization it will perform, which is table, it will go under silver T schema. This way we can just perform this thing. Let's test it. If I say dbt run, let's say what will happen this time. This time it should create a schema called silver T, and it should create the tables within that, right? Let's see. So it has just found one model, which is good. One analysis, one this thing. It's done pretty much quick, and let's confirm it. So if I just go to my catalog, if I go to, let's say, refresh this thing, we should see that schema, which is silver tea. Yes, I can see that. See, silver tea. This time I have successfully created the silver tea and we have the table as well. This way you create the dynamic schemas, which is very, very important for your DBT projects, right? Because we do not want to use DBT schema. We just use DBT schema like this when we are in the development phase, because every person, every developer would just write some tables. And in that scenario, you do not want overlap. That is why we just create schemas like this. I can just write Ansh schema, like you can write your name underscore schema. So this is good for testing. But once you are good with the deployment, then you can obviously change the name with the real names like silver, gold, whatever. So our orders table is done, right? Now let's quickly create another table or another model. Basically, let me just copy and paste it. And I will just name it as products. Let's say products and then T. So here the unique ID will become my product ID. Cool. And here it will be products table and everything else will be same, I think, because we have the similar thing, but still we can just run it just to see if we have more transformations, but I don't think so we have. Let's see. So here I will simply go to query results and here I can just pick run button and I can check the preview. Perfect. So let's wait. Let's see if we have any special transformation that we want to perform, because the real joins, complex joins, dynamic joins will take place in the silver business, because that is a business layer. So here I can see that we have, I think all are good things. Yeah, that is fine. But I want to do one thing, especially for products, because in the products, or not in just products, for almost everything, I should not see any kind of, you can say, null. No nulls should be required in the product ID. That is my condition. Or there's a special test that you might see if you are working in the product-based company. Sometimes due to some errors, you can just add a negative sign before your price columns, and that can literally change the dynamics of your balance sheet, of your organization's balance sheet. You need to make sure that no record has a negative sign. It should be greater than or equals to 0. You cannot have negative price. So how we can just add those tests in DBT? Let's see. So this thing is called generic tests in DBT, because you should add tests on your source every time. You cannot allow records before performing any kind of tests, because it can literally create a mess. So how we can just create the tests? Again, go to your favorite browser and search DBT generic test, because we have different types of tests. So simply say generic tests. Write custom generic test and scroll down. So this is the thing. What is this thing? So whatever test we want to perform, we have a special folder called tests, right? And within that, we can just perform some testing if we want to. Oh, okay. And this is nothing but just, you can say, simple query, SQL query that you would just write. Make sense? Okay. But I personally prefer using YAML instead of just using SQL. So how we can just perform this thing? So let's say you want to add test. So what you will do, you will simply write your model, which is your properties. And in this, we will just use properties.yaml, because in our, you can say, models, in our layers, we perform specific tests for specific models. So here comes the role of properties file. So here we will be just creating properties file. And here you can simply say on what column you just want to perform test. So it will be like favorite number, whatever. Data tests. Okay, you want to perform data test is even. So these are the custom tests that you have just written here. Like test is even. So these are the custom logics that your organization would have if you want to perform some test cases. But I do not want to perform customized ones, because I just want to use the native ones like not null, greater than, because those can fulfill our 90% of the requirements. For 10%, yes, we can just write the customized code as well. And now you know how to write it. So that is not a big deal. But how to write generic tests? For generic tests, you can literally write like this. Let's say field ID, relationship, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let me just find that very good example. I think they have one. Let me just find it. So I didn't find any. Okay. So I was like, let's write our own test. Okay. So let's create the properties.yaml and let's see what will happen. So first of all, you need to define models here, because this is the properties for models. Let me just increase the size. Make sense? So this is the models. In the models, you need to make sure that whatever you pick under name should match the exact name of the files. Oh, really? Yes, exact name. So I'll simply say name, and then I just want to say, let's say products T. This is the name of my model, right? Now I will say on which columns I need to perform the tests. So I will simply say columns, right? Now I want to perform multiple tests, obviously. First of all, I will say product ID. Simple, product ID. Now, this is just one column because this is a list. See that hyphen? This is a list. So this is like just one column. Then I can write, let's say, not tests. I think it is data tests. Okay, data tests. Now I can just use the built-in things, let's say unique, not null, all of the things. So I will simply say, let's say I want to say not null and unique. Make sense? Because I do not want any nulls. And every primary key should be unique. Very good. So that is a very good test. Second thing I just want to do is name, and this time I want to write on price. What was the column name? Let me just confirm. Price. Yeah, price. So price. Okay. And data tests. And now I want to simply say that this should be greater than 0. Now how you can just write greater than 0 here? Let me just tell you. It's very easy. They have just like built-in function. It's called greater than 0. Oh, so these are the tests that I have created for the products. Now I want to write similar test for, let's say, another table or another model, I would say, which is your orders. Okay. Orders T and order ID. And I just want to perform the test on this thing. Your, just column product ID. That's it. Let me just indent it. Indentation is very important. So just make sure that both are at the same level, right? So these are the test cases that I have just performed. So now how I can just perform the test cases? It's very simple. Simply open the terminal, and instead of running DBT run, you should first always try to make sure that your tests are fine. And why I can see the red mark here, project.yaml. So it is just showing red marks. It's fine. It's fine. It's again like due to that particular thing, but you can simply ignore it because our Jinja YAML is fine. You can just configure associations for, you can just pick Jinja YAML again from here. Let's say Jinja YAML. Perfect. Yeah, you can just ignore it. Sometimes it just throws that red thing. It's fine. It's due to because your system's YAML configuration is different and this DBT YAML is different, but that is fine. So let's try to run the things. I will simply say DBT test, and this time you need to be inside the Walmart project. Remember this thing. Hit enter. And running with DBT 1.1. So now it is saying raw error. Okay. Properties.yaml has one error. So let's see if it is like indentation or something else. Let me just check. Profiles or properties. Okay. Let me just check the overall indentation. So this happens when you are using the small screen. Okay. So I found the indentation error. So I was just using indentation at this level. So I need to maintain that. Perfect. And this is fine. And this is fine. Yeah. Let's perform one more time. DBT test. Let's see, what do we get? Invalid test configuration models. Okay. Class end, path, model name, parsing error, encountered error. Configuration, I think models. Spelling is correct. Okay. Let me just check. So I have fixed the issue. So instead of just using the built-in one, you can just use the config block and then where, and then you can just write your custom expression that you just want to add. Okay, simple. So just make sure the indentation is right. Config will be indented under unique and where will be indented under config. Simple. Cool. So let's now try to simply run DBT test and let's see what do we get. DBT test, and so now it will perform the tests, not run. So error. Okay. Okay. So we got 2 passed and 2 error. See, pass equals to 2, error equals to 2. Why do we see error? Because there were total 4 tests. 2 failed, 1 for product ID, second one for your not null, that was for your price. So both the tests were failed for your product table because product table is not available there. So you can literally run So this is your table. Okay, makes sense. If you say dbt run, let's see what you get. So this will perform found 2 models, 1 analysis, 4 tests, and let's see what do we get. So here you will just see all of the information that you should see while running your models. Okay, so 1 is done, orders T is done. Now the product is also done. If I just go to my Databricks, I should see it created along with the orders table. Okay, yes, I can see products T. Now if I just run the test again, because now I just ran dbt run, but that is fine. It will not do anything because both are incremental models, so things are good, nothing to worry. So now if I say dbt test, let's say for one more time, let's wait. Perfect. So now let's run the dbt test. Now it should be able to tell you whether the test will pass or not, because it makes sense when you do not have the table. Obviously it will show the error. Now all the tests are passed. Perfect. So obviously you should have like table created, and then it can just have the schema, otherwise it will just fail. So now it can just perform the tests like this. You can even set the severity of your tests as well. Yes, let's say you do not want to perform failure, you just want to perform a warning that hey, this test was passed, this test was failed, whatever you want to do. Okay, so let me show you how to set the severity in test cases. So dbt test severity, how to not check, we just want to perform it severity. Okay, so see, so let's say I just want to perform severity. So currently this is error. Okay, error means it will throw the error, it will not perform anything. If you just want to say warning, you can even say severity equals to warn. Then it will not throw error, it will simply warn you that hey, you might have some data which is not correct. You can even say severity error, but error if it is like greater than 1000, or warn if it is greater than 10. So you have like a customized way of sending a warning or error. Let's say in your table you have 1 to 2 or 3 non-negative numbers, that is fine, you should just see the warning. But if you have, let's say, more than 1000 records which are negative, you should simply say error, because it can literally you can say disrupt the entire report, right? So you can just perform some things, these as well, like how to customize your error severity. Cool, very good. So now what do we need to do? Simply need to create the model for our, let's say this time, employees. Let's create for employees, and here let's say employees, and here the employee ID. Perfect. And we can even run it before performing anything, and we do not want to add any test for employees, so we can just skip it. That is fine. Let's say query results, run this thing, and this should be good, employees. And meanwhile it is running, I can just prepare next file, which is your, not employees, I would say this will be, let's say stores T, and then this will become employees T. Perfect. Stores T is here, and here we have store ID. Perfect. And here it will become stores. Perfect. And this is correct, store ID and all, salary, blah blah. Oh, this is the employees table, so that is good, so that is fine. And I can just also say stores, and let me just run stores. So 1 2 3 4 tables are done. Then we have one more, I guess 2 more. Let me just check. So we have bronze, we have order items and customers. Okay, customers and order items. Cool. So this is also good. Perfect. Now let's create one for customers, customers T, and here I can simply say customer ID, and here it will become customers, and perfect. Let's run this one, and the last one is order items. Order items underscore T. Perfect. So here what I need to do, I simply need to say order item ID. Perfect. Order items. Perfect. So here we have one error in this thing. Okay, customers T, please rename the invalid file. Customers T copy. Oh, because we just changed the file in between, so that is fine. That is not a big deal. We can just simply rerun this thing. That is fine. So now I do not need to set the materialization of anything because I have set the materialization at the project level within the DBT project.yaml. So I am good with any kind of, you can say, materialization for incremental and any kind of schema changes because everything is applied at the project level. Cool. Okay, so let's test our last order items as well. Let's see. If everything is good, we will simply run the command called dbt run just to create the tables. And then we are good with our silver technical layer. Perfect. With all of the test cases that we were required. So I think everything is fine. Let's run the dbt test command first of all. If everything is fine, then we can run dbt run. 6 models, 1 analysis. Cool. And everything is fine. Perfect. Now I'll simply say dbt run. Let's run the project. So it will create 4 more models, all within the silver T schema. Yes. So let's wait. And okay. And perfect. And 4 are done. Just 2 left. Just now 1 left. And perfect. Everything is done. So now I can literally go to my Databricks just to see, like, do we have all of the tables there or not? Let's see. Perfect. Let me just open that. If I just refresh, we should have silver technical layer ready with all of the transformations, test cases, everything. So stores T, orders T, everything is there. Everything is there. So everything is incrementally loaded with upserts. Okay, that is the main thing. Now what do we need to do? If we just go back to our architecture. So as we know that these sources are there, so that means we are good with that. And we also created something called as silver technical layer using these sources. Very good. Where we have 6 technical tables. Now we are going to discuss something which is actually very much in demand because it is new, plus it requires serious skills. Why and what is that? So now as you know that we want to create OBD, that means one big table. So whenever we need to create OBD, which is one big table, you would combine all of the tables, you would join the tables. How would you do that if you have zero knowledge about the thing that we are trying to discuss right now? How would you just do it? You will simply say, bro, I will simply write a SQL query, and that will be a static SQL query. Static means like I will literally write everything like select column names from this table, left join this table, left join this table, and that's it. Yeah. So you will create this way, right? So this is called static way or old school way. OBT. Now, in the industry, we do not perform this thing because we create something called as metadata driven pipelines. Ooh, what is this thing? Metadata driven means you do not need to generate or modify the query again and again. You will create a template, a SQL template. Okay. This SQL template will hold all of the logic to scale these tables automatically and will take care of all of the queries as well. Because let's say in future there are 2 more tables. So how would you just perform these things? Then again, you would need to just keep on, let's say, modifying your query, and it can just break the production environment as well. So instead of just doing this thing, we just generate the metadata driven configuration based SQL query. So what I will do, I will literally create a template. This template will hold all of the configurations. For example, let's say config table names, table name, or let's say columns, join conditions, everything. And then I will wrap all of the things using Jinja. Okay. And that Jinja will take care of everything and will generate that dynamic query every time. This is the concept of metadata driven pipelines. This concept is very, very new. This concept is something that can boost the development speed, I would say, by I cannot obviously just quote numbers like by how much, but this actually solves the real problem that developers are facing right now. Wow. And this is possible like with obviously with your PySpark, with Python things as well. We have Jinja template there as well. And I think I have built one project where I have just literally shown this metadata driven approach with pure Python and PySpark. But here we'll be just using DBT, like how we can just build the metadata driven pipeline using DBT, right? So because the metadata driven pipelines are the future and the present as well. We do not just keep on writing those static queries again and again. No, data is like growing rapidly, bro. We cannot just keep on changing our queries every time. No, we just change the configurations. That's it. We do not touch our query, right? So in order to generate this OBT, you would need to put extra efforts to understand this thing, first of all. Second, you would need to practice this thing. Third thing, you would need to rewatch this section again and again in order to fully grasp and understand the concept. Because concept is new. Second, you would need some development skills as well, like those, you can say, control flow skills, like how to run a loop and all these things. And obviously, because the technology is new, you might need to take some time to integrate both the things together, right? Because under the hood, what we are trying to do, we are trying to convert our SQL into a, you can say, let me just show you. We have just talked about this thing enough. It's time to actually show you. So first of all, before just doing anything else, so let's close all of the tabs that are not required. So I would need to generate one static query, right? Static query. And I have also created one folder called Silver B for this particular purpose. So it is empty for now. Let's create one file and let's call it as, let's say, obt.sql, or let's say obt Silver B, or let's say obtb, because it is a business layer. So let's say obtb. And I will just write one query. Now, before writing anything, I would need to generate one static query, not for the models, just for the reference for our template, so that we have the structure ready, because we need to put the column names, we need to put the table names, everything. And it's just like one-time effort. Once our template is ready, we do not need to even look at the source queries, right? So let me just do that as well. But before that, remember, we just performed some transformations where we just removed the where is active flag. Actually, this flag would be required, because if you would just look at the data, we also need to store the history of the customers as well. So in this case, even the customer is not active, let's say customer is like not active on the application, still we need that information because we need to report that thing. So what you need to do is you simply need to remove that particular code and save it, and then remove, and then remove, and then remove, and then remove. Perfect. So now all of the records will be there. Now obviously, because you have already run this model, so now you would need to do the complete refresh. How to do that? So let me show you. So just open the terminal and simply go inside Walmart project, right? So here I can simply say, let's refresh everything. I was just thinking to refresh only this thing. So let's refresh everything. And for now, I can just delete this thing. Otherwise, it will just create the model for this as well. So let me just run dbt run full refresh. I think this is the command. I can just check the documentation, but this is fine. Full refresh, hit enter. Now it will simply create all of the models, everything. So let's wait. So it will literally overwrite your existing tables, and that's it. And we do not have anything in the Silver B, so we are good, right? Cool. So this is all about your refreshing everything. And now we would need to bring the static query for our OBT. Okay. And now let's quickly confirm everything is fine. Yeah, 5 of 6 is done. And now last tables. Yeah, perfect. So this is done. This is completed. So now we can just bring the static query. Okay. So let's write the query in the new model obtb.sql. Perfect. So here I will just write the, or basically paste the query. So this is the query that I have just prepared for the tables, right? Simple, nothing fancy, just the column names and the, you can say, they are tables with the join condition. Now I need to keep this thing as a reference point, or I can even rename this thing as, let's say, let me first of all save it. Let's say refer. Perfect. And I can just close all the tabs. Perfect. And I can create one more file, which is obtb.sql. And I will bring this window here in the parallel screen. Should I? How to bring that? I would need that thing sideways. Okay, it's fine. We can just switch between these two tabs. So first of all, I would need to create one variable in the Jinja. And as I just said, just be more focused here. It is really important. So in order to create the variable, we always use curly braces and then percentage sign, right? And now I can define any variable within this Jinja. For example, let's say I want to create a variable called configs. And I always use keyword called set. Set means I am just setting this particular configuration. So this is the variable called configs. Now I need to set obviously the values, and the value will be an array, right? So I will simply define equals to, and this will be an array list. Within the each element of this particular list, I will have the configuration for my tables. I want to use a dictionary, which is very common thing whenever we just want to define configuration. Let me just reduce the size. It's fine. First of all, I need to define the table name. Perfect. What is the table name? Table name in our case is, let's say, Walmart dot silver tea, right? And in this case, it will be, let's say, orders, right? Or let's say customers. It's fine. If we are just referring to this query, it is customers here. So I can just go to from clause, and it is first table is orders. So we will just simply say orders, because first table is very important here. I'll simply say orders. Cool. Orders T. Or let's say just table, not just table name. Keep it simple. So table. So this is my table that I just want to pick. Now what exactly I need to pick, like what will be the select column? So I can simply say columns here will become all of the list, right? But here we do not create the list. We simply keep the things in the form of string. Why? Because we need to generate the SQL query. We do not need to keep anything in the list. So I'll simply put these double quotes, or you can say triple quotes. And then I can just bring the columns that I have here, order ID and all the things. Perfect. Right? Cool. Let me just bring it here and perfect. So these are the columns that I want to just keep. Let me just indent it, though it is not very important indentation in JSON, but still. So these are the columns that I just want to keep for this particular table. Does that make any sense? Very good. So now once we have this information, perfect. Now make sure that you are using all of the columns as well, like commas as well, like whatever things do you have, because what will happen if you do not use commas at the end, or you can just ignore it as well, because I can just create the things for the, you can say, yeah, I can just remove the comma from here, because what will happen, I would just need to keep it very, very generic, so that any plugin or any particular ingestion architecture can just use it. Why? Because I can just keep everything as it is. Because if I just put comma, then I have to just use it in the middle or in the beginning, but I don't want that. So this is the very first thing. Then what I want to do, let me just indent this as well. Perfect. Or let's here. This indentation is good. Yeah, perfect. So third thing that I would need is join condition, like on which condition I want to join my tables. Make sense? So now, if I just want to perform, let's say, join on specific condition, then obviously I would just need to write the exact condition, right? So let's say join condition. Now here join condition should be exactly matching with the query. So if I just go to the query, we have join condition as this one. So we have first join condition. Perfect. So obviously for the first table from, we do not have any join condition, so that is fine. So you can simply ignore the join condition for first table, because we do not have anything, right? Perfect. So one thing I can just add here, instead of join, I can simply say alias, because I would just define the alias for this table, which is O. Again, I just want to give them the full freedom, like what exactly they need to do. So here I can just simply get rid of join condition, because I do not want this thing. That's why I said like the first table is very, very important and little bit different, because here you will not have any kind of join condition. Cool. This is obviously the base table as well. Then I need to perform the similar thing for the other tables as well. So let's do similar thing for, let's say, table number 2, and here I'll simply say table, and this table will become customers T, and columns will, let me just bring, so these are the customers columns without comma. So just make sure that you are using the exact query. Okay, let's indent a little, and I think that's cool. Then I would need to tell the alias is C, and here I would need to tell the join condition as well. And join condition is o.customer ID equals to c.customer ID. That's what we have here in the query as well, right? O.customer ID equals to c.customer ID. Then third thing is third table. Let's quickly perform that thing as well. So let's say this one, and here I can confirm the columns from this particular chart, order items. Let's say order ID, and these are the columns. Perfect. So here are the things. Perfect. And o.order ID equals to oi.order ID, which is here. o.order ID equals to oi.order ID. Very good. Now fourth thing. So here this is just like my, you can say template configuration. That's it, because this is the main thing. We just need to store everything in the configuration, and we dynamically create the query. So here I will simply bring the products columns. Products columns are here, and let me just change the columns. Perfect. Product ID, and this is also good. Yep. Product ID P, and o.product ID equals to p.product ID, which is I think right. Yeah, right. Now just two tables, which is stores. I hope you are getting what exactly we're doing. So just put it here, and I can just remove the comma from here because it is not required. Perfect. So this is good, and perfect. So now let's perform this thing for our next table, which is employees. Let's do for employees because it has just provided us something. So let's say employees. So employees is also here. I think it has picked the right columns. I think so. Perfect. So this is also good. Now the last table, which is your stores. So let's pick stores. Promotions, stores T, and then we have columns are there. Then this one, o.store ID equals to this. I think this is also correct. Cool. So this is our configuration that we have set for this particular query. All of the things are written in the configuration metadata driven approach. That means declarative approach. Cool. Very good. Now it's time to actually generate the SQL query. Now our configurations are good. Now we will be just generating the query. So first thing first, we need to write the query, which will start from obviously select. Now in order to mimic this select, what do we have in the select query? We have all the column names, right? First of all, we have just the column names, nothing else, right? Just the column names. Now I need to run a for loop. Yes, for loop, which will do what? Which will just bring the columns one by one. So first of all, it will just go to this item and it will bring all of the columns. Okay. And it will literally type exactly this thing. Oh, this will literally write exactly this thing. Order ID, store ID, payment ID, blah, 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 blah. That's it. So this is the first item. Then second, then third, then fourth, then fifth, then sixth. Oh, okay. So let's do that. So I'll simply say select, and here you will just run the loop. And if you just want to run the loop, you can simply say curly braces percentage, then for, then similar for I in array. Here we are simply using for config in configs. And here I just need to fetch the object from dictionary. Okay. So here I have to use this thing. Let's say config dot columns, but I personally like using the columns, which is the, you can say dictionary notation. Perfect. And here I need to use a special function called loop.last. Why? Let me just tell you one thing, or let me just ask you one thing. Let's say we have literally run the loop over all of the objects. Let's say first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. This is the last one, right? Sixth. This is the one, last, sixth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have 7 tables? Okay. Orders, customers. order items, then products, then stores, then employees, and then stores. Stores 2 times. Wow. Wow. Literally. Are you serious? Ruk. Wait. Let me just check it. Wait. Are we storing stores 2 times? Oh yeah. Let me just remove for like from here. Stores. Stores was being stored 2 times. Yeah, now it is good. So stores is now fixed. So now just tell me one thing. When we will just reach at the last item of the loop, do we need to add comma here? See, just forget about this thing. Let's say we do not have this thing. Perfect. So what we will get? Columns, then comma, columns, then comma, columns, then comma, columns, then comma. Do we need to add comma at the last element? No. So that is why we will simply check if, not loop dot last. If the element or item in the list is not the last item, then we will add comma, otherwise we will not add. So that is why if within that, if loop dot, let me just indent it. Perfect. And 4. Wow. Yes. Or I can just put it in the same line as well because it looks good. Perfect. So this is our for loop for the comma. Now we have all of the columns ready. Now all of the columns are good. Now what we need to do? We need to say from. Now just tell me one thing. What should be the first table? Base table, right? Base table. So what we need to do? Again, we need to run the loop because it is a good thing. Or I can also say configs of 0. It also works, but let's run the loop. Let's say for config in configs, and then I can say configs.table. No, I will just write my own code. So I will simply say if let's use this one. If config.loop.first. Yeah, if loop.first, because my first table is actually the base table. Then I will simply say this thing, otherwise remove it. Simple. If config of table as obviously the alias, that's it. I do not want to write any join condition because this is my from table. This is the base table. See, this is the base table from. Then I will like keep on writing left join. Why? Because now this is important, right? Because now we need to perform left join. Now we will just run the loop, but we need to run the loop on a special condition. The table should not be the first table, because first table should not go under the left join. I hope it makes sense. Make sense? You need to make sure that you are not mixing these two things. So if loop dot first, okay, if loop dot first, that is fine. But if not, if loop is not the first one, then it will just go under the other items of the array, because for loop is here. For loop is not ended. For loop is running. That is why I told you this is a complex one, but this is very important. So loop is running. Now, if the item of the loop is first one, then this one. Otherwise, or you can even remove else statement because it is good. Else is like optional because if is also fine. And otherwise you can literally just keep on writing anything. Make sense? So then left join. If loop, or you can end if instead of doing else. Yeah, it's good. Else is also good. It's good. So now I hope that you understood this thing, because this is the heart of it. Because if the loop dot first is this one, then this statement, else other things. Because in generic, you can say your templates, you might have only one piece. In that scenario, you should not even write this piece of code, which is left join. Oh, that is why. Exactly. Right? Then you will simply say config of table as config alias on join condition, and that's it. And then end if, then end for. This is the code. Wow, this is the code. This is the code. I can just shift this thing in the next line. Perfect. This is the code. Wow. This will generate the dynamic query every time. Make sense? Make sense? Very good. Can we just refer this thing? Obviously. Let's click on these 3 dots. Let's say compile DBT preview. So this is the query that it has generated. See, select o.order ID, o.store ID, and then order ID, blah, all the columns from order ID, then from customers, then from items, then products, then employee, then store, then from this thing, then left join, then left join. Wow. This has literally created this query. This query is not your static query. This is OBTB. See, OBTB.SQL. Wow. So this query, this Jinja template is compiled during runtime like this. This is actually really good. Now you can even scale this query easily. What will happen? Let's say you just want to add a new column. You do not need to touch anything on the code side. You literally need to add just column here. That's it. If you want to add a new table, you just need to add this particular configuration. That's it. This is called metadata driven pipelines, metadata driven code that you just write. I hope it was helpful. So let's delete this refer.sql. It is not required. Just remove it. So now we have this thing. So now let's try to query or like run this query. Let's see what will happen. So if I just go to query results, let's try to run this. Yeah, let's try to run this. If everything is fine, then yes, we are good to go with our OBTB. I think I can just add one more column, which is processed at like when the OBT was processed. So I can add one more column. I will just add it. Just wait. And it will be added in the base table. So that is fine. Now let's wait because it is just applying join with so many tables. So obviously it will take some time. And even if it has any error, that is good. We will just fix it. We will fix it. No need to worry. Okay. Okay. So we have got the data with 57 columns and I think that is good. Wow. Bro, OBT is ready with amazing things. So that is good. Cool. So now I can just add one more column in, let's say here, and I can say current timestamp as, let's call it as, let's say OBTB processed at. Simple. Let's confirm it. I think it will be good, but yeah. So now this is also good. This is also fine. Now I want to add a test case for this OBT as well. I want to add test case, but this will not be a generic test case. I want to add a customized test case. So whenever we want to just write that customized test case, we should always build the things inside this tests column. Okay. So let's see how we can just build the customized text. Let me just open the documentation. So this is the documentation and here we have the code. So this way you can just write the test cases within the tests folder. The rule is very simple. You simply write one SQL query, and if that SQL query fails, not fails, like it, if it just let's say you have just written the code to test anything. If you see the data, that means the test is not passed because you should not see the data. I hope it makes sense. So for example, this is the code for is even test. So what we are doing, we are simply saying select even field from validation where even field mod 2 equals to 1. Will it return any data? If it is even, obviously not, because value mod 2 equals should be 0 if the test is right. So if you see any data in the test case, that means the test case is failed. Make sense? Make sense? Make sense? Okay. And then you can use those test cases within your model. Okay. Let's try to create one test case. You will just understand better like how to do the things. Okay. So let's open our VS Code and let's create one test. Let's say test obt.sql. So here we will just write one test case and very simple, very simple. So here what we need to do, we simply need to write a query that should not return any records. If it returns any records, that means that particular test is failed. Okay. So first of all, let me just write the configuration. This configuration will be responsible for the severity. So I will simply say config. Okay. And then severity equals to 1. I can use 1 and I can use fail as well. Let's use 1. And here I will simply say select 1 from, and reference will be OBTB. So whenever we want to just refer to any object, we just use refer OBT as OBT, where OBT.orderID is null. So if it is null, then obviously I will just see them later. And I can also say or product ID is null because I do not want any null field in the primary key, right? So let's say I think 1 2 3 4. Now this should be order item ID. Perfect. Now this will become my obt dot product ID is there, employee ID, store ID, order item ID, then customer ID. Perfect. So if I have anything here, it will simply warn me that, hey, your test is not passed. Okay, if it is passed, it is good. Now let's run the dbt test command. And before that, we can also run dbt run because we have this model to run. So let's perform these things. Let's go to terminal, clear dbt run. Let's create our obt table with test cases. So let's wait. And we have 5 data tests. Okay, 5 data tests. Yeah, earlier we had 4, so now we have 5. Cool. So it has just taken care of that as well. So now error, wow, silver error creating SQL incremental model. Okay, so we have error dbt schema obtb. We have error. Why? Let's see. Silver t obt items, and every table is just throwing the error. Okay, silver t customers t. We can just troubleshoot why, because I think we refreshed our dbt model, so maybe because of that. Let's see. Do not need to worry at all. So pass equals to 1, one equals to this, error equals to 6, skip 0, total 7. Okay, so what is going on? Let's check our Databricks. I have spotted the issue. It is not even in the Databricks, it is in our code. If you would see that we are using here and, but we need to use where. Why? Because obviously we just removed the where clause from here, so we have to have where here, or you can even add where in there. Let's say where 1 equals to 1, just a temporary, you can say command. It's up to you, but I just think I can just add where here. Not a big deal, not a big deal at all. So this is like a syntactical error, not like logical error. So this is good, then this is good, and this is good. Perfect. Okay, so now I am just thinking to just refresh everything, full refresh. That's a good thing. And one thing more, I want to materialize my silver table as table. So I'll simply go to silver B because we do not have anything for silver B. So silver B should be materialized as table and under schema silver B. Okay, so let's try to run everything together and let's see if it works. dbt run full refresh. So now it will just do everything, a nice cleanup, and then it will just run everything. And don't worry, we will just run this command twice so that make sure everything is running fine, nothing is broken, nothing is there. So just hold on, everything is good. So now it is running everything. Okay, I can see. Okay, so that means it will just run everything. So yes, congratulations, you are just this close to complete your OBT layer, which is actually very nice, very nice, and very proud of you because you have built this thing. Okay, so now what exactly we need to do? 7 of 7. Okay, 7 tables are created. Cool. So silver T is also there, and yes, it is good. Now if we just check our Databricks, let's refresh. So silver B is there and we have OBTB is there. Cool. So I think everything is good. I hope so. It has size of 9.9 megabyte. And if we just try to query this data, let's see what do we get. So if I just go to query this data, just to confirm like everything is running fine. So I will say Walmart dot silver B dot OBTB. Perfect. So let's try to see the number of records. It will be a lot because obviously we have just applied so many joins, but yeah, that is good because we have order items, we have many-to-many relationships as well with orders table and products table. So that is good. So yeah, we have almost 300,000 records, which is nice, which is fine, not a big deal. So now what exactly we need to do? We need to let's say rerun the model dbt run, and this time also we should see the exact number of records. Cool, very good. So this is almost done. Now let's quickly do a quick test on our model. So I think test cases are also passed. We can also perform DBT test. Pass equals to 7. Yeah, all the 7 test cases are passed. Error 0, warn 0. So let's quickly say DBT test as well, just to make sure everything is fine. So we have 5 data test cases. So pass, 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 all pass. Let's count the number of records from here. Perfect, it is also good. So now what we need to do, our OBT is also ready. Now we need to go further to take this OBT to create something called as dimensional data model, which is the heart, another heart. Dimensional data model is very, very good. And dimensional data model is actually a tedious task whenever you are just creating from scratch. If you have created one, you would know how critical it is and how many lines of code you would need to write. But if you're just using DBT, the work is very, very simple because you have some built-in operations to create slowly changing dimensions. Now, if you do not know about slowly changing dimensions means the dimensions which change with the time, right? These are the data modeling fundamentals. If you do not have much stronger knowledge around dimensional data modeling, then obviously you should just gain the fundamental knowledge first of all in the dimensional data modeling. Only then you will be able to understand slowly changing dimension type 1, type 2, right? Fact table, dimension table. So yes, this is the area. If you have basic understanding, you are good to go. Perfect. Because you just know, you just need to know the conceptual knowledge, not like the deep hands-on, because we are just doing deep hands-on here. So do not worry. Perfect. So let's say we want to create these slowly changing dimensions and we want to create slowly changing dimension type 2. So if you want to create slowly changing dimension type 2, then, and by the way, if you just want to learn data modeling, then I have the full course. Simply search data modeling Ansh Lamba. You will just find the video, let's say database design and modeling full course. You can just take that course. Okay. So now if you just want, and it is on YouTube, and if you just want to now create these slowly changing dimensions type 2, you would need to first of all break down this OBT in the form of dimensions. Again, data modeling fundamentals, right? So now let's try to break down our, you can say, OBT, one big table, into the form of dimensions, right? And how we can just do that? We can literally go to the Databricks, right? And we can just see the columns. Let's say select asterisks. Okay, let's do, this is like a design phase. Here we need to pick the dimensions. And if you are familiar with the design phase of dimensional data modeling, you would know that we create a dimension for a specific theme, for a specific context. For example, we will create a dedicated dimension table for customers. We will create a dedicated dimension table for products and so on. So let's see, what do we have? So first of all, we have store ID, payment method, order status. So this is all about orders. So let's try to go towards this thing. Okay, we have OBTB processed at, orders processed at, everything is good. Everything is good. Then let's start with customers. So now if you just want to create the customer, let's say customer ID, customer first name, last name, all of these things. So we would need to perform something called as ephemeral models in DBT. Now, whenever you want to create dimension tables, we should have a source. Now, what is the source? You would say source is this table. Not exactly. You should have a staging source where you will simply dump your data. Okay. Make sense? So for that purpose, we have something called as ephemeral models in DBT. What are ephemeral models? Ephemeral models are models which are not, you can say, materialized in your catalog. It will be there just in the form of query. So every time DBT will run that query instead of materializing the tables or views. Wow. Yes. This is very good. So you just need to create ephemeral model, like the normal models inside the gold layer, and that's it. Oh, okay. So I can just show you ephemeral. See, ephemeral models are not directly built into the database. Instead, DBT will interpolate the code. That means it will just store the code and it will run the code again and again from an ephemeral model into its dependent models using a CTE. Oh, makes sense. So you will not have a view or table. This is just like a query for DBT that it will run every time. Wow. This is very good. This is very good to build the gold layer. And I personally love using these ephemeral models to build the dimensional data models. Make sense? Okay. By the way, we have this materialized view as well, which is new thing, but yeah. Makes sense. So these are the ephemeral models. Now it's time to build the ephemeral models. So in order to build the ephemeral models, you can literally go inside models and you can create one folder called, let's say, gold. Yeah. Let's say gold. Okay, this is our gold layer. And within this, I will create one folder called ephemeral. And I will just change, this is ephemeral. Okay. Yeah, that is fine. Ephemeral. And I will just change the materialization from the DBT project. So I can simply say silver B, and here I have gold, but here I do not need. So first of all, gold layer will be this one, but within that I want to pick the ephemeral folder, and here the materialization I want is ephemeral. I hope it makes sense, because I do not want to create ephemeral model for all of the gold tables. Obviously gold tables will be tables, but inside that gold layer, I want to create something called as ephemeral layer. So I have literally defined the gold folder, which is this one. And all of the materializations are table and gold. But within that, I have special folder called ephemeral, and materialization for that is ephemeral. I hope it is like very simple, right? So this is all about the ephemeral models. Now let's create ephemeral models. How to create ephemeral models? Very simple. You just need to write your SQL query and that's it. Really? Yeah, just SQL query and that's it. So here you can literally write like select this and blah blah blah. Simple. You just need to write what exactly you need. Okay, like simple select query. Makes sense, right? Like whatever columns do you need. If in case of customer dimension table, you would need customer ID, you would need customer name, first name, last name, and all of these things, and then from table, and that is it. Wow. Yes. So let's try to create one customer's dimension. So in the customers, we should have customer ID, customer first name, customer last name, customer email, customer phone, customer city, province, customer country, and customer created timestamp. Should we store timestamp? See, timestamps are always the point of discussion. Like, should we store it in the dimension table or not? I would say let's store the date columns as well in the dimension table. It's fine. It's like personal choice. We can just do that. Customer created timestamp, updated timestamp, and customer is active YN. It is fine. So customer processed that as well. Yeah. So let's store all of these information and let's create one table, ephemeral model. I'll simply say customers. Okay, customers.sql. So this will create one model called customers. You can also use a prefix or suffix called ephemeral, but I just want to use the same one, so it is fine. Or let's say F. Yeah, let's use ephemeral customers. Cool. So here I can write the materialization here as well, like config and then materialize equals to ephemeral. I can just do it like this as well, but because I have defined at the project level, I am good. But if you just want to, you can do it here as well. So I will simply say select, and then I have customer ID and then customer name. I think it was first name. Let me just bring the columns. Customer ID, and then customer ID, customer first name, customer last name. Okay, let's quickly write this. Customer first name, customer last name, customer email. Do we have email? Let me just open this parallelly here. That is good. Okay, customer email, you can also write it on your own. Okay, customer phone, customer city, customer phone, customer city, and what do we have? Customer province, then customer country. Perfect. Customer created timestamp, updated, customer is active, process that. Very good. Customer created timestamp, updated, is active, process. Yeah, perfect. So these are the things that I just want to keep. I'll simply say from refers customers T. Not exactly, I just want to refer it from the OBD. So I'll simply say OBD B. Cool, because I just want to read this data from the silver OBD from here, OBDB. So this is my data, and that's exactly I need to do. Yes, that's exactly I need to do. Simple. That's exactly I need to do. And here you can just also add one more column just for the processing at. So let's add current timestamp, customer ingested at, not customer ingested at. So I will simply call it as customer dimension, something like that. So let's say customer gold processed at. Simple, because this, you already know, like we are just using these date columns because these date columns are very, very important, right? And I would also like to, oops, I don't want to execute this. So I also want to actually, yeah, I want to execute it so that I can just show you. I also want to actually add distinct, because obviously we have like so many customer IDs in our main table and we do not want to store duplicates in our dimension table. So we always use distinct keyword whenever we just create the dimension tables. And you will also see like what exactly I'm saying this thing. So let's see. So this will take some time, but yeah, meanwhile I can just save this thing. So these two things were missing before actually creating the products file. So I was like, let's discuss that as well. So currently you will see like you have all the customers, and obviously you can have like so many customers. And when we just write distinct, you will not get, let's say, duplicate records, right? Okay, cool. So this is our ephemeral customers. Let's do the same thing with products as well. So let me just copy and paste. And here, yes, these columns will be different. And this column will become product. Yes, perfect. And here, I just need to pick product ID. And all of the columns, I can just bring what columns do I have. So let me just bring the Databricks here. So in order to create the products dimension, you need to just figure out what theme is aligned with the products, right? So if I just scroll towards right, and I can just increase the size a little bit. Perfect. So this is my customer, okay. And these are the product. So this is the product ID. I will need product ID obviously, and I need product name as well, and I need category as well, brand as well. I need price as well. Now you will say, Ansh, Lamba, why do we need price? Because usually we store price or any numeric column in the fact table. So this is not the price of the order. This is the price of the product. So this is the kind of context that we need to just save. I hope it makes sense. This is not like a column on which we need to apply aggregation. This is a context. I know this is in the numeric format, but still, it is not something which gives any kind of insights on based of that particular order. This is still a context, right? So let's pick product ID, product name, category, brand, and price. Okay. And obviously product created timestamp, product updated timestamp, and product is active, all of these things. Okay, cool. So let's say product ID, product name, and what do we have? Category. Okay, then we have category and then brand. Then we have, let me just expand that. Okay, then we have price. And then we have product created timestamp, updated timestamp is active as well. Let's keep product is active. And product processed at, yep. So this is product processed, that means this is like enriched layer, like silver layer, right? But for gold, we are creating this one. And yes, we need to store all of these dates because this is like very important. So everything is cool. Perfect. Let me just run it quickly just to see like everything is running fine. I can just pick query results and then run it. And meanwhile, I can just create one more file and let's call it as ephemeral employee, or let's say stores. I think we have stores as well. Dim stores. Okay, so this query is running fine. So that is good. Perfect. So now what we can do, we can just create ephemeral stores, and for stores, we do not need to store anything. We'll simply say store ID, then store name, store city, because I think these are the columns that we have. So, okay, we have employees as well. So we'll create one for employees as well. But currently we are simply storing store ID, store name. Okay, store name, store city, store province, store country. Perfect. Store ID, store name, store city, then store country, province as well, and store created timestamp, then store updated timestamp, then store is active, and then store process stat. Perfect. So this is also good. We can simply run it. Store gold process stat. Perfect. So this also looks good. Let me just run this. So our 3 dimensions are ready. And now let's create the employees one. So let's create ephemeral employees. Perfect. So this is also good. Okay, so in the employees, we obviously need to store employee ID, then employee first name, employee last name, and let me just bring the details. So here, employees would be, I think, a bigger dimension table. Let's see. I think, to be honest, we do not need to actually join employees table with fact table, because we are just storing the information related to orders. If you would just look at this thing from 10,000 feet, but because we have this data, so we can just join it. Because in the employees table, employee ID, employee first name, because this doesn't give us like direct information about the orders, we can just create a separate fact table, or basically separate master table for employees as well. I think it should be fine. It is not a big deal. I can also check the columns that I have here. Okay, so this is the list of columns that I have. So if I just query only, let's say I just want to query one thing, which is your select asterisk from Walmart dot, not silver B, basically silver T. I just want to see how my employees table is organized with orders, because if it is not required, it is not directly related to your dimensional data model for orders, we can create a master table, separate table for that as well. It's fine. Let's see, because our dimensional data model should be just based on that particular context. So we have employee ID, store ID. Exactly. So this is a kind of, you can say, not directly related to your orders. Yeah. This is only related to your store ID. Yeah. So this can be treated as a like kind of separate table, master table, or a kind of snowflake schema as well, if we want to create snowflake schema. But for now, we can just remove this particular employees table, not a big deal. Okay. Or we can keep employees dimension as well, because in our case, this is obviously not an online store. This is like proper superstore, like offline store. So it makes sense, like if we want to fetch the information like which order was processed, or you can say entertained by which employee. So in that particular case, I think this dimension will be useful, because obviously in case of online stores, we do not have employees like mandatory thing. But I think in the offline store, it makes sense, like who actually entertained that specific customer. So I think we can just create this employee dimension as well. Like this is a business context from my perspective, that let's say each order in the fact table, like let's say we have multiple orders. So each order in the fact table is linked, is associated with the employee who processed that thing, or you can say handle that thing. Because if you are just working in you can say in an offline store, you would need an employee. Exactly, right? Maybe at the counter, wherever. So you need one employee with that, because let's say a customer came with, let's say, a complaint like, I didn't like your customer service at all, and he just posted the review. Then obviously we would need to fetch the order ID, and we will see like who actually handled that order. Makes sense. Like it is a kind of business context. So we can just work on that thing. So we can just create them employees, not a big deal. So let's try to create it. So in our case, we would need employee ID and salary and everything. Don't worry. So employee ID, and we need to just store all of the things. So what I can do, I can literally put the screen here, and let's try to write it. Okay, employee ID, and then we have first name, then we have last name. Perfect. And then we have email. Yep. Perfect. And then we have, let's say, salary, and then we have job title, and then we have store ID. We can just use store ID as well. And then we have create a timestamp, then we have updated timestamp, then is active, then process that. Perfect. Cool. So we have all of this information, process dat and everything. I'm not process dat, basically employee process dat. Perfect, because in the OBT we have employee process dat, so that is fine. So this is all about this dim employees, and I think this is useful. This will be very helpful for those kind of contexts, like who handled this order, who did what, so all of these things. Okay, so we are good. We can simply say, I think these will be employee created at employee. Perfect. Employee created, updated, created timestamp, dated timestamp, employee is active, employee processed that, everything is good. Yeah. So everything is good. So now we can just test it. And let's try to run this thing. So I think we are almost done with our dimensions. And once 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, 4 ephemeral models are done. Basically, these are not dimensions. These are ephemeral models. We need to build the dimensions as well. So store name, brand ID, order ID, price. What did you mean? One of the following? Okay. First name. Okay. First name is not there. So what is the column name? Employee first name. Okay. Perfect. Do we have employee store ID or just store ID? Employee. I think we do not even have employee store ID. So that is good. Yeah, we do not even have employee store ID. So we can just store ID. Perfect. Let's try to run it. Yeah, so I was saying that we first need to create the snapshots for dimensions. Do not worry, I will just talk about that as well. Snapshots are like very, very important. Employee salary. Okay. So what? Okay, so we have just salary. We do not have employee salary, we have salary. Perfect. I can also copy and paste the names directly from here. So if it fails again, I can just directly copy it from here. Yeah, I think it will fail. It doesn't have job title. So let me just bring the column names directly from here. So I have opened that particular Databricks. What I can do, I can copy directly from here. So let's say job title, employee ID, job title, and employee process dat. All of the things are here. Cool. So let's do that. Perfect. And one thing is missing, which is store ID. Let's add store ID. Perfect. Let's see if it works or not. I was so sure about it. I was like, it will just print string, and that's it. Let me just remove. Perfect. I think now it should work finally. So this is our dim employee. Let's see parallelly what dimension we can just create after this. So if I just look at the data, so we have, I think, we have dim payments as well. So dim payments should be also there. Yeah, even if we do not have much, you can say context, but still we need to have dim payments. So dim payments, we will create it, payment method. Perfect. And other than that, I think we are good. Customers is done. And then product is done, employee is done. Yeah, I think just dim payments is left. Let's create the dim payments, or let's create the final dimension, which I was just talking about, which is like a little bit complex, but you will just understand it. So forget about payment for now. So let's talk about the other dimension, because I'm just thinking to merge this column. So I was just checking, we just have one column and it doesn't make any sense to just create one column. It is also called as junk dimension. So let's talk about the dimension now we need to create. So if you will see, like, we have all of the things stored from the context point of view. We have customer context, we have product context, we have stores context, we have all of the context, right? And I think one more, which is your employees context. But one major context is missing, which is called orders context. We also need a dimension which will tell us the context of the orders itself. Okay. So whenever you build the dimension data model in the real world, we always create the dimension of the self data model as well. So now the theme of the entire data model is orders, right? We have all of the dimensions except one, which is dim orders. Oh, so we also create something called as dim orders, where we simply directly provide the context to the dimension. To the dimension, like to the like orders dimension. I hope it makes sense. And always the cardinality between the fact orders and dim orders would be 1:1. Okay. So here what do we store? We store all of the contextual information related to orders. For example, order status, right? For example, payment method in this case, because we just have one column, so we will just merge it in that particular case. And then order is active. Okay. Order updated timestamp, order created timestamp, all of this information. So all this information will go to the orders table, and then we just store quantity, unit price, line amount, all of this information, number information in the fact table. I hope it makes sense. Okay. And you will also store the order items information, which is like when the order was created and all of these things. Simple. So let's create that as well. And this is actually a very niche area that you will only explore in the real projects and not in the books, because in the books we just create the different context, but we just lose a very important context, which is the dimension of the whole data model itself. So let's create that dimension and let's call it as dim orders. Let's say ephemeral orders. So here what I will store first of all order ID, and then in my case I have payment status. We are simply merging this thing into this particular thing because we do not have much column, so we are merging it. But if we have, let's say, more information about payment, we can create a dedicated dimension for that as well. I hope it is simple. Then we have order status column. Okay. Then we have obviously numeric numbers, but I will not add those numeric numbers in dimension. So we have order created timestamp, order created, order updated, then order is active, then order processed at, all of this information. And yeah, and I think we can also store this important you can say column, which is OBTB processed at, OBTB processed at, like at what time this exact you can say entire source table was processed at. So we can just store this information as well, OBTB processed at. Simple. Cool. So now what we can do, yeah, I think everything else is good. So we can just run this thing and let's see what do we get. So we have got the error. It is not payment status, it is payment method. Perfect. And I think we have one more column which is called order item ID. So we can just add that as well. Perfect. Let's run this thing. Okay, cool. And I think we have one more column about order, which is order timestamp. So we can just add that as well. Perfect. Let's see. So now all of the dimension ephemeral models are ready. Now let's talk about the snapshots, which is like the core of your slowly changing dimensions in DBT. So let me just bring the browser and let's search snapshots DBT. What are actually snapshots? Snapshot is basically a fancy name that they have picked in order to implement these slowly changing dimensions in DBT. Let me just show you. And we do not actually need to do anything, because in the latest versions of DBT, we just need to configure snapshots as YAML file and that's it. It will handle all of the things. So obviously, first of all, they are talking about what is slowly changing dimension type 1, type 2, and you should also know about these things, fundamentals of data modeling, like what is type 1 SCD, what is type 2 SCD, what is type 3 SCD. Usually we just create type 1 or type 2, but some people prefer type 3 as well. But I am good with like type 1 and type 2, but I will just create type 2 in this case. And if you are new on the, you can say, data engineering side, then let me just tell you, in order to write the code for implementing the slowly changing dimensions, especially type 2, it takes at least hundreds of lines of code. Yes, you have to just write your custom logic on your own, but DBT handles this very well. You just need to tell that I want SCD type 2 and this will be my unique key, this will be my updated at column, and all of this thing, and everything will be handled by DBT. Everything. Exactly, everything. Okay. So this is, I think, the snapshot.yaml. Okay, like the very, you can say, basic structure that they have created. And here we just need to type whatever just we want. Simple. Okay, so now let's see if we have any example. So they have just put example here, and okay, snapshots, ID, timestamp, updated at, very good. So let's use this one. And here our source is the most important thing, because we are using source as our ephemeral models. So we will use source as our ephemeral models. Okay, and they have also used ephemeral models like this. Wow. Okay, cool. So let's try to implement this thing and let's see how will it work. So let me just bring it here. Perfect. So now let's try to implement it. So if I just go to snapshots, so now where we can just create snapshots. In order to create snapshots, if you will go to your project, you have already defined the snapshots path in the snapshots folder. So you have to create your YAML file here. Okay. So I can just create one file, let's say dimensions, or not dimensions, because I have to create like multiple file for each snapshot. So let's create first of all dim customers. Okay, dot YAML. And let's paste the YAML code here. So now what exactly we need to do? I can also create all of the snapshots in one file, but it is recommended to create a dedicated file for each snapshot. It is easier to debug, right? You do not need to mess up with the other dimensions which are working fine if you see any error. So first of all, let's name it something called as dim customers. Keep the file name and name same. It makes more sense. Relation, we need to pick the source for this particular thing. So here we do not have any kind of source called Jaffel shop and all. We have the ephemeral model. And what is the name of ephemeral model? The name of ephemeral model is, if I just go to models, and if I just go to, let's say gold, the ephemeral model name is EPH customers. So I have to pick that. Perfect. This is my source. Schema is snapshots, not exactly. In our case, the schema will be, let's say, let's create gold schema. Yeah, gold. And analytics, no, our database is Walmart DB or Walmart. Let me just check. So DBT project, and schema is silver D and gold. And what is the database? Let me just check the profile. So database is Walmart. Yeah, it's not Walmart DB, it's just Walmart. Perfect. Unique key. Now this is the main thing. We have to just pick the unique key in order to perform the slowly changing dimension, because on that particular column, it will just perform the upserts. It will just add on the rows. On that particular key, it will decide if that is a new record or existing record. So for example, let's say you have customers and you have customer, let's say 1, right? And you have its name, let's say Rahul. Now on the next day, you got 2 customers, let's say 2, and you got a new customer called, let's say Sam, and on the next day you got 1 again, but with a new name. Let's say now its name is Rahuls. Okay, so now this will be the deciding key, right? On this particular column, it will just decide if the value is updated or not. Simple. So this is that particular thing. I'll simply say unique key equals to customer ID, strategy equals to timestamp. So there are multiple strategies. There are basically 2 strategies on which it decides the, you can say, new records or updated records. But timestamp is the most common strategy that we use inside DBT and outside DBT as well. Updated at. So this will be the column used to check if the value was like when the value was updated. Okay, so here you can just use any value with updated at column. So if we just check our customer's ephemeral, so let's see which value should we use for updated at. So we have, let me just run this. Ideally we should just use the value from the source, but that is also fine. What is wrong? Ephemeral customers, invalid ginger. Okay, what is wrong? Let me just check. Select distinct. I think this was running fine right before. Let's see the error. Let me just run it again if it was just a bug. Okay, ephemeral customers. Okay, what if I just run anything else? Let's say I want to run this thing, because it can be because of that YAML as well. So if I just run this, yeah, I think this is that particular thing. Okay, cool. No worries, we can just first of all correct this thing because it is saying invalid change expressions, source, ephemeral customers. Okay, so let's first of all try to fix this. I think this is because of that particular thing. So let's write here ref, because whenever we just use the internal object, we simply use ref, right? Like same way, see here as well, we're just using ref, so we have to just use ref. So it is just like reference if you are just referring the internal DBT object and not the source, because we are not creating source for this particular thing. So now let's try to run this, if it runs fine or not. I think I should use updated at column from I think this one, customer updated timestamp, because this is like directly coming from the source, like directly coming from the source. I can also use this one. Yeah, let's use this one. Let's use this one because this will also work, but I think this is better. Okay, because this is like directly coming from the database and source of truth. So let's use this one, customer updated timestamp. And these are the configuration which actually make your code so easy. And here, what is this DBT valid to? So basically, let's say if the current record is not expired, if we are still using that record, again, this is like database modeling fundamentals. You should know like how, like what is SCD type 2. So here we will simply say the biggest date will be this one for SCD type 2. We can also say null, but I just like keeping this particular date because I do not like nulls in my data. So we'll simply say DBT valid to current. That means this is the date till when my record is you can say valid. Make sense? Very good. So again, I'm repeating fundamentals. That is it. So okay, this is my snapshots for customers, and I can just do again for my dim products. Let's say dim products. So here we just need to say dim product or products, then ephemeral products, product ID, product, and that's it. Yeah, this will be quick. Snapshots are very quick. We just need to spend time in the ephemeral models and that's it. So dim products, and let's say dim stores. So here it will become dim stores and stores, store ID, store. Perfect. Now let's create another one, which is employees. Dim employees. Now here employees, employee ID, employee updated at. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now orders, dim orders. Perfect. Perfect. Everything is done. All of the snapshots are ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is all about your snapshots. So now this will automatically create everything. And how? We just need to run this command, DBT snapshot. So there's a special command. We cannot, you can say, run these things by running DBT run, DBT build. No, like we can just run DBT build just to compile and all. But in order to create these snapshots, we can just run DBT snapshot. Okay, let's try to run this thing and let's see what will happen. So let's open the terminal. And let's actually open this terminal inside DBT project. And now let's say, okay, so we have venv. So let's activate it and DBT snapshot. Snapshot or snapshots? I think snapshot. So running with DBT1. Okay, perfect. So found 12 models, concurrency on thread. Okay, cool. So now it should just create the snapshots easily and we can just confirm the data, and then only the fact table will be there that we need to create. Cool. Let's see 2 of, okay. That means it is running fine. The major test is like we first need to run it and then we again need to run it, make sure like it is not putting the data in duplicates and all. So let's see. So I think it has already completed this thing almost. And this is the area which is the heart of, you can say, the serving layer, because once you can just build because see why people are using DBT, not because it can just easily connect Databricks, not easily, because of these reasons. You can easily create slowly changing dimensions, which is a headache. Actually, this is the core thing in the DBT. So let's actually try to see this thing in this notebook. This is our rough notebook. So let's say select asterisk from gold dot, or let's say Walmart dot gold dot, let's try demo customers first of all. Let's see what do we have, and it will automatically create all of the columns of slowly changing dimension type 2, like created at, updated at, flag, everything. Like it is like amazing. It handles everything. Slowly changing dimensions, like one of the things that I personally like in DBT. So this is my dim customers, and it has 1991 customer rows, which is good. And here we have, see, DBT SCD which is like created by DBT. DBT updated at, that means when it was updated. DBT valid from, DBT valid to. Wow. So valid from and valid to is also there. We can also change DBT underscore as our prefix. We can change it, but I personally keep it liking it, because whenever we just use so many sources and when we have so many data columns, it becomes really a mess, like how to decide which one was for this thing. But yeah, you can just pick DBT. You will know like, okay, this was created from DBT. It is obviously editable. You can just edit it, but I personally like it, so you can just easily navigate it. So this is the date when this data was last updated. So what will happen, let's say this is valid from and valid to. Valid to will be like very big date, very big date. Now what will happen, let's say this customer whose name is Jason Singh, and now if let's say name is changed to something else, now what will happen, this valid to will be updated to that date when the data was updated, and a new row will be inserted so that you can easily see, okay, so that you have this particular new data. So now this is the new record I need to insert. It will automatically handle that because you have configured everything in this particular DBT file, which is your snapshot. So in your customers, you are saying, bro, on basis of this customer ID, if any value gets changed, and on which column it will decide on this column. Why this column is necessary, let's say on your, and this is like a very important you can say interview question as well, why we need to define the you can say a column on which we just need to decide the date. So let's say on the next ingestion, next day, this value was changed 3 times. Wow. So how will you decide like which is the latest value and which is the previous value? So on the basis of this column, which is updated timestamp. So it will just sort the data and it will pick the latest data as the most recent data in the dimension. So that's why this column is necessary, because this column is not very, very handy when you are ingesting the data and when you have just one change in every ingestion. But in real life, we can have multiple changes in every ingestion, right? So that is why this is very important. And obviously this is just the value that we just define here. Simple. These are your snapshots in DBT. Was it easy? Yes. Now what I want to do, I just want to run the command again. Why? Just to make sure it is not you can say dumping duplicates, because it should not. It is like a snapshot. And the beauty of this particular setup is we are not storing ephemeral models. Ephemeral models are just holding your query and that's it. Simple. Cool. And now we just need to create last thing, which is a fact table. So let's see how we can just create the fact table now. Let's wait for it to complete. And now, just for your understanding, fact tables are very, very easy to create, because in the fact table, what we do, we have dimensions everywhere. So what we do, we simply create a fact table with all of the joining keys, basically all of the surrogate keys. Here we do not have surrogate keys. Here we just have the natural keys. So we simply keep the joining keys in the fact table, and then we just create the columns which are more inclined towards aggregation, like quantity, price, line amount, total amount, which we can use to perform or build some KPIs. Make sense? Cool. So this is done, and now I can just quickly check it. And if I just run it again, I should see the same rows, 1991. Yeah, it's good. So it is like applying upsort and all, so it is good. Very nice. So now let's create the fact table, and in the fact table, so I will simply go to models and I will go to gold, and inside this I will create the fact folder, because I don't want to mix everything in ephemeral. So let's say fact, and in the fact I will create fact orders.sql. So here what I need to do, I just need to pick select, and here I will not perform testing because I want all the data. So I would need, let's say, order ID and order item ID, all of the IDs. First of all, in fact table, we just have two things, IDs and your all of the numeric columns. So let's see, what do we have? Order ID, then product ID, then store ID, then employee ID, then customer ID. I think we just have these dimensions: order ID, order item ID, and product ID, store ID, employee ID, customer ID. Yeah, I think it's good. So now we will just store the numeric columns, and in the fact table we can just store numeric columns as okay. So if I just check it, so first of all I have total amount that I can just save. So total amount, and then I have quantity. I guess I remember in the order items table I had quantity. So here I can say yeah, here I have quantity, unit price, line amount. So quantity, unit price, line amount. Bro, why are you recommending payment method? Line amount, line total or line amount? Line amount. So this is the amount which was actually charged to the customer. Line amount, I think these are enough. So line amount, and all of the other information like date, timestamp, when the order was created, processed, everything is stored in the dim orders. Simple. So our fact table looks good, by the way, and dim orders, not from dim orders, that should be your, I think, OBT silver, OBTB, and we do not need any alias, and I can just check the reference. So yeah, OBTB. So OBTB. So this is good. Let's try to run this thing. Query results, and let's see. So this will just give us all of the order IDs and everything, and we can easily join our data based on this thing. Makes sense? And we can easily get everything. So we have order ID. When we have, let's say, surrogate keys in the dimension tables, but with DBT, we can create surrogate keys. But if our natural keys are like very easy to debug, we can go with it. And surrogate keys are nothing but just the replacement for your big keys. For example, if you are just having order ID with large number, we can just replace that large number with 1, 2, 3 simple numbers. So when you have surrogate keys in your dimensions, then yes, you would need to apply a join with your fact table, or basically in order to create the fact table, because you would need to bring the surrogate keys. But here we do not need to bring the surrogate keys because we directly have the connecting or joining keys. So just keep this particular thing in your mind. Okay, very good. Because this can also be asked in your interviews, like when you should just pick the surrogate keys and how your fact table will be like structured if you have, like, let's say, surrogate keys. Okay, so just keep that thing. So here we do not need to apply join because we directly have the connecting keys in our source table. But when we have surrogate keys, those surrogate keys are not present in your OPTP. That's why we just bring it using these particular joining keys. Cool, very good. So these are the information: order ID, order item ID, product ID, store ID, everything, total amount, quantity, unit price, line amount, everything is sorted. This is your dimensional data model and everything looks good. I can even run the command, which is your DBT run, in order to run my entire thing. So this will also create because my fact orders, so that is also good. And I can just check the materialization that I have picked for the goal table because I need to make sure it is a table. Gold is, yes, by default table, and schema is gold, so that is good. So let's say DBT run. Perfect. So DBT run is also good. So our dimensional data model is also almost ready. We will obviously check and test it, but yeah, I think so it is good. So it is done, and now let's quickly test our fact table as well. So if we just go to our notebook, and here let's check the fact table. Fact orders. Perfect. And I think this should have, yeah, maximum number of records because this is like fact table. And I think our dim should also have the same number of records, like 10,000 plus. Yeah. No, why did we use distinct? If we use distinct, then we have to replace it. So if I can just go to orders, yeah, so you just need to remove it. Why? Because we cannot use you can say or we should not use distinct here. Because what will happen, I need one-to-one mapping with my dim orders and fact. Are you getting my point? Because if you will just see our order ID, or I can just use distinct, because if this is one-to-one mapping, okay, I think it is fine. It is fine because our fact table is obviously denormalized and it has like so many records. And if we just want to fetch the data for the orders, it should be good. So I think this is good. Distinct is fine. Because when we are just using, if we are just seeing, let's say, let me show you. If we are using this fact table, so you will see we can have duplicate order IDs as well. Obviously, because order ID is not the primary key here in the fact table. So if someone asks you in the interviews, like what will be the, you can say, primary key in your fact table. So let me just show you fact orders. So primary key will be the combination of all of the IDs. Oh, so it can have duplicate values as well. Oh, really? Yeah. Because in one order ID, there can be multiple order item IDs. Obviously, like for the same order ID, they can be like multiple items. Oh, so in that particular scenario, it can have like same thing. I'm just trying to figure it out if we have, let's say, more than one. So let me just see. So if I just go here for the same order ID, so let's check it. So let's actually try to see if we have, let's say, same order with multiple order item IDs. I think so it will be. So let's say I want to check count of order item ID, and we have from, then I can say group by, let's say order ID, and let's say having count of order item ID greater than 1. Let's run this. Yep. 10,000 rows. Okay, so we have these records where we have, let me just print order ID as well, just to double check. Perfect. So one order ID has 50 order item IDs, second order ID has 20 order item IDs. So this is possible. Yeah, so I can also show you, select asterisk from orders Walmart dot gold dot fact orders, where order ID equals to 1. So see, there are so many things. So now someone can ask you, hey, what is the primary key then? What is the primary key? Let me just tell you. Hold on. Order item 1, okay, or sorry, order ID 1 has order item 5. That means this was the item which was ordered and this is the product information of that particular order. Okay, and this was the store. And this is the employee ID. That means this particular order item ID. Okay, and this is the order item. This is the order ID, order item ID, product ID, and store ID. Everything is same, but this particular thing, employee ID, is different. Wow, that means this gives us the information that this particular order was actually, or basically this particular entire order item ID, product, or your store ID was handled by all of these employees. What? Yes. Why? Because all of the employees are working in that store, because that is connected to that particular thing. Are you getting? This is like very special requirement when you just want to fetch like, okay, like which were the, like who were the all of the employees who were connected with that particular order. So you will see all of the employees of that store ID because it is connected to that particular store. Oh, makes sense. Makes sense. So see, customer, everything is same, only employee ID is different. Only and only employee ID is different. So that means, let's say if now you will say, there's like one more way to connect this thing. I already told you that we can ignore employee dimension as well. But why I'm just creating this thing? Let's say we do not want to go with the Snowflake schema. Let's say, because in the real industry, Snowflake schema is not like very easy to implement. So now what is the advantage of this thing? Now let's say any customer just posted something. Let's say this order was like rubbish, blah, blah, blah. And customer service was this. So then they can easily find the employees directly. Now you will say they can also find the store if you do not include the employees. Yes, but in that particular scenario, you would need to apply the Snowflake schema. So it is a kind of trade-off between the performance as well, because for Snowflake schemas, it is not, it obviously requires like a lot of compute first of all, because it would require like hierarchical joins. So this is a kind of design thing. You can employ as well, you can ignore employ as well, but you need to know the reason for both. Like when you need to prefer which particular design, employees or store. Are you getting my point? Make sense? Okay, cool. Because it totally depends how business wants to see the data. Are they flexible to apply a join with a different table, or they want the information directly within the, you can say, fact table? It depends, because sometimes you need to prefer, you can say, your performance over the storage, because storage is fine. We can store like multiple records if we are just able to let's say perform queries faster than, let's say, if we are comparing the queries with the joins being applied on the Snowflake schema, obviously you would prefer this particular type of design. It depends, but you should have a clear answer, like what is the primary key here? Simple. The primary key here is your combination of all of the IDs or surrogate keys of your dimensions. Because we included employee dimension as well, that's why we have so many records for the similar combination. Makes sense? If you would not include this particular dimension, then you will just have, let's say, 1 or 2 records for this particular order ID, because you just have store ID and that is enough. Make sense? Okay, cool. So now this is everything for your dimensional data model. Now if, let's say, I want to perform a kind of quick analysis and I want to see what are the order details for this particular thing. So what I do usually, I always join my fact table with the dimension tables. We do not join dimension with dimension, and that is obviously not possible if it is not Snowflake schema. So what I can do, I can literally say left join, and then I can left join with Walmart dot gold dot dim orders. Like you can obviously join with anything, orders, or you can even, let's say, first of all, let's join on this one. So on fact order ID dim orders dot order ID, and I want to just, let's say, join on product ID as well. I just want the product information as well. I first of all want to see the order details, like how much amount was charged and obviously all of these things, then product information. So let's say product ID. Perfect. And if everything is fine, then I should see only 50 records, because it is a left join and this should not explode anything. So let's see. That is why I just use distinct on the dimension side. And we have one error. Okay. Yeah, obviously. So we just need to use here O, and then I can say O dot asterisk, and I also need, let's say, dim products, or let's say order dimension dot asterisk, and I will simply say OD, and then I can say P. So here I will simply say P dot asterisk. Okay, makes sense. And here I can say O dot order ID and OD, and here O, and here P. Perfect. Let's run this thing. Okay, this is missing. O dot order ID equals to 1. Perfect. So let's see what do we get. So we have got 250 rows. Wow. Why? Let's figure it out. So we have, okay, order ID equals to 1. So for that particular order ID, we should have, so first of all, let's check the products information, because we also need to narrow down the scope. And that's why I just applied this join, just to make sure everything is fine. This we can ignore. One more comma. Why don't they add the ID, coding ID? Okay, so this is working fine. So dim products is fine. And now I can quickly check, let's say, dim orders. So if I just use this thing, OD, and here if I just uncomment this thing, now it is exploding. So we need to just figure it out why it is exploding. So okay, it is exploding almost to 5 times. 50 rows are becoming 250 rows. Why? I think I know the reason, because of the order item ID, obviously. But let's see what is going on. So if we have, let's say, more than 50 records, obviously something is being exploded on the dimension side. So if I just look at the dimension columns, I will see that where is the dimension? So we have order ID, we have order ID, we have order item ID 4 with this particular thing instead of 5. Oh, so that is why. So whenever we need to just join your dimension table, dimension orders, you have to join it with order item ID as well. I hope it is clear, because the primary key of that particular fact table is order item ID as well. So if I just show you the dim orders, why I'm just adding these things, because this will be the core part of your interview, bro, because everyone can just build the DBT models easily. These will be your core interview questions. Select asterisk from, let's say, dim orders. So if you will just see, you can have multiple, you have just used distinct, obviously. So if I just check, let's say select, if I just, I can also use row number, but yeah, it's fine. So let's say I just use order ID, and then if I say count of your order item ID, and then if I say group by, and then if I say order ID, and if I say having count of this particular expression greater than 1, should I see anything? Should I see? Obviously, see, there are multiple order item IDs. There are. So if you have, let's say, distinct order ID something, but because you have used distinct on the order ID, it will just consider all of the combinations. Now, what are all of the combinations? See, whenever you have composite primary key, you need to make sure, okay, you are joining on based on both the columns, not on just one column. Nothing is wrong on the dimensional data model side. This is just the, you can say, logical layer that you need to understand how you will be just joining those tables. Because whenever you just create tables like these, it will look like it is exploding, but it is not. It is not. So if I just apply join on both the columns, see, if I just apply join, let's say, and O dot order item ID, order item ID equals to this, you will see 50 records if everything is fine. 50 rows. Because you need to make sure that order item ID is also same, because within one order there can be multiple order items. That is why. Makes sense? Because whenever you just create any dimensional data model, there will be at least one table in most of the cases that will require join on multiple columns, not on just one column. Because primary key is not including only one column. I hope this section is clear, and I know like this was like a little bit confusing, but this is important for you and for your interviews. Simple. This is your real data modeling round. Data modeling rounds will not ask you, hey, just build ER diagram. There can be companies who can just ask this thing, but if they are just looking for actually the real data engineers, they will ask you these questions after asking you to build those diagrams and all. These are like simple fundamental things, but this is the verbal round. Here you do not have that, you can say, to draw anything. Here you have to just verbally answer the question. These are like situation based questions. This is the real verbal interview, and here your answer plus your confidence both matters. Because even if you're saying the correct thing, but if you are behaving like maybe, they will not consider you as like competitive talent. Why? Because they would think like this person is not actually confident about the answers the person is making. And even if you are just not sure, and if you are just answering the questions confidently, you might be selected. Why? Because there is nothing wrong or right in the design. It all depends upon the requirements. But it needs that confidence, right? Okay, so we had a very good discussion on this particular thing as well, because this was required. That's why I just thought of adding this section. Okay, cool. So now I hope that you have a very clear understanding of the DBT. And now I hope that you have just learned so many things in the DBT. Now let's see how far we have come. So we have created this amazing dimensional data model as well. Makes sense. Cool. So now what exactly we need to do? The final part is orchestration that we need to achieve with the Apache Airflow. So now it's time to talk about the Apache Airflow. Are you excited about Apache Airflow? Apache Airflow is so cool. By the way, We can also schedule so many things and almost everything in Databricks itself as well, because we have Lakeflow jobs, which is amazing low no code solution with Databricks. But here we are exploring Airflow because you can do things in Databricks as well, right? But we are just covering the entire stack in itself. And we have some external dependencies as well, such as like calling the objects from S3 and just doing all of the things. And we might be just integrating the solution with other cloud platforms and with other solutions. So that is why we need to cover Apache Airflow. Make sense? Cool. Plus, we are not hosting our DBT job somewhere on GitHub or whatever. We are simply having DBT locally running on our machine. We can obviously host this thing to GitHub and we can just pull that thing in our Databricks job. We can just do all of these things, but we will just use Apache Airflow. Simple. But before doing that, we will simply create commits and all in this particular repo. So what I can do, or it is fine because we just need this particular folder and that's it. So you can ignore commits and all. We will just make the commits and branches in the Airflow itself. Okay. So this is a very good, you can say, your learning in DBT, and this is the main folder that you need, Walmart project, in order to move this thing to Apache Airflow. Make sense? Do not worry, we are not just moving anything or doing anything outside of this particular folder, but we will include something here. Okay, so you would need that particular thing. So first of all, let's talk about Apache Airflow. Ansh, Lamba, please. Okay, let's talk about it. What is Apache Airflow and why do we use it? And even if we know about it, we want to listen it from you. Okay, cool. So let's say Apache Airflow. Why Apache Airflow? Apache Airflow is first of all open source platform. Every other organization uses Apache Airflow and has been using since years, because this is one of the most earliest orchestration framework or reliable orchestration framework we got in the data industry. And yes, more recently it is fully upgraded with Apache 3.0 plus version, and it has actually like made significant changes in their stack, in their SDK. Okay, Apache Airflow is very good if you know, if let's say you are this person and you know Python, because Apache Airflow is very Pythonic. It's all about Python functions and all of these things. So it is very easy for anyone who knows Python. Simple. And it is for, I would say, those who knows a little bit of SQL, because you can just create SQL operators and all of these things, hooks and all. Okay, cool. So this is everything you need in order to get started with Airflow. Yes, literally this thing. But why Apache Airflow is considered as a big thing? First of all, it is a big thing. Second, in order to learn Apache Airflow, you need to cover Apache Airflow through a project. And before that, obviously you would need to have some basic understanding. In this project, the good thing is even if you are a beginner, you can get started with it, because we'll be covering everything from scratch in Apache Airflow, everything. But it is my recommendation, if you want to take my recommendation, yes, you can follow along with this orchestration part, which is like very quick. You can easily understand this thing, but you need to make a promise that you will learn Apache Airflow after completing this project. Because do you know what? Let me just tell you. With this project, you will have a very basic orchestration understanding. Basic orchestration. That how to define dependencies, how to just schedule the things, how to you can say explore the Airflow UI that you have, how to run Apache Airflow, everything. So you will have basic understanding, which is very good to get started. But in order to confidently sit in the interviews, in order to say that, okay, I have worked with Apache Airflow, or in order to actually work with Apache Airflow in your organization, you need a dedicated tutorial or basically dedicated course on Apache Airflow in order to understand all of the things. Are you getting my point? Very good. So after completing this project, you can just go on any browser and simply search Apache Airflow. And they have created a very nice documentation, and this is very, very good. And you can simply say documentation and Apache Airflow, task SDK as well. So you can just start reading this thing. Now, yes, this is open source, and I know for some cases it is very good, but if you need a structured step-by-step course, I have created one on YouTube. You can just watch that as well. It's, I think, 6 to 7 hours long. And I just recently created like a few months back. So Ansh Airflow, again, you can just watch any video on Airflow. Basically, you just need to learn Airflow. But if you want to learn from me, then you can just refer to this resource. But you are free to just learn from any, you can say, person, book, blog. I think like there are multiple books that which are very, very good. The only reason that I'm just saying to consider this course, because this course is using modern or latest Apache Airflow version, which is 3.0 plus, or basically you can say 0.3 plus. Yeah, 0.3. Basically, I can just show you. So this is the latest version, and if you just go with the books, some books are still in the preview mode where they have not launched the complete books with the latest version. So I do not want you to spend your time to learn the outdated version of Apache Airflow, which is not a good thing. If you are starting with, let's say, Apache Airflow, you should just go with the latest version. But yeah, there are like a few books. I think it is provided by Astronomer as well, which are like very good to get started. But this is the course that you can just consider if you want to study or if you just want to learn from me. Otherwise, feel free to use any resource. The only thing that I want is just learn Apache Airflow after this, because you will have a very strong understanding. Make sense? Very good. So this is your Apache Airflow. So now let's talk about why Apache Airflow. Apache Airflow is basically for orchestration. So for example, let's say if I just go to my architecture, if I just ask you a simple question that, hey, if I have the data, let's say if I have the data and I have data coming from here, I need to run the ingestion pipelines as well, and then I just need to perform quality checks, and then I need to create one big table, and then I need to create dimension, and then I need to create the fact table. Just tell me one thing, who will maintain the order of execution? Currently I am doing that because I am building this thing. But once the project is done, once the project is in production, who will do that thing? Not me. So here comes the concept of Apache Airflow, or basically orchestration. We need an orchestration framework where we will define the dependencies, where we will define the order that, hey, run this first, then this first, then this first, then this, then this, then this, and so on. And it will keep on running this thing on a regular basis. Daily, hourly, weekly, monthly, all of those things. So this will take care of this orchestration. That is why it is called as an orchestration framework, and it takes care of the orchestration of your entire pipeline. Here you do not process anything. Here you just orchestrate. A lot of people get confused like whether Apache Airflow is an ETL tool. It is not an ETL tool. It is an orchestration tool, because ETL tool are those tools which can actually transform or process the data as well. Airflow cannot process your data. Like obviously you can just write Python functions to process it, but you should not do that. You do not have clusters installed in Apache Airflow to process the data. Some lightweight API calls are allowed because that is the part of orchestration. You cannot run like, you can say, heavy data processing inside your Apache Airflow functions. You should only make the orchestration in the Apache Airflow. You should only call the APIs. For example, I have Databricks API, which I can use to call to trigger this pipeline to ingest the data. Here I will not just create a new pipeline in Apache Airflow itself to just process data from this agentic database to incremental. Like you can obviously self-host your Apache Spark instead of Databricks, and then you can call that or basically trigger that job. But still in that case as well, you are triggering the job only. You are not processing the data within Apache Airflow. So this is a very critical question in the interviews, that whether Apache Airflow is a data processing tool, because we can just write any Python code. You can say, yes, you can write, but you should not, because you do not have the resources. Why you want to waste the resources? You should use a dedicated framework for processing your data, which is Apache Spark. Simple. I hope it makes sense. Okay. So this is your Apache Airflow in a nutshell. And now we need to get started with Apache Airflow. And first step is installation. Now, Apache Airflow installation is one of the most important and one of the most complex thing in your entire Apache Airflow journey. Why? Because see, you need to use Docker in order to run Apache Airflow. Okay, if you are not familiar with Docker is basically a containerization tool, which is a lightweight alternative to your virtual machines. So for example, let's say you want to run something on your machine. Okay, and you want basically the complete isolation from your machine. So you have two options. One is using a virtual machine, where you can just use the hypervisor to create one virtual machine within your main machine, and then you can just do any downloads and anything within that machine. Docker does not use hypervisor. It simply uses your existing OS and then it creates the containers, isolated machines, kind of machines, isolated containers within your OS. This is like very lightweight thing. So now if you are on Mac or Linux, then very good, congratulations. Ansh, Lamba, you are using Windows and then why are congratulating Windows or Mac OS users? Why? Let me just tell you. So first of all, let me show you download Docker. First of all, download Docker quickly. Okay. Download Docker. If you are on Mac or Linux, not to Windows, okay, not to Windows users. So simply download the Docker and you are good to go. What? Yeah, you are good to go. Simply download and done. Now the Windows user, bro, let me just tell you one thing. In order to work with Apache Airflow, you have to enable virtualization on your machine, which is not enabled by default. You have to just enable WSL. You have to install first of all WSL, and then you would need to download the I think Ubuntu, which is a kind of, you can say, your Linux distro. So you have to do multiple steps and you have to proceed with those steps step by step. You cannot jump on one and just perform anything. So if you are on Windows, then yes, you have to watch a specific section of this particular video, which is called Airflow Setup, or you can say Airflow Environment Setup or Airflow Installation. Here in this video, in the same video, Airflow tutorial for beginners, you do not need to completely watch this video for now because you just need to install Apache Airflow with Docker. So if you are on Windows, simply go here, and if you are on Mac as well, simply go with this one. Here you will see how to install Apache Airflow with Docker. I hope it makes sense because it is like step-by-step process and you need to follow the exact process. Okay, makes sense? Okay, so just download everything, and now from now onwards, I am assuming that you have Docker installed and you have Apache Airflow installed. Simple. Very good. So now let's get started with our Apache Airflow, and now let's see how we can just include Apache Airflow in our project. So now, first of all, if your installation is done and if you have seen how to install Apache Airflow in your local machine, how to run it in your local machine. So now, first of all, turn on the Docker desktop if you just turned it off. So once our Docker is up and running, I can also show you my Docker engine. Just a second. So it is just starting my Docker engine. So what exactly you need in order to you can say run anything in your Docker. So this is my Docker engine, it is up and running. So now I would need one special, first of all, folder, or I can ignore it, it's fine. I would need Docker compose image. For what? For Apache Airflow. If you would have watched the tutorial, you would know like what exactly I'm talking about. So let's say I want Docker desktop, Docker compose image for Airflow. Docker compose Airflow, because we just need that file and everything else is good. So let's open the official documentation, and here they should have given us the file. Where is that file? Where is that file? So Docker desktop on Linux. Perfect. So I think this is the one. Install Docker compose. Yeah, this is the one. No, this is the link. Where is the file? Where is the file? Moment to run through Docker. Quick start. Official Airflow. Here is the file, bro. Yeah, here's the one. Wow. So we have just figured it out, this file. So let me just add this file in my VS Code because this file is required in order to work with anything. So this is the file I have pasted. Let me just rename. Docker compose.yaml. Perfect. So this is the file which is there for you so that you can literally perform anything on your Docker compose, or basically Docker, using this Docker compose image. So first of all, you would need to edit some things. Why? So let me just tell you what exactly and why. First of all, create one folder called Airflow. Airflow, are you serious? Yeah. Let's create one folder Airflow. Let's keep our things clean and move this file inside this Airflow. Make sense? Cool. Within the same folder Airflow, because this hierarchy is very important, at the same level of this Docker compose.yaml, you need to create 4 folders. You can even create from here, or you can open the terminal. So here we are going to create 4 folders. Why? If you would just look at this image, we would need 4 folders to be synced with the Docker and our local machine. Okay, what are these 4 folders? Just scroll down and you will see some bind mount. See, tags, logs, config and plugins. These 4 folders will be bind mounted with our local machine. It is a volume, but it is not actually a volume. It is a bind mount. Bind mount means your data of your local working directory will be synced with the Docker. Okay. So let's create these 4 folders. So I will simply say cd airflow and then mkdir. You can also use UI. So let's say DAGs, plugins, and then let's say logs and config. So these 4 folders are created here. I would also need one .env file at the same level, and here I will simply create airflow uid, or yeah, and the value will be 50,000. Simple. This is like user ID that we just need to create for our local setup, and it would be also written in the official documentation. If you could go here, simply search, let's say airflow uid. Yeah, airflow user ID. So this is the variable you just need to create, airflow uid, exact this one. So exact this one, yeah, airflow uid. So everything is good. Now you are good to start your Docker Compose. So simply say clear, and you are inside this airflow folder, which is very important. And here you can simply, and before running this thing, I can just show you one more thing, what exactly we need inside this file. So we would need to perform some changes. First of all, I need to bind mount one more folder. What is that folder? This Walmart project. So what I will do, I will simply copy this folder. Okay. And I can just paste it here, Walmart project. Simple. Cool. And now because this Walmart project is only available or will only be available in my local machine, and we have not bind mounted this folder, so we will simply bind mount it. What is the reason behind it? See, we are saying that whatever folders are here, these 4 folders should be available in my Docker, but we also want this folder, right? Because this is my DBT. So I will simply add that folder in the list that I want this folder as well. So I'll simply say $airflow project directory .env airflow, and then Walmart project, Walmart project. Simple. So this folder will also be linked to, what is this .env? Not .env. This should be linked with Walmart project. Perfect. So now this particular directory, which is my local machine, Walmart project, will be synced to this particular location of the Docker. So if you will just see it in the, you can say Docker, so it will look like this. So let's say you will have your machine. This will be, let's say, Docker. So now your folder called, let's say, Walmart project will also be available inside the Docker as Walmart project. So we are bind mounting this thing. This bind mount is very important if you are in the development area, if you are still developing your project. But once everything is fine, we simply copy this folder inside the Docker. But currently we need live changes as well, right? So this is a kind of thing that we need to do. First thing. Second thing is we also need to, you can say, enable Postgres DB if you want to see. Obviously, we do not need to check database here for this particular example, so you can simply ignore it. And there's like one more important thing. You need to turn off your example DAGs, because you would see 80 plus example DAGs if you do not turn this off. So let me just search examples. So here it is true. You just need to make it false. Simple. Simply save this file. I will also provide this file in my GitHub repo, obviously. So you can either use this one. If you do not want any manual changes, you can simply use this file. So I think this is good now. And now I can just run the file and I can say Docker compose up D. Okay. D is very important. Otherwise your terminal will be locked. So now what it will do, it will simply fetch all of the Docker images for the project. Working with Apache Airflow 3.2 image, then your Redis image, then your Postgres image, and then all of the other images, let's say web server, all of the things. Okay. And you will literally see it, and it will take some time for the very first installation because it will download those data in your local machine in your Docker. Once it is there, you will see the information in your Docker as well. And as you can see, if I just go to images, I can already see some images here. And if I just go to containers, there's just one container running. Cool. So let's wait. until all the images are downloaded, because there will be like 6 to 7 images which will be downloaded. Okay, and then after downloading these images, after pulling those images, it will also turn on all of the containers except just one, because that is a kind of initializer, and that's it. So this is your Apache Airflow setup. Make sense? So now what exactly we're going to do? We will be just creating tasks within this Apache Airflow, and this is just your setup. That is it. That is it. You do not need any this information. This is just for your local machine. You are literally concerned about this folder. Remember this thing, just this folder, because this folder is also copied inside this one. So this is the main folder for your project, where you have Walmart project, and you can even paste your database setup as well that we just created. And as you can see, it has started pulling more and more images and creating containers. Perfect. It will take some time, and it will also check the status if it is healthy or not. And Apache Airflow init is just waiting. Other than that, everything is running fine. So as I can see that my Docker container is up and running, or not just container, set of containers. So if I just go to containers, I will see a long list of containers except this particular one, because this is just an initializer. You can even look at this particular UI. Simply go to your browser, search localhost 8080, localhost 8080, and you will see this particular thing. Username is password, username is Airflow, password is Airflow. You can simply sign in, and that information is also there. That is why you are seeing this thing. So this is your Apache Airflow UI, and looking amazing, and we will be just working with this thing a lot. So this is your UI for Apache Airflow. If you're new here, nothing to worry. This is the section where we explore a lot of things, DAGs, because we create DAGs. What are DAGs? Let's talk about this as well. So DAG is nothing but directed acyclic graph. Sounds very fancy, but what does it mean? So basically, let's say you are creating a workflow. Let's say this is your task number 1. This is your task number 2. These are your further task, and then you have this task. So if you just want to connect it, so let's say this will run after this, this, and then this finally. So you can see directions, like which will run when. This is a graph. Acyclic is the most important thing. We cannot just rerun this particular task from last to the beginning, from the end to the beginning. No, we cannot create cyclic graphs. Then it will be you can say then it will be like infinite loop. So this is the main thing, acyclic thing. It can just go in a specific direction, and that's it. Simple. So this is your DAG, and we create DAGs in Apache Airflow. There are so many things like assets, lot of things that I've just already mentioned, that after completing this project, you can just start learning more and more advanced things from that project that I just showed. Simple. But here we will simply learn how to build the DAGs. Okay. So now let's start creating our Airflow DAGs. So first of all, whatever you will just create in Airflow, you have to use this DAGs folder, because this is the folder where we just store all of the DAGs. Let's create one DAG, and we will just simply call it as orchestrate. Simple. Orchestrate Walmart, or let's say orchestrate.py. So this is the Python file. Let me just hide it. Simple. So this is the DAG file where I will just write the logic for the DAGs. I will create nodes. I will create everything. So first thing first, we know that this Airflow will be running on the Docker, in the Docker. So we do not actually need Airflow in our system, obviously. But if you are just using, let's say, any code editor, and if you want some suggestions, if you do not want to see those lines like curly lines, then obviously you can just install or add Airflow for your virtual environment just for the typing and coding, and that's it, because it will not run anything on our local machine. Obviously Docker is also running on our local machine, but that is an isolated environment, right? So we have to just run everything in Docker. Make sense? So let's try to add that library in our virtual environment, and it is called, I think, Apache-Airflow. So let's add it with uv add Apache Airflow. So this will simply add this package within our virtual environment, and this is just for typing, just for coding, just for suggestions, everything. We have now coding editor, so we do not need it, but yeah, so simply clear. So let's try to use the package. So first of all, you would need to add or basically import the package called from airflow.stk. What is this thing? So here, this is the SDK that we use with Apache Airflow. And from here, you would need to import DAG with not capital D, small d. Why? Because capital D is for like other way of using DAG. So we are using the modern way of, you can say, decorators that we have for DAG. Make sense? So this is like modern way. You can just use capital DAG as well, capital D as well, but this is fine. Perfect. So how we can just do it? So let me just import task as well. So after this, we need to create a DAG. Whenever we need to create a DAG, we simply use the DAG decorator, because the other way is this one with DAG, and then you just use a context manager and then just write your DAG. That was like old school method. This is, I think, good, more cleaner, more like better. So now here we do not need to define anything in these two curly braces. We can schedule it and we will schedule everything. But for now we can just remove it. Simple. So now whatever function we create within this DAG will be considered as a DAG. And because I just mentioned that this is so Pythonic, so you literally need to create a Python function. You can name it anything, but whatever you will name it, it will take that particular name of the DAG. Make sense? So let's say orchestrate. So I'll simply say orchestrate. Rule of thumb is you do not have to, you should name this particular parent DAG same as your, you can say, file name, so that you can easily debug the things. DEF orchestrate. Within the DAG, I create the tasks. Tasks are basically your nodes. Like this is the first task, this is the second task, this is the third task. In our architecture, what is the first task? The first task is data ingestion. We need to ingest the data using CDC. Remember? Very good. So I'll simply say @task, same decorator. And here I will define the function. So I'll simply say ingest CDC. Perfect. Cool. So I have said ingest CDC. Now I will just write the logic where I will simply call the Databricks job to automatically ingest the data from the databases. Right? But here I'm not writing that function for now. We will just add it later on. So currently I can just pass on and I can simply return a statement, let's say CDC data ingested. Okay. Because currently we are focusing on the DBT part, like how to integrate DBT with Airflow. Once it is done, then we will just switch over to the Databricks part, how to integrate Databricks with Airflow. So this is done. Once this data is ingested, then what exactly we need to do? We need to work with DBT, right? Remember, because we have the data in the Databricks. Very good. So here I'll be just using a task for the DBT. Now let me just explain one very important thing. So whenever we are working with DBT, okay, with Airflow, DBT, you have multiple ways, because DBT literally runs everything from the terminal, and you can also run everything from the terminal. You can run, let's say, bash tasks, okay, because you have all of those things. Second thing is you can use something called as managed libraries, something called as Cosmos. Now the benefit of Cosmos is, so as you know, if I just want to run everything in my DBT, I literally say DBT run and it will just build everything. I will not see any tasks. I will not see any kind of, you can say, model. It will literally run everything inside only one black box. But if I just want to get the dependencies, let's say I just want to segregate my entire DBT project into form of, you can say, lineage, how everything is working in the form of tasks, then this library can be very helpful. But I think it is built by Astronomer. Perfect, like this. So it will automatically fetch the DAG, or basically fetch the tasks dependency from your DBT project. This is another solution. Some people prefer this one, where they have full control what exactly they want to do. Some people prefer Cosmos. But here, because we are just using pure open source Apache Airflow, we will go with this one. But I have some better ways to do this thing. Instead of directly saying DBT run, which will literally run everything, which is not a good thing for data lineage, we will use the specific commands of DBT to run the specific types of models. Oh, yes. So I will literally break down this entire command into so many commands so that I can just have a manual lineage, and I'm okay with that particular thing. Make sense? Hope so. Perfect. So what is the first thing that I should just do? I just want to run a bash command. Okay, I just want to run the bash command. So if you want to run the bash command, there are multiple ways. You can use bash operator, or you can use the task decorator, because by default, if you do not provide any information to this task, it will use Python as your task. But if you just want to run bash, Then you have to specify task.bash, and then you can just write a function. Let's say, what is the very first thing we are just doing in DBT? What is the very first thing? The very first thing is we are creating source. Exactly. We are creating sources, right? If I just go to this project, this is the very first thing. Where are sources? In the models, source. Cool, right? Very good. So I will just name it as, let's say, source freshness. Perfect. Source freshness. So there is a command in our, you can say, DBT, which is called, let me just write it for you. It is called DBT source freshness. Perfect. Wow. Simple. But here's the thing. The thing is, we want to run this command. First of all, let me show you running this command from my terminal. What will happen? So if I just open the project, and you already know, whatever command I just need to run, I have to run it from this folder. I cannot run it from any other folder because it will check for this particular profile and project, right? So I will open one integrated terminal for this particular folder. And if I just run this command, DBT source freshness, let's see. DBT source freshness, it will simply check for any freshness for our sources. Let's say if data is newly added or if there is any kind of freshness that we have applied. So it will simply say nothing to do, but it will simply do a quick check. So this happens, but this is only applicable if I am running from this particular folder, from inside this folder. If I run from this terminal, let's say if I'm just opening this terminal, this will fail. This will literally say, I do not have access to your project. I cannot see any DBT project, blah, 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 blah. Right? So we need to make sure how we can just run this command from this particular folder. And this folder is also available at this parent level, right? So you have to do a manual CD. Basically, you have to manually change the directory of your bash command. Make sense? So here I can simply write CD, and then let's say, what is a CD? CD is basically the change directory. Now here, one thing is very important. Even your DAGs is inside the DAGs folder, and you just need to go one folder up, but it is recommended that you should always refer to the location from the root directory. And in the Docker, the root directory starts from OPT. Okay. So I'll simply say, go to the root directory OPT. Then within that, I have a special folder called Airflow. Then I have a special folder within that, which is called your Walmart project. Because in the Docker, I have this particular folder Airflow, and I can even show you, nothing is hidden from you. I can just open this Docker, and if I just, let's say, open any machine, let's say if I just open any worker, and if I click on it, and if I just go to exec, and if I just say ls and hit enter, I will see config, DAGs, logins, plugins, and Walmart project. Why? Because this was bind mounted. Remember, if I say cd ... and if I say ls, I will see Airflow folder. Wow. If I say cd ... if I say ls, I will see all of the root directories. And this is the root directory I want to pick, which is OPT, this one. Within the OPT, if I say cd OPT, ls, I have Airflow. If I go cd Airflow, ls, I have these folders. Wow. So this way we can actually go inside our folder. Simple. So I can just run this command, which is a manually set the working directory using cd. Simple. So this is the manual way of it. There is one more way, and for that you would need to import the operators, which is a special bash operator. So let's say from airflow.operators.bash, import bash operators. And you would also need to add this library, or basically package, this class. What is the class name? Airflow.operators. What is the class name? Let me just add Airflow operators. UV add Airflow operators. Perfect. So now it is there. So it will take some time to just apply that. So that is fine. So now I can simply use bash operator as well. And when I just use bash operator, so let's say I will simply say source freshness as my task name. Source freshness equals to bash operator. And here I can just define all the information. So I will simply say task ID equals to task name. Bash command will become this one. Wow. But Anshana, but this is exactly same. Yeah. But I can just get rid of this as well, because I have a special parameter called source freshness. So I will simply say source freshness equals to source freshness. CWD. CWD is this one. Simple. So this way as well, we can just set the working directory, because this way we do not need to write CD again and again and again. So that is fine. And do not worry, we will just check this particular thing as well in the later tasks, because for the source freshness, I just want to do manual so that you learn that as well. Once we are good with that, then we can just use CWD for the later tasks. We have so many commands to run. But first of all, I need to confirm that this DAG is running absolutely fine. So once my tasks are created, I need to define the dependencies. Now, what is a dependency? So first of all, this task will run, then this task will run, correct? So let's define the dependencies using the you can say arrow operators. There's a special name I forgot, like there's like these arrow. So I'll simply say ingest CDC, and then yeah, these. What was the name, bro, for this? Like a very common name for this. I think big something. Wait, let me just start, because there's a very popular name. What is this called? Shift operator, something like that. Let me just confirm. Double angle quote, right shift operator. Yeah, shift operator, right shift operator, same thing. So yeah, you can just use shift operator to define the dependencies. This is the most easiest and most cleanest way that you can use in Airflow. So what I'm saying, I'm simply saying ingest CDC, then source freshness. Cool, very simple. Once this is done, then we need to register this DAG. And now how to register this DAG? By simply calling the DAG like this. Cool, that's it. Yeah. So now what will happen? Whatever you have defined here in the DAGs folder will be synced automatically with your Airflow container. And once it is synced, you can see those DAGs within your UI. Let's check if it is available. So I will simply go here, refresh it. And if I just go to DAGs, I can see the DAG here, orchestrate. If you will not see your DAG here, you will see some red marks. That means there is an error. And if you do not even see the red mark, if you do not see any DAG, that means your DAG is not parsed. Basically, there's a DAG processor which continuously parse your DAG. So if you just want to confirm, so simply go to logs and you should see that particular file here. If that file is here, and you will see the date as well, everything. So if you will see that file here, that means your DAG is parsed. And if you do not see the DAG there, that means there's an error. If you do not see the DAG in the logs as well, that means you need to wait, because it is still parsing your DAG. Sometimes it takes a lot of time to parse it, because it all depends like how much time you have just provided to parse your DAG. If it is not in logs, no worries, you just need to wait. Sometimes you would need to refresh your VS Code editor as well. It's fine. Cool. Very good. So you have this particular DAG, and let's try to run this. Click on this DAG. You will see two tasks. See, task number 1, task number 2. If you want to trigger it, you can just trigger it from here. There's a button called trigger, and simply say trigger. Cool. So now let's wait. Let's see what do we get. So this is queued, and let's see, and we can even refresh it. Yeah, this is now running. So ingest CDC task is running, and this is failed. Wow. Cool. It's fine. It's fine. So ingest CDC is there. And we can see the return value was CDC data ingested. This was just a, you can say, pseudo task. And let's see what is failed here. So it is saying batch command failed. The command return a non-zero exit 127. Okay. And it is saying DBT command not found. Oh, command not found. Okay. No worries. So we have used this command cd and then this and %obd DBT source freshness. DBT source freshness. I think command looks good. I just want to make sure the spelling. Okay. Freshness. Let's go back to our VS Code and let's see what is wrong. So we are here in our Airflow. So what is wrong? So it is saying command not found. That means it is not able to run the DBT command, and there is nothing special in this command. So that is fine. And it is saying command not found. DBT, who's this? Oh, I see. So basically this command is fine. And now it is saying I cannot run this command, obviously, because DBT is not installed in our Docker. So if I just go to my Docker and if I just run the command, let's say DBT version, it will say DBT permission denied. Wow. By the way, like DBT command is not there, like it will never run that command because DBT is not installed. So we need to first of all install the DBT. Now how to install DBT in Apache Airflow? For that we have to customize our Apache Airflow image. What does it mean? So let me just show you something. If you will just go to docker compose.yaml, here there is an option called Airflow image, and here is this thing. So currently we are using image which is this one, right? This is the image that we are using. Okay, this is the image that is built by the Airflow directly. We didn't build this. But if we want to customize this image, because in this example we do not have DBT installed in that Airflow image, so we have to just build our own. So that is why they have provided one option where you can build even your own image as well. So I will simply remove the comment and I will comment this statement, because this time I do not want to use the built-in image. I want to build my own image. Now, what is the meaning of build dot? That means the image, the Docker file is actually stored in this particular folder. If you do not know about Docker file, you do not need to worry at all. By the way, Docker file is the file which is used to use a base image and then customize that base image with some more and more installs. For example, what I will do in my base image, I will literally use the base image of Apache Airflow. Let me just show you. So let's create a file called Docker file without any extension and with capital D. Yes. Do not be smart. Hey, you forgot to add extension. So in this Docker image, I will first of all pull the official Apache Airflow image. Let me just bring the exact version. So this is the exact version of Apache Airflow that I just want to use. Okay, 3.2.0. Now, once this image is pulled, I want to install more and more things. Okay, I just want to install more and more things because DBT is not installed in that particular machine, and not just DBT. I just want to install all the packages that I'm using in my virtual environment. Makes sense? So first of all, I would need the requirements.txt file, which is the common sense. So let me just bring the requirements.txt file and how you can also bring it. So first of all, open your terminal and run the command called pip freeze. This will list all of your dependencies. Then write this list into requirements.txt. Perfect. So this will create requirements.txt file in your root directory. See? And here I have all of the things. Wow. Wow. Literally wow. What is this asset bundle? Asset bundle. I don't need asset bundle, bro. So just remove it. Perfect. And perfect. So this is the entire list that I have for this project. Make sense? Do we have DBT? What is this file, bro? Wait, pip freeze and requirements.txt file. I think it has just copied everything from my root. Asset bundle. Okay. Okay. If I just go to pipeline.toml, I can also use this one as well, just to bring the, you can say, main files instead of just bringing everything. So let's use this one because you have like full freedom. You can either use this one like this, or I can just use a tip. You can say major ones, because I think it is bringing a lot of other libraries as well, and I don't want to debug that at that time. So I'll simply put it here, and I don't need any kind of version, or let's keep it fine. So second thing I want is this one. Perfect. And DBT core, I want to install DBT core. Perfect. And at the end, I just want to install DBT Databricks, which is a plugin or adapter. So this is the requirements.txt file. I can simply confirm it by running it. So let's say uv and pip install -r requirements.txt, hit enter, audited 4 packages, and it is already there. Simple. Okay, so cool. This is working fine. Now I want to use this particular requirements.txt file to add the packages in my Docker. So I will simply say, first of all, user. I just need to define the user root, and obviously I need to update my machine. So let's say this one, add all the compilers, GCC compiler, everything. Then you again need to switch back to user Airflow. Then you just need to say what exactly you want to install. So you will say, I want to install everything that I have in requirements.txt file. It will say, okay, but first of all, give me the requirements.txt file. So now you need to copy that. Copy requirements.txt file in the same folder in Docker. Simple. Once you can also give the file name, but it is fine if you just say dot. It will simply add that file in the same folder. Now you need to just install the packages using this command, which is nothing but your same command, pip install -r requirements.txt. Simple. I hope it makes sense. So this is a Docker file that you just want to create now. And because you will be building a new image, so I will recommend you can even rebuild the image, but just to keep the thing simple, I would recommend first of all stop your container. And how to stop? Simply say docker stop or write docker compose down. It will simply shut down all of the things, and it is asking where is the docker compose. So simply go to open terminal and now just write docker compose down, because you just need to open the terminal in the same window. So docker compose down. What do you want, bro? Docker compose while parsing a flow mapping at line 51. Error with God and Docker AI. What? YAML docker compose dot YAML. Okay. Is anything wrong in YAML? I don't think so. Docker compose down. Let me just troubleshoot it. Wait. I think I know the issue. So remember, we just commented out this line like this. So simply add hash. It's better because it was just causing an issue with curly braces. I think so. Let me just try this time. So by the way, I just stopped the container directly from here. You can just click on pause and delete, but I can still show you. So you can also run now, I think docker compose down. It should work. Okay, like this. But if you are in a hurry, then you can just click on delete from here as well. It works. And I will simply remove all of the images. So I will simply say delete, except this. Latest. Okay. Yeah, just delete this one as well. Is there any container with this one? Okay, so I can just keep this one. So simply say delete. So this will delete all of the images because it will just rebuild the Airflow image and it will not use the existing one. I hope it makes sense. Cool. So now let's run the command docker compose upd. And now, yes, it is working. So that was the issue, which is this hash. Do not just comment it out, simply add hash. It is kind of ID thing. They have not implemented this thing. So what I can do. So now it has failed to solve, failed to calculate this thing, run pip install, copy requirements.txt. Oh yeah, makes sense. So it is simply saying, you said copy requirements.txt, but where is copy.requirements.txt? So simply add requirements.txt file within your Airflow folder. Cool. Just a simple thing. So now just write this again. And now it will just build this image. So now currently it is not pulling your image. It is pulling plus it is building your image because it is simply downloading all of the packages, see, on top of your image. This is the power of customizing your own Apache Airflow. Simple. So it will simply keep on adding and adding and adding stuff. Once everything is there, then it will build the new Apache Airflow image, and that should have all of the dependencies that you need to run any DBT task. I hope it makes sense. And initially it can take some time to build it, and now everything is built and I can even check my Docker. So if I just go to images, it has built all of the things. See, wow. And the container is here. Here are all of the containers. Some are still about to turn on. Then in the images, I have all of the images that I need. Makes sense. And I have Apache Airflow worker as well. All of the things, all of the images are built. Cool. But using what? Using our customized Apache Airflow. This is not just your base image that we are just pulling directly from the, you can say, your repository. So that's why you are just seeing so many images now, because it has literally built a new image every time, right? So I think this is working fine, and only Apache Airflow worker is pending. Once it is up and running, then yes, we can just try rerunning our task and it should work. It should work. So that is why this project is here. You need to just learn this, like how to integrate DBT with Apache Airflow, how to integrate your DBT models, DBT orchestration with your Apache Airflow. Simple. So now it is up and running. So now what I can do, I can just go to my UI. I can refresh this Airflow UI and I can go to DAGs. This is my DAG. I can even refresh it. So currently it is just showing me this thing because it would be using some logs. So simply click here and I can just check the code. If it is the new code, okay, it's fine. So let's say trigger. So if I say trigger, let's see what do we get. And this time it should run fine if everything is fine. So currently it is running, fingers crossed. Running, okay, let's wait. Because obviously it will just take, okay, failed again. Very good. Let's see what is the issue this time. Command return a non-zero. Walmart project. Okay. But I think this time the error is different. I think so. Running command and DBT this thing. Okay, registered adapter Databricks this thing. Okay, macros this thing. Perfect. Okay, task failed, bash command failed, command returned a non-zero exit code. Custom schema Walmart key error one. Okay, so this is the error. Oh, custom schema.sql. Okay, so I think maybe some dependencies are missed. I can just check. So this is our VS Code. What is wrong? So it was throwing some error with the macros. Okay, custom schema. This looks good, and this works fine on our machine. So what is wrong with the Docker? So okay. DBT package macros. Oh, okay, makes sense. So I can see, so it was like with manifest.json file. So just you can say quick tip with DBT. Glad that this error came, because we can just talk about target as well. So in the DBT, we get one temporary folder called target. And what this folder does, literally nothing. This is just for debugging. So whenever we run any command or anything, whatever it creates, it just puts that particular residue in the target. So let's say it will create some compiled SQL, it will put it here. If you just want to see some data, it will just put it here. So ideally, we can just get rid of this target folder. We do not actually need this folder. And I forgot to just add this in, you can say get ignore or anything. So that, because we do not actually need this folder. So you can simply ignore it. Same with your logs and DBT packages. But for this particular thing, you can simply say rm, which is remove rm and rf, and then you can simply say target. Now you do not need to directly say target because it is inside Walmart project, and then let's say target. Make sense? So this way you can manually remove this folder as well, because this is not actually required. This is not required at all. So you can just simply run this as well. And if you just run this command, remove this target, I think this should work. So now let's go to our UI. Let's refresh. Let's go to DAGs, click here, check the code if it is updated or not. Yes, it is updated. Simply say trigger and trigger. Now let's wait. So perfect. Okay, let's refresh. Oh, perfect. Finally. So if I just go here, if I see the output, it will simply say, yeah, this is the exact thing that we see in our machine. So you can get rid of target folder directly as well from your local machine. That is like a good way. Or you can simply add this command as well. In case you just want to remove targets, you can even create a specific task just to remove targets and whatever you just want to do. Make sense? Because if we just perform some automation, then obviously it will create these target folders. So you can literally create one cleanup task if you want to. This is optional. This is not, you can say, have to do thing. You can even delete the folder directly from here because it is not required at all, first of all. And if you just want to keep it, it's still fine. Okay, it's still fine. You have both the options. So let's create one task, def, and let's say cleanup, clean target. Simple. And here you can simply say .bash, and here let's say clean target and return and target, and let's remove those things as well, which is your logs. We do not need, which are logs, not DBT modules. We can just remove DBT module, but it's fine. So let's say logs. We didn't use any DBT packages, so that is good. So let's do it this way. It is like better, right? So yeah, let's do it this way, and let's add this task after this one. So let's say clean target. Make sense? So I think this should work. So you can just do anything. You have full freedom with Apache Airflow. Cool. So let's try to run this again, and let's refresh it. And this time we should see 3 tasks instead of 1. Yes, perfect. Let's try to run it. Trigger. This will do nothing. It will simply clean some target if it is available. So this is done. And then it can run the query. Run the models basically. Cool. So this is done. Wow. So now once it is done, then we can just say that our tasks are completed. Cool. And now what exactly we need to do? We need to create more and more tasks for different commands. So once our sources are ready, what exactly we need to do? If I just go to my models, I have a specific task for silver tea, right? So now I will create one task, and this time I will create bash operator task just for you so that you can just learn more and more things. So silver T, or let's say silver technical, let's give it a good name, silver technical, and I will simply say bash operator, task ID silver technical, bash command is this one, and perfect. So this time you will see, Ansh, Lamba, what you have used. We haven't never seen this command before. So you said that DBT run -- models. First of all, there will be no models, there will be like select. What is this thing? What is this command? Let me just show you. So if you, let's say, want to run all of the models, you will simply say DBT run, simple. But if you just want to run the specific models, let's say I just want to run these models only for this folder, I can say DBT run and then select. Let's verify this thing. So if I just go to this project terminal, and if I just run this command, exact command, so that nothing fails, DBT run silver T. So if I just paste this command here, hit enter, this should run fine if everything is fine. See, now this time this will not run all of the models. This will not just start running all of the models. No, this will run only the models which are created inside this folder. This is called narrowing down the scope of your DBT project. So now you are owning the specific task. This way you do not need to just create one task, DBT run, and boom. No, just narrow down your project structure into your normal tasks. The same thing is automated using Cosmos, which is built by Astronomer, but we are just considering our open source Apache Airflow and DBT. Simple, very good. Because obviously if you're just using libraries, it's good, but you should have the basic raw understanding as well. You should know what exactly Cosmos is doing behind the scenes. It's not like, hey, that solution is ready, let's use it. Understand it. Even then, if you want to use it, you are good to use it. But first understand it. So this will be just running our all of the 6 models. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means this command is working fine. That means this task is also good, right? Which is called source freshness. And here we can simply create the task for bash operator. Perfect. So this is my task. Now, if I just want to add this particular task, I can simply say shift operator silver technical. Here I do not need to add braces because this is not a function. This is just a task. Simple, using bash operator. So our 4 tasks are done, and let's wait for it to complete, and then we can just try running our DAG just to make sure it is running fine. Cool, just orchestrating the DBT commands, and that is it. And now you are seeing like how everything is working. Simple. Okay, so this command is completed. Cool, glad to know this thing. And now let's try to add more and more commands. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now let's create another task for silver business. So here we know that once silver, wait, why silver business? Ansh, Lamba, you have tests as well. Yes, good catch. So if you just open silver technical, if you just check the properties, we have defined some tests, and we need to make sure that those tests are passed before running anything else, before running our silver business, right? So very good catch. Let's run that as well. So let's use this one, and let's create a task called silver technical tests. Simple. And here we'll simply say DBT test select silver T. This is the command that we just need to run. DBT test select. Simple. So again, we can just select what test we just want to run. Yes, we can just, we have this privilege in DBT. Thanks to DBT team who have just built this thing. You do not need to run all of the tests together because that doesn't make any sense, because you cannot run silver B test before running the silver T tests, right? So here we are good to go with silver technical tests. Once these tests are passed, then I just want to run silver business OBT. Cool. And here I'll simply say silver business, and this will become silver B. Perfect. Once this thing is done, then I want to run silver business test, right? Silver business tests. What is where is silver business test? Okay, here silver business tests. Perfect. And here I can say DBT test silver B. Perfect. So this is also done. Silver business tests. Cool. Should we just test this command? Yeah, let's do it. So if I just run this command, let's see what do we get, because it is better to see the errors in terminal instead of in Airflow. So currently it is just running the tests, and in business we just have one test, so that is good. One of one test start and completed successfully. That is also good. So that means our business layer is also ready. Then what exactly we need to do? We need to build the model. Which one? Gold models, but not all of the gold models. Then we just need to build the models for our ephemeral, right? This will not actually build anything because ephemeral are just queries, so we do not actually need to worry about anything. I hope it makes sense, right? So if I say, let's say clear, and if I say dbt run -- select, and if I just say gold, and then if I say ephemeral, what will happen? Hit enter. It will just start running everything, nothing to do, because this is just ephemeral. This is not actually a kind of materialization, as you know, but still we can just run this command just for the lineage, because some things are very important from the lineage point of view as well. Even those tasks are just doing a quick check. Okay, so I'll simply say gold ephemeral, yeah, gold ephemeral equals to this thing, bash operator gold ephemeral, and bash command will be this one. So should we use cwd? Let's use cwd because that makes more sense instead of just doing cd. It doesn't look good. Cwd equals to this one, and I can just get rid of this command. Perfect. Very good code editor, very good. Perfect. So this is my command. Simple. So now this is my cd, but dbt run select, this is gold, and then ephemeral. Perfect. So this will just perform gold ephemeral. Once all of the gold ephemeral tasks or basically views are created, then I just want to create the dimensions. And for dimensions, what do I need to run? Snapshot, right? So I'll simply say gold dimensions. Cool. Bash operator task ID gold dimensions, and this one, bash command is this one. And I do not have this command. We have dbt snapshot. Perfect. And we do not need to select specific snapshots. We just want to run all of the snapshots because all can run in parallel. Makes sense. Okay, cool. Once this is also done, then I just want to say gold fact, the last table, right? I'll simply say gold facts or fact. We just have one, but still it's fine. And I'll simply say dbt run gold and fact here. Yeah, perfect. Then we will just run this particular table. Make sense? So this is our entire DAG for dbt. Wow, literally wow. So now let's add the dependencies. So zero technical is there. Then we need to add zero technical tests. Then zero business test, gold ephemeral, gold dimension, gold facts. Perfect. Are you ready to run this particular DAG? Let's see, bro. Let's open the DAG. Zero DAG. See, if you see any error, you will see this red mark here like this. So click here, you will see the error. It will simply say, okay, this is the file. And the error is bash operator is not callable. Very good. I think something is wrong with some syntax. So bash operator is not callable. Let's see what is not callable. cwd. I hope that this is not creating the issue, cwd, because this was there, I think, in the previous version. I'm not sure in this particular one. So because I just use this particular thing more, this has like more cleaner and nice format. But let's see. Let me just do one thing. Let me just comment everything, and then we will have the culprit. So let's comment out everything. Let's keep only one task. Now let's see, what do we see exactly? Refresh. That's how you just actually debug. So you have this task and it is still saying this thing. Okay, now it is just throwing an error here, because that's how you just narrow down the scope. Hit enter, comment out. Simple. So this is, oh, this is fine. That means that is not the issue. CWD is not the issue. That is proved. Ansh Lamba has proved that CWD is not the issue. I think we are just missing some syntax thing anywhere, because this is, if this is working fine, that means all the things should work fine. So that is good. So if I just do this thing, let's now see. We can only narrow down like this. Oh, I found it. It is either in these two. Okay, silver technical. Okay. Silver technical tests. Perfect. Let me just check now. If we see the error here, then obviously we have found the error. Yes, we have found the error. So it is saying, again, it is like silver technical business, and let's hit enter. Perfect. And this is the, okay. So now it is confirmed that error is at bash operator. Bro, what is this error, bro? What is this error? So silver technical tests is also fine. Let me just see. Bro, we have found the culprit, and culprit was so childish. See, this is the issue. We were using, but not we, this code editor was using. Now it should be good. Sometimes a simple bug takes so long. So this is the DAG, and now wow, this has like so many tasks. If you would use DBT run, you will have one task, DAG will look so cool, but if it fails, you will not find at which layer, at which particular command it fails. So that is why you need to have detailed DAG. Okay, let's try to run this and let's see if it is working fine. If everything is running fine, that means our DBT and Airflow orchestration is done. Then obviously we need to combine Databricks and other pieces within our DAG. Let's see, and let's have some patience because this is the most important step, and let's see everything is running fine or not. So let's wait. So we can see all the greens. Wow, I was not, by the way, hoping this, but yeah. So if we just check, everything looks good. Gold dimensions or everything is fine. Gold dimensions, gold facts, everything. So that means everything is running fine. Completed successfully. Everything is good. Wow. So this is all about your DBT with Airflow. Now let's learn how we can integrate the other pieces. If you would remember, we have Databricks job as well. We have one S3 file as well. Like what exactly we need to do. That is a little bit new thing for you because you will be using Databricks SDK as well with Apache Airflow. So let's see how that piece will work. So now let's talk about what exactly we need to do in order to include Databricks in our DAG. So if I just look at the DAG currently, and if I just go to the very first task is ingest CDC, which is actually a Databricks task. And we have a Databricks job for it, if you would remember. So let me just open that Databricks. So let me just select my account. Let me just show. I think you would also have that job because we created that CDC job. So it's already there. So if I just go to my jobs and pipelines, here I have two things. First is pipeline. The second thing is job. Right? Okay, makes sense. So why are you seeing so many runs? Because it was scheduled, if you would remember, and it runs every hour because we wanted to run it every hour. Simple. Currently it is scheduled, but we can obviously edit it because we do not want to run it every time. So if you just click on this job, because we want to orchestrate this job through the Airflow. Okay. But because it is built-in feature in Databricks, if we do not want to orchestrate it from outside tool, we can also schedule it automatically, right? But we do not want to because we have like dependencies. So I'll simply go on, let's say, pause, schedule and triggers, and it is now paused. Cool. But I just wanted to keep it running so that you can also see like, okay, this data was like consistently running, because in some scenarios, in some projects, they decouple both of the things like ingestion and your further tasks. A very good example of this thing is, let's say you are building a project where you have, let's say, source. Okay, source is your DB. Okay, and you ingested that database in your Databricks. Cool. Now the same source is being used in one project. The same source is being used in your maybe other project as well. It is possible, right? Cool. So when this is the scenario, then obviously you would want to schedule it independently. You would need to decouple it and you would run it maybe every hour. That's how it behaves. Okay, it's fine. That's why it is called CDC, change data capture. So we just want to capture the changes automatically. But in our case, we do not have any other project and we want to run this particular, you can say, job as a part of Airflow, right? So that is the thing we need to achieve. So now we know that we use Python and Airflow. Makes sense? In order to work with Databricks, how we can just trigger this job directly from Python instead of using this AI? Not AI, like UI. Makes sense. So how we can just do it? So for that, we need to use something called as Databricks job Python SDK. So SDK means software development kit. So Databricks has created SDK for different languages, for Python, for Java, for JavaScript, for maybe TypeScript as well, because obviously they need to just integrate or allow developers to directly work with Databricks through the APIs as well. Simple. So we just create the you can say client with this particular thing, and we simply just make the API calls. So let me show you the official documentation. If we just go to Databricks SDK, perfect. So this is the SDK for Python, and you would see for Java, R, Go. Wow. So there are like Java, Go, and R as well. And we need to install obviously the Databricks SDK in our environment. So this is the command for it, Databricks SDK. And if you just want to specify the version, then obviously you can just pick any specific version, but I will be just using the yeah, I can just use the, you can say, latest version, and it is fine. So that is good. Cool. Okay, cool. So now what exactly we need to do? Once it is installed, then we can just simply create the client. So this is the way we just create the clients. So we use this Databricks.sdk class, and within that we have something called as workspace client. Similar to this, we have multiple objects as well, and we just need to use job, like how we can just trigger the job. So in this particular documentation, you can search, let's say, job, and if you just search, you will find it like how to just trigger the job. So that is fine. So this is the code to create a job, and if you just want to trigger the job, it will be like somewhere, so serverless compute. Okay, so this is again the code for creating the job, and there'll be code for like triggering the job as well. We will just look at it. Simple. So this way you actually you can say you talk to Databricks not via the UI but directly from the code, which is Python. Cool. Okay, so now let's see how we can just do this thing. So let's go to our VS Code, and this is the VS Code. So here, instead of directly doing everything within our, you can say, Airflow, we first need to build a connection function that we can just use. Okay, so what I will do, I can simply create one utils folder as well, where I can just store all of the utilities, or I can just directly write the function code within the DAG as well. So both the things work. So you need to just see what exactly you need to do. So first of all, let me just show you the function, then I can just demonstrate the other thing as well. So let's say test.py, because I just want to make sure it is working fine. And why it is red? DBT project.yaml. Oh yeah, it's fine. It's something just shows like this. It's fine. Genes.yaml and DBT core. Yeah, it's fine. So test.py. So first of all, I would need to install the Databricks SDK. So let's install that as well. And yes, because we are just installing this Databricks SDK, we would need to install Databricks SDK on your, I think, Airflow as well, because I don't think so it is available. So let's say uv add Databricks SDK, hit enter. Okay, cool, it is done. So now in order to just do this thing, so first of all, we need to create a connection. Once the connection is created, then we need to see if our Python function is able to trigger the Databricks job, which is here, this one, not the pipeline, it's job, because we do not want to run pipeline. We usually just run jobs, which is like a better thing. You can also trigger the pipeline, but it's not ideal because in job you can have like multiple things. So let's trigger this as well, this only. Okay, and for that, let's explore the documentation. So this is the documentation that I just showed you. So I was just searching for the run option for job, and I have just found that they have like additional links. So they have embedded the links. So just click on this workspace, Databricks workspace API references, and open this. And here they have like detailed version of their all the APIs available. So simply search jobs, and then jobs, w.jobs, and here you can just search something called as, let's say, job run or jobs run, something like that, or job run, or let's say run. So they will be having the code for this thing. So what exactly is this documentation? This is not a kind of, you can say, Databricks features documentation. This is just for the SDK. See, Databricks SDK for Python. So this is just for the SDK for Python. This is not your official, this is obviously official documentation, but this is not the documentation which is this one, where you have all of the features. Okay, so let's try to use the code, and we usually just create the workspace client like this. There are multiple ways to create this workspace client. You can also use the local authentication, U2M and all, but I would just recommend using host and token because that is the recommended approach if you're just talking to Databricks directly from the code, right? So let's try to see how we can just use this. So first of all, import this thing from Databricks. Okay, workspace client, and then you would just need to create, let's say, an object of this workspace client, and here you would need to put your host and token. So if I just go to my profiles, I would have this information. So this is my host. So let's say host equals, you can just add HTTPS, it's good because by default you just get the after part of it, and then you can say token, and in our case token is this one. Obviously we can just create environment variables as well for tokens, but it is fine for now, and obviously we can just delete the tokens after this. So this is just the client that we have created, and within this client we have multiple actually functions. If you just hover over this, you can even click on this class, and then you can just see what are the functions that we have available within this particular client. Okay, so here now let's just try to trigger the job. So here we have one function. So let's say job trigger, let's create the variable, and here we can simply say ws, which is the client, then jobs dot run now. Run now is the, you can say, function that we have within this particular class, and then we have to just pass one parameter, which is job ID. So how to get the job ID? It's very simple. Simply go to your Databricks, and here you can either get it from here, I guess. No, just click on this job and it should be available somewhere. Yeah, job ID. So this is the job ID that you just need, and that's it. Cool. So now if we just try to run this particular code, it will obviously run fine because you are not creating any function in the DAG, you are just running it. That's it. Okay. But once it is tested, then we will just import this function as a utility, or we can directly write the code. It's fine. Okay. So let's write print job trigger, and let's try to run this thing. So in order to run this, you can either click here, or you can also write Python and then this file name. Just make sure you are in the right directory. So let's wait and let's see what do we get. And currently it is running. Okay. So internal wait object, I think it has triggered it. Let's test. So if I just go to my jobs, yeah, it is running. So it has successfully triggered the pipeline. That is good. So that means our connection and client is ready. We can directly trigger this job from the function. But actually this is not the end. Why? Okay. Let's talk about that scenario. That's why this project is here, for real world scenario. So if I just trigger this job, because before answering that question, I want to ask this question from you. Let's say I triggered this job. Okay. Right after this job, what will happen? This task will run, clean target, then source freshness, then silver technical. Tell me one thing, how long this job can take? About 1 to 2 minutes. Very good. And this is just an API call. This will not wait for it to complete the, you can say, run. It will simply trigger this, and that's it. Because see, my terminal is free. My terminal is free. I can just do whatever I want. That means according to the task is completed. That means, in short, if you understood the scenario, in short, we need to make sure that when this trigger is actually triggering the job, we need to wait until the job run is completed. Wow, yes. In case of DBT, we do not need to do it. Why? Because we run the commands directly in the terminal, and terminal waits because DBT is running from the terminal. This particular thing is not running from the terminal. This is just an API request, and that's it. Whenever we start something, a process is generated. Let me just talk about that because it is very important. And that is the backbone of your API calls in Airflow. So let's say you are this person, okay, and you want to do something with your computer, okay. So now you just could do something. You just made an API call. So there will be an object. Let's say, not object. Let's say something will start, and this is called process. Okay. Now this process is nothing but, you can say, the work or task which is being executed on your system right now. This will be running until the task is completed. So this process is running in case of DBT, because DBT uses a terminal to execute the command, and it does not free the terminal. It does not complete the process. It does not mark the process as completed, because it is actually using the resources. But in case of Databricks will simply say, or in the case of this function, this will say, my task is completed. I just made an API call and my process is completed. Oh, we need to mark this process as incomplete until the job run is completed. So the framework is very simple. So what we will do, we will simply go to this Databricks, and there's one more function within this. Okay, it's called, I think, get run. So let's say get run, like multiple functions, you can just search it, get run, with the help of which we can just get the run of the pipeline, or basically the job. So let's say run now, just for triggering the job, okay, that we have just used. And then we can also say get run, which will give us the status of the run. So we will just run one, you can say, while loop, which will keep on sending the API request, and it will just fetch the status until we get the status as completed or failed. But if the status is, let's say, progress or in progress or running, we need to wait. I hope it makes sense, right? So let's see how we can just do that, and it is very interesting. So how we can just implement the thing that we have just discussed. So it is very simple. First of all, obviously you need to trigger the job. Simple. Once it is triggered, we need to hold the resources, right? So what I will do, I'll simply run the while loop. Let's say while true, and this is an infinite loop. Infinite loop means, let's say, it will keep on running until and unless we break this particular loop. Okay, and while true means every time it will just run it. So first of all, we need to see like what are the statuses that are available. So the parents, you can say, statuses are basically terminated, and I think there's one for failed, and one was, I think, internal. These are like 2 to 3 major ones. So first of all, once this particular trigger is running, okay, so that will obviously trigger the job. Then we just need to get the status of it. So let's say getting the status, so I will simply say job run and get run. So this will give me the, you can say, status of my job. Simple, cool. And if, let's say, if job dot state dot lifecycle state in these three, so I was just telling you that these are the 3 major ones, then we need to break the job, right? We need to basically not break the job, break this while loop, but not immediately. We also need to know the error. Make sense? So I will simply say if result state is basically the object that we have within that, I will simply say print job completed successfully, and I will simply say break. Make sense? Then else job failed, and what was the reason, I will simply get it. I hope it makes sense, because I don't want to just simply say like, okay, it is done, and I can even just raise the error as well, just to fail the task. Let's say raise exception, job failed, and that's it. And we do not need break because error is raised. So this way we can either break the loop if everything is running fine, or if the job is completed. And if we just want to, let's say, raise the error, so that if anything is wrong, we do not want to proceed to the further tasks. Simple, very good. And I can also run, let's say, time.sleep 10, and let's say it will just wait, not 10, I think 5 seconds are enough. So what it will do, it will simply try to sleep for 5 seconds before just checking the status next time. It will just save some resources, otherwise it will keep on just hitting the request again and again and again. Simple. So it is the code that you can just use. Now time.sleep, yeah, we can just even put this thing here. Yeah, so let's try to import time module as well, because we would need to import time. Perfect. So I hope it makes sense, right? So this is the status, and once everything is fine, then it will simply wait for 5 seconds, then it will just go to the next step. Okay, so now let's try to run this thing, and let's see what do we get. And yeah, this has triggered the job, and I think so. Job completed successfully. Okay, so now I think this has triggered the job. Let me just confirm. Yeah, it has triggered the job. Makes sense. And now my process is still running. It has not marked the process as completed. That's why this terminal is still blocked. That is good. That's what I wanted. So this is like a manual way of doing it. There are some automated ways as well. I think there are some built-in SDK functions as well. I'm not sure like if they are compatible with Airflow, but yeah, you can still test it. But this is the simplest and most, you can say, basic approach that you can just follow. So meanwhile it is running, I can just import this function in my DAG. So now you have both the ways. Either you can just create a utility of this function and you can just call that function within your DAG, or you can literally copy and paste the entire code within your DAG function. So the choice is yours. I will just leave this thing up to you if you just want to do either way. Both are right. Okay, so let me just write the code here in this particular section and let's indent it a little bit. Okay, so where is our function? So function is here in just CDC. Okay, so here we just need to import time and we just need to indent it. Perfect. And here we need to import this library. Perfect. Cool. Okay, so now I think it is still unindented. So let me just do it. Yeah, that is good. Okay, add this line. Okay, this, yeah, now it is good. So this is the way that you can just perform the things in your Airflow. Cool. And you can even return something if you just want to. Let's say return CDC ingestion completed. Yeah, completed or failed, whatever. Or you can even return things here as well instead of break. So that is also good. Like instead of print, you can also return it here. Okay, because if it is not completed, obviously it will just raise the exception error. So that is good. So it's not a big deal at all. So this is the way that you can just ingest the code directly within your DAG. Some people recommend it, some people do not, because they say like DAG is not looking very clean and it contains so much of code, which is actually right. So I also prefer creating utilities, but if the code is just a simple API call, you can just put it in your function, right? So let's see the status of this as well. If it is still running, yeah. So this has not freed my, okay, so now this is done. And now it should free it very, very soon. So because it will simply check it after 5 seconds and then wait and then 5 seconds and blah, blah, blah. So this will make sure that my job is like triggered and is now working fine. I hope it makes sense. Okay. So now let's confirm if that is done. If not, then obviously we will need to do something because job is completed and it should return something in the terminal in 5 seconds. So I have made some changes in the code because the terminal was like still blocked and the job was complete. I was like, why? So just you can say small thing that we need to add. Instead of just using text terminated, we have to use a special, you can say enum function, which is your run lifecycle state dot terminated, which is like a built-in function in Databricks. I was hoping to just trim it using string, but I was like, let's use the same thing as we have in the terminal. And I have also add one more thing, which is your print statement, so that you can easily monitor it instead of just waiting like what is happening, so that you would know the stuff in the real time. And here I have also added this function, which is like using that run lifecycle state and run result state. Simple. So now if I just trigger this thing, then it should just give me the state in the real time. As you can see, it is pending, none, and then after 5 seconds it will simply say running, none, and it will just keep on sending the logs in the terminal just for the debugging purpose. We can have it in Airflow or we can even remove it because debugging is just for your testing purpose. That's it. So now what it will do, it will simply trigger the job, and now here it will simply give us the live updates as well. Make sense? Cool. And I think this should work fine, and we can just copy this new code in our DAG and we can then trigger that DAG. Makes sense. So if I just go to test.py and this is the code, let's copy and paste it. So it will take, I think, a minute or two, and this time it should just work fine. And if we just go here and let's indent. No, this is left. Perfect. So now, yeah, it is good. Time.sleep is inside while, yeah, perfect. So now this should work fine, and you can even remove this print statement. We do not need this thing in production, first of all. So this should just work fine, and this is running fine in the parallel. Okay, so now as you can see, job completed successfully, and it has also freed the terminal. If I just see, okay, this is completed. That's it. Cool. So now if we just trigger our DAG, it should just wait until our task is completed. So let's see if it is working fine or not in DAG. So if I just go to localhost 8080, and if I just go to DAGs, orchestrate, click on the task, or just click on the DAG, and then I can just check the code. Yeah, this is the new code. So I can click on trigger. So now this should hold this task until the ingestion is completed, and other things should not start automatically, because obviously it will take at least 1 minute. And I think, see, other tasks are not running at all because first task is in the running state, and obviously it will take time to complete it, as we know. We can also see the logs messages, but we do not have anything because we have not printed anything. This is the thing I wanted to achieve, and this is done. Very good. So now meanwhile this particular DAG is running, we need to add one more task. If you would remember, according to our architecture, that we also need to use S3 bucket. So now what exactly we need to do with the S3? So let's say within our project, we have some data which will be coming maybe on a weekly basis or on a monthly basis. And in this particular data, we will be having some reviews from the customers. And we do not want to ingest this data on an hourly basis because it is not required. So why we need to waste our resources? So this data will be coming directly from the S3 bucket. Maybe we'll just create one, you can say integration, or it might be, let's say, manual file upload as well by the managers. It depends. Okay, it depends. So we as data engineers need to automatically fetch the data from the S3, and then we need to just add that particular data in our data model. Simple requirement. Very good. So now what we actually can do, we can just go to AWS. So now because we are just using S3, so then obviously you will be just using AWS. So if you do not have AWS account set up, do not worry. Let me just tell you how you can just do it. So simply go to any browser and simply search AWS sign up or login, because you will land on the same page. And AWS provides you, I think, free access for 6 months. Wow. $200 credits. Initially it will give you $100. So I already have one account. That's why I am just landing on my own account. But in your case, it will ask you to put your email ID and blah, blah, blah. Simply put all of the stuff and you will land on the AWS account console. It is that simple. Okay. One thing I just want to tell you, let me just show you with the new window. So let's say AWS login. Let's say you created your account and you just need to put your basic details, email ID and blah. Then you just need to click on sign into console instead of just clicking on create a free account, because you already have that account. When you will click on the sign in console, here you will not have your account ID for the first time. It can happen. Okay. And obviously you will not have any IAM user as well. So what you will do, simply click on sign in using root user email and password. So here you can just put your email address that you have picked while creating the account and then password. It will work fine. Simple. And obviously you do not need to worry about IAM user. What is this thing? What is that thing? If you are curious to learn AWS, I have a dedicated course on that as well. You can simply search AWS full course Ansh Lamba on YouTube. You will just find the exact entire video. If you just want to learn AWS, by the way, it is not required for this project. We just need to use data lake S3 bucket and that's it. But if you just want to learn data services that we data engineers use, we have a course on that as well. So cool. So this is my AWS console. So I will simply search S3 and I will click on S3. So here I will just create one S3 bucket. I already have some buckets, so simply ignore, click on create bucket, and I will just simply name it as, let's say, Airflow, or let's say Walmart Ansh, because this data lake should be unique. So simply say bucket name and choose bucket. Not exactly, it's fine. We just want to create a new one. So simply scroll and click on create bucket. So this will create the bucket for me, and this is created Walmart Ansh. I can create one folder as well if I want to. So let's say I can say raw data, then click on create folder. So this is the raw data folder. Now I can just put any data within this folder, and then I can obviously access it using Databricks. But for that, you would also need to perform some things that you will learn. So let's suppose that we have this data available in the S3 bucket. Now how our Databricks will talk to this S3? How? So see, this is our Databricks, right? This is our S3. So how this connection will be created? Because Databricks is a different entity, different source, right? S3 is a different source, like different platform. Then we have to securely connect Databricks with S3. This is called external location connection. External location connection. Okay. And there were like multiple ways to access S3. See how you can actually access S3. S3 is just like data lake. Like you can simply access S3 with the Python client as well, obviously. And obviously S3 is secured, so you would need to create one account, or basically one, you can say any dummy account, which you will use to just call this S3 bucket. That is like one way of doing it. We just use that way if we just want to use pure Python to fetch the data from the S3. Because S3 data is accessible, right? You can simply create the data and you can just use it via the endpoints. That is the solution which is created by the cloud platforms, that you can dump your data and you can access it via the API with obviously some permissions, and that's it, because it is secured. It is not publicly available. So now we do not want to create tokens. We do not want to create any user who will just call this particular data. We want Databricks to natively call everything within this S3 bucket, everything. Oh, so we do not want to manage those tokens and all manually. So in this scenario, here comes the concept of external location connection into the picture. Okay. So here, how you can just create that thing. So you have to go to Databricks, and this job is completed. Very good. And if you just check the Airflow status, very good. It is also completed, all green. Cool. So now if you just go to your pipelines, so here what you can do, simply go to your catalog. Let's go to catalog, and here you just need to go to govern, and then not govern, I will say dot, click on connect. Yeah, connect. So click on external locations. I already have an external location. I can just delete it, not a big deal. So let me just click here and delete. Let's create a new one. So this is the catalog explorer, and let's go to connect external location. Perfect. So here I will just create one external location, and I will simply say I just want to create the AWS external location. Click on next, and here I just need to provide the bucket name. So bucket name is Walmart Ansh, and I have to use S3 protocol, and I can just generate the personal access token. It will automatically create the access token in my Databricks workspace. Click here, copy this thing because you will be requiring this thing. Then launch in quick start. This will take you to your AWS console, and here you just need to put that token. So if I just scroll down here, I just need to paste it. Perfect. And that's it. That is it. Just click on create stack. Please acknowledge. Yes, I acknowledge. Create stack. So now what this will do, this will create a stack. Stack is basically nothing but, you can say, a group of functions. And here you can just see the progress as well. It will take some time. Not some, it will take a lot of time, at least I think 10 to 15 minutes. So it creates all of the internal functions which are helpful to create that connection. But the good thing is everything is managed by Databricks. So Databricks will deploy those functions, or basically stack, in your S3, AWS S3, and then your Databricks can automatically use that particular stack to connect to that AWS S3. In Azure, we have to do it manually, but in AWS, it is like automated. Cool. And as you can see here, you have to wait until and unless you see this green mark. Green mark means it is deployed, and some are already in blue because it is taking more and more time, and it takes some time. Okay. So it is automatically creating the role, access roles, all the profiles, everything. I do not need to do anything. I do not need to do anything. Simple. Once all of these services are completed, once all of the tips are in green color, then only you can just perform the next thing, which is pulling the data directly from S3. Cool. So as you can see, this is completed. And if I just go to my bucket, let's say, where are my buckets? Okay, so here are my buckets. So it should have created something called as the Databricks S3 ingest. This is like a kind of, you can say, stack. So inside this you have functions, packages, ingestion, and this zip folder. Okay, cool. So now we are good to create our external location. So if I just go to my Databricks, and here if I say okay, and if I just go to external locations, this external location will already be created, and there will be credential also created for this thing. Cool. So now, do you know what? I can freely use the data which is sitting inside this S3 bucket. Freely. Okay. Freely, yeah. Now how to just do that thing? So it is very simple. So now what I will do, I can just, let's say, create one automated job as well. If I just go to data ingestion, and let's go to data ingestion. If I, let's say, click on S3 bucket, Amazon S3, I can directly load the data using the external location, but here it is showing the error. Why? Because it is looking for a wrong data lake. I can simply pick the right data lake. I can click here, external location, which is this one. So here, see, it has literally access to my folder and obviously the file that I will be uploading. So let's upload the file first of all quickly. So if I go to buckets, if I go to Walmart Ansh, raw data, I want to upload reviews file. So let's click on upload and this file. Perfect. So let's say upload. So reviews.csv file is there, and just a quick information, this file is not the part of dimension data model. This is just the, you can say, part for your managers analysis, and they will be just simply performing everything they want to perform. Simple. You do not need to worry about that thing. Cool. This is just for the products context, nothing else about it, and nothing to do with your database dimension data model. Simple. So now you have multiple ways to perform this ingestion. You can either pick this file directly from here, see, and then you can say preview table. So what it will do, it will just, let's say, ingest the data. Okay. And you can also click on this thing, create a single streaming table to ingest a folder on a schedule. It is in preview, so it is not available right now, but yeah, you can just do this as well. Simple. It depends, like if you just want to go that way. Okay. So let's say if I say schedule the entire folder, it will create the similar pipeline, and it will simply keep on pulling the data in a streaming table automatically. So let's pick this one. Or the second way, if you just want to go that way, you can even use PySpark to read the data directly from the S3, and then you can just schedule that notebook as well. It depends how you just want to proceed. In both the scenarios, a job will be created. Common sense. And we just want job. That's it. So here, let's say schedule, and if we say preview table, and it will just simply start the serverless starter warehouse, and it should create the table as well. And in the meantime, I can just pick the catalog, and then schema, I just want to pick gold, and table name will be, let's say, reviews. One very important thing to note, the table it will create in Databricks will be a delta table, not the CSV table. Why? Because it converts any format into delta whenever it wants to create an external location or even the managed table. So let's click on create streaming table. Perfect. So this will be a streaming table. Okay. And we can just have a look in just a few seconds, and if everything is fine, then we are just good to include this job as well within our tag. Okay. Okay, cool. And this will be a parallel task, by the way. This will not be the task in sequence, because if you would look at the architecture, we can ingest the data parallelly, the CDC data and the reviews data. There's nothing to worry about that. Okay, so your streaming table reviews is being created. It will take some time, so let's wait. So as you can see, my reviews table is created, and this is a streaming table. So if you will be having new files, so the requirements are very simple. So here what you need to do, if let's say you have a new file, let's say next day, all of the reviews file, you can just keep on adding new files, and all of those new reviews will be added automatically on a recurrent basis. I hope it makes sense. And if I just go to Databricks, and this is a table created, if I just go to jobs, where are jobs? Here. So this is the new job which is created, not a job, basically the pipeline, because it has created this pipeline just for my job, or basically that ingestion. Okay. So if I just refresh, perfect. So now I can even schedule this job as well, or basically it is already scheduled. I can even add this particular job, or basically this pipeline, as the part of my job, because this is not the ingestion pipeline. This is just, you can say, a streaming table that it has created. Okay, that's why it has just the prefix as ST. So whenever we create a streaming table, it creates a pipeline under the hood. Again, Databricks stuff, you do not need to dig into that, but this way you can actually do the thing. Make sense? So now if you want to, you can say consider this thing into your DAG, you can, or if you just want to recurrently, you can say add this particular file in your gold layer, it will be done that way as well. Because this file is independent of our dimensional data model. This file was required just for the reviews. And I wanted to just show you how you can just integrate S3 as well into your project. Make sense? So you can just click here, ST, and here you can even pause the trigger if you want to, and run details, and yeah, so now it is fine. You can even manually start it, or if you can just see the YAML if you just want to, like what are the cron schedule, like how frequently to be scheduled. So currently it is scheduled for like every day at 12 AM, so you can just be fine. So if you want to trigger it via, you can say SDK, you can, but if you take my advice, it is not actually required because it is fine. It can like automatically ingest the data parallelly with your normal pipeline because there is no dependency, but you can, because you have learned how to do that using this ingest CDC task. Make sense? Make sense? So you have both the options available. Okay. So now, as we are now good with our DAG, we can now just schedule this DAG so that this DAG will just run, let's say every day, every hour, depends upon the requirements of your team, or let's say of your managers, right? So how we can just schedule this DAG? It's very simple. We literally need to define some configurations here in this particular area. First of all, we can just define the DAG ID, but it is optional, but let's define it. And usually we just keep the name same as our function name for DAG. Okay, first thing this. Then we need to say schedule. This is the main thing. Okay, so let's say I just want to schedule it, and I can just use the cron syntax. Let's say I just want to schedule this DAG on a daily basis at 11 AM. So then I can just use, let's say 0, and then let's say 11, and then let's say star, because for every day, for every week, and then for every you can say day of the month. So it is like a cron syntax, and 11 AM is fine. You can obviously change the time, or let's say, yeah, 11 AM is fine because I don't want to run it right now. So yeah, 11 AM is fine. So this is your schedule. Okay, cool. So what will happen, because currently it's like 7:10 PM, so it will not run right now. It will run tomorrow at 11 AM. I hope it makes sense, right? And now you do not need to recurrently and manually go there and trigger the job. No. Then you can simply run this thing. Then we also need to say the catch up is basically very important if you, let's say, want to perform the backfilling. So currently we do not want to perform backfilling, but if you want to perform backfilling, you can simply say true. So what it will do, so let's say you want to start this DAG from, for example, from 1st of January 2026, but currently it's almost 17th of June, right? Now what will happen, if let's say you just want to run your DAG for all of the days which were missed, right? If you say catch up true, it will literally run the DAG for all of those intervals, but we do not want to do that. So we are good with false. Now comes the start date, and this is the date that I'm just talking about. So from which date it should just start triggering my DAG. This is the main thing. Now I want this DAG to run, let's say from tomorrow or from today as well, but it's like already past the date. So, and we didn't say catch up equals true, so it will simply skip it. But let's say I just want to define the date from tomorrow onwards, right? So I can simply use one function called pendulum, and I have to import pendulum from Airflow. Let me just check the package from pendulum. Let me just confirm. Yeah, it is just like import pendulum. Perfect. So here pendulum is the, you can say, built-in date format that we have within Airflow, or kind of package. Then date time. Here you need to define two things. The first thing is date itself, obviously year, month and day. And second thing is time zone. Time zone is very important because it will just consider the time zone UTC by default, and we need to tell that, hey, run our DAGs based on our timestamps. Timestamp is very, very important. So I'll simply say year equals to 2026, and then let's say month 1, month let's say 6, and then day let's say 18th. Okay, and then time zone equals to UTC. You can just pick UTC, or you can just pick any other as well. Let's say America, Halifax, or anything. Okay, so this way you can just schedule it. Now what will happen, now if you just go to your, let's say, Airflow UI, you will see this DAG as scheduled, and this DAG will be automatically running if your computer is on, obviously. That's why we just use the servers for these things. So that's how you can just schedule your DAG. Make sense? So if I just bring my Airflow UI, so here you will see now that it is scheduled. Earlier it was not scheduled, so we were just manually going there and just clicking on trigger, but now it is scheduled every day at 11 a.m. That's how you can just schedule your tags. Make sense? I hope it was simple, nothing fancy, but yeah, we have like so many complex use cases and scenarios when we just want to schedule our DAGs based on the special requirements. And obviously you can just follow the course for Airflow for all of these kind of things. Make sense? Simple. So this is our architecture and we have completed literally everything. Very good. So I hope that you have learned a lot of things, but now we need to just learn how to push this code to our GitHub. So let's learn that as well, because you would need to highlight this particular project in your GitHub, obviously, like it is required. Okay. So what we can do in this particular case. So now because our project is ready and we can just start creating commits. There is one, oh, why it is red? Oh, it is fine. It is just because of that, your config file, that is fine. So first of all, let's create our commit. So first of all, what do you need to do? Simply, let's see if we have any secrets and all that we can just ignore. And yeah, we have some .env files. So yeah, and we do not need anything else. So we just want Airflow folder, right? Okay, cool. So what you can do, first of all, you need to register your branch. And how to just register your branch, or first of all, let's say rename your branch. So currently you would have master branch, or in case if you have main branch, good, because you can just change this name in Git installation as well. But let's suppose you have not renamed your branch in installation. Let's say git branch -m main. So now this will become my main branch. That's it. And now you would need to add all of the things that you need to deploy or basically push to GitHub, right? So I have simply done some things. First of all, I renamed the folder from Airflow to Airflow DBT project. Okay, just to sound it a little bit cooler. Then I just replicated this folder. I just copy and pasted it as Walmart data engineer. What is the difference? In this particular project, I removed all of the information like host or token, whatever. Obviously, I would just remove the tokens from my platform as well, but still. And then all of the things are exactly the same. Then this folder is the exact folder where I have all of the information, so that let's say if I want to debug anything, I can just do it, right? That's it. So everything else is same, and that's it. Yeah. And you do not even need this Walmart project now because everything is there, but this is just like standalone DBT project. So we need to now create a commit everything that we have inside this folder only, right? So I'll simply say git add, and instead of writing dot, because dot will simply add everything within this folder, you will simply say Airflow DBT project. Simple. So this has only created a snapshot for this folder, and it will just save everything of this particular folder from my working directory, and it will put into the repository. That is the difference between working directory and repository. Repository has the same stuff in your that you have in the working directory, but the ones that you have selected. Okay, so it takes a snapshot and then it saves it. Okay, so now how we can just add that thing in repository? Simply say git commit, and message you can simply say Airflow DBT project. Simple and cool. As you can see, the mark is done. And if I just say clear, if I just show you git status, so these are the things which are not included, and we do not want to include right now these things. So very good. And we are on branch main. Very good. If I say git log hyphen one line, so I am on this branch. Okay, this is the commit message, and this is just one commit. So cool, that is good. If I say git log, I will get detailed thing. So who made the commit and when, blah blah blah. Okay, cool. So that is fine. So now I need to push this particular thing in my GitHub. So first of all, open your GitHub repository. You would need to open that. So let's open GitHub repository. Perfect. So let me just create one repository. You can also open your GitHub account if you have one. If you do not have, simply go to GitHub page, create one account, and then click on new repository. Here I will provide a new name. So let's say Walmart Data Engineer Project. Makes sense? Or let's say Walmart Airflow DBT project. Simple. It looks cool. So this is the repository name, and then I can say create repository, and this repository is also created. Cool. I do not want to create any readme file and all, otherwise I would have to just make sure the differences are right and all. So this is my repository. Now what I want to do, I literally want to set this repository as my origin repository, as my remote repository. For that, you would need to create a token. Simply go to your profile and then click on settings and then just go to developer, and within that you will get the option to create a token. It's called access token. You can create classic token as well. Classic token is also good. You just go with classic token and then just provide all of the permissions and you will have that token. Simply copy it. You will not be asked right away. So I will simply say copy, and if I just go here, so if I say git remote add origin, and this is the origin, hit enter. So now if I say git push origin main, hit enter. In your case, if you have not set up your remote repository before, it will ask you to put that token. You can put that token there, or even if you do not want to create the token, you can directly log in through GitHub page as well. It will simply show you authentication and you can just pick that as well. Both works. Hit enter and it will simply push everything into my remote repository. I can just go here and I can refresh the page and everything should be there. Wow, cool, simple. So this is your project, right? And within that you have all of the things that you can just showcase in your obviously interview and all. And if you want, you can even put the image of your architecture as well if you want to. So let's say you want to just describe like what is the project and what exactly you will build. You can just create one readme file which is already there. You can just let's create readme as well, and you can just put anything that you want. So let's say for now this is nice. I will just fill it, and you can just paste that particular thing as well so that anyone can land on your page. They will just see the nice architecture just to get the overview of the project that you have just used, and then the code files if they are interested in your project. If they just want to know okay what exactly you have built, they can just check the DAGs, they can just check the DBT folder, everything. See, everything is there. So I hope that you have learned a lot of things. First of all, the best thing. Okay. Second thing is now you can easily showcase this project in your interviews or wherever you want to showcase. So this was your complete Walmart Airflow DBT project. And now you can just obviously play around so many projects, and you can easily build projects in industry if you are already working on the similar stack. So if you like the video, if you just like the project, simply hit the like button, and I will see you in the next video. Happy learning, happy learning, happy learning.